Yeah. What's the word, man? You're ski. How we feeling, man? Welcome to the chat, everybody. It's your guy, Jim in the spot, man. I am back with another live stream. We back with some bad news about our topic that we kind of been in and out of for the last couple streams, man. Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon. We got an update. They were supposed to come home today. They was expecting to get out on bail. Remember, they was talking about we get out on Wednesday. Wednesday's the day we get bailed out. We be back to the streets real soon. All that. You know what I'm saying? And it looked like they bail got denied, broskis. That's what it looked like. Cannon, we got to it looked like they bail got denied, broskis, because I see everybody reporting how Bricc Baby got denied. Not only that, I did a video earlier with speaking about information on Bricc Baby that just came out, because some wild allegations. I mean, allegations, but it's in the paperwork. So I ain't gonna lie. We just gonna say, yeah, some wild allegations came out about Bricc that we do gotta discuss. But Luce Cannon and Bricc Baby have been denied bond. That's a fact. Bricc Baby, Luce Cannon denied bond. So maybe we should start the stream off with that, talking about that. So we got new paperwork. Bricc Baby paperwork just got exposed. I went through a little bit of these documents earlier on in my video that I dropped, but not too many people watched it, so we're gonna go over it here and just kind of recap on stream so we all together, we all know what we talking about, bro. So shout out to KB Goes Live. He did do a video on the Bricc Baby paperwork. He breaking it down. It looked like he did more of a breakdown than me. So let's tap into him and see what's going on, man, and get started. And then we'll see what's up with why they got denied, their response, and all that stuff like that, bro. So hope everybody feeling good tonight. Let's go.
Looks like paperwork, so you guys don't have to. However, if you're interested in just reading this paperwork yourself, I have left a link to it in the description where you can read the whole thing or download it. I've seen some people posting this stuff online where they were just reading it. Nobody.
We do got a link to the paperwork too if you want to pull it up. Actually, I think we should do that. We should take advantage of the link since it's there.
We'll review the reconsideration of order setting conditions of release detention.
88, what's the word, Brody? 88, do you think I should pull up the documents? Do you think I should pull up the documents and read them myself, or just watch videos and follow along? Because bro did say he got the link to the documents in the joint right here. So you know what? Maybe we should just look through it. Should we just look through it? What you think, 88? Welcome to the chat, bro. How you feeling tonight, 88? So this right here, the full breakdown, bro. This is everything right here. I think it was F1. It was F1, right? To find. No, what was it? Windows F1. No, it's not. That's wrong. Control F1. No, it's not that. I always forget. Oh, here you go. Find document. All right. So now we could type in there, and we should be able to type in. I mean, the whole thing is about Bricc Baby. So let's type in KC. Bro, so the reason why I said let's type in KC is because there's some crazy stuff being alleged about Bricc Baby and his baby moms, bro. Like the things that he was doing to her. So I want to read from here so we could kind of like get a full picture together. You know what I'm saying? So Bricc Baby was denied bond today. Luce Cannon as well. Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon both denied bond. Would y'all like to watch the video of their wifeys talking about them getting bond, or y'all want to get right to the documents, right to the paperwork? Because I kind of want to get to it, man. I told y'all I didn't think they was going to get granted bond, but I feel like, let's see what he's got to say about it and their responses. But in the first several months of 2023, the defendant, they talk about Bricc Baby. In the first several months of 2023, defendant was intercepted on multiple court-authorized Title III wiretaps, both on his phone and on his associates' phones. On multiple calls, defendant discussed criminal activity. Throughout March 2023, defendant discussed how the mother of his children accused him of pointing a gun at her, and defendant claimed it was a lie. But on June 20th, 2023, a second person accused defendant of same conduct. That day, defendant's significant other, KC, which is the girl that we're going to hear from later regarding this, KC stated, "You put the gun out on me and your daughter. You pulled a gun out on me in front of your effing daughter. You pointed a gun at me, you BA Defendant responds, I don't give a F. I don't give a F, B. Ever since I've been with you. So basically, bro, they got her on wiretap. She's not even knowing that she on wiretap. And she argued with him saying how he's so much of an asshole because he pulled a gun out on her while she was holding a infant baby. The following day, defendant argued with KC again about her picking up her daughter, ordering her to take the effing baby outside, you stupid B. You sit in the house all day, you dumbass hoe. KC told defendant she would not walk or drive because defendant effed her up. Defendant effed up her leg. So he done beat her up already and messed up her leg, and that he was the one who hit on people. Defendant responded, man, on 6-0, shut the F up, bitch. I just told you, nigga. You keep playing with me and nigga just wanted to see a nigga. Defendant told KC leave and said that they were done. On the same day, KC, Bricc baby moms, again stated, it's so effed up that you can't even apologize for the ish that you do. You never apologize for treating me bad, pulling out a gun on me like this. It's not cool for you, but you want me to go do shit for you. You talking about you don't want me. Ish, you got me going on, but you gonna pull a gun out on me and your child though, right? Defendant responded, on 6-0. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't give a up, itch. I don't give a F. I don't give a on 6-0 crit, nigga. Firearms and ammunition are recovered from defendant's home. Following the above-mentioned calls, law enforcement obtained search warrant. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, it's a lot to write. Let's just jump into the video, man. Shout out to KB Goes Live, bro. He gonna give us a full breakdown because there's way more to read than just that. I ain't gonna lie.
Basically, Bricc baby filed some paperwork saying that he wanted to be let out on bond. They filed this basically saying no, and they lay out everything that they have against Bricc baby in this paperwork. So right here we've got the cover page. You can see that they got Bricc baby listed here with all of his different nicknames. They got the table of contents here, which is everything that is going to be inside of this document, right? And there are quite a few things to go over. So skipping past the table of contents, we get here to this introduction.
Painting this thing out to be a menace. They basically painting Bricc baby out to be a menace, bro. Niggas say he cannot comply with law. Like, he just will not comply with law.
Indictment first alleges that defendant, in shooting at individuals, possessed ammunition expelled from a firearm on July 12, 2022. Then, on June 21, 2023, defendant was captured on an intercepted call arguing with his significant other, in which she repeatedly recounted that defendant had pointed a gun at her while she was holding his infant child. Execution of a search warrant at the defendant's home.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That right there bothered me. Didn't sit right with me at all. You pointed a loaded gun at your baby moms, bro. You tweaking like that in the crib, bro. She definitely living in fear. Rock, when you pulling out guns randomly on her and the baby. Like, bro, Bricc, if that's true, dog, I ain't gonna lie, man. You funny and all that on the pod, but I can't rock with that. That's crazy.
Followed, and 3 firearms, including an AK-47 style gun and over 125 rounds of ammunition, were found. After law enforcement.
And bro, this nigga a felon and he got 125 rounds of ammunition sitting in his crib. Like, he just didn't care. It's super sloppy. 88, I seen you right there in the comments. You said them boys sloppy. They super sloppy, bro.
Seized those weapons and arrested the defendant. He continued undeterred. In March of 2024, defendant erupted at.
I feel you right. There's always two sides to a story, but bro, she didn't go tell this story to somebody else. She's saying this story to Bricc baby on the phone, on a wiretap, and then Bricc baby literally says, "Bitch, on 6-0, you think I give up?" Like, bro, it's crazy.
At his place of employment, threatening individuals in the room and online with death, fighting security, and later admitting to possessing a firearm during that incident. Throughout 2024.
In my last video that didn't get a lot of views, this is a video I put out like a week ago. I talked about this. I said, for sure, that information is going to be in the superseding indictment. And there you go. I was 100% correct. All the stuff that I looked at and said, whoa, this got to be illegal. And in the indictment, it literally popped up in there. This is not even it. They're not even done. So I don't trust dots. I feel you. But why would she be saying that to him, though, bro? She don't know she being recorded. Remember, this is a private conversation.
Defendant made claims online of murdering people and threatening to do the same to others. Then on March 18, 2025, the day before his arrest in this case, defendant went on a live video podcast with someone who he had previously threatened to kill. During the podcast, sitting across from that person, defendant brandished a firearm in his waistband. When defendant was arrested the following day, an unsecured firearm with multiple magazines of live ammunition matching that seen in the defendant's waistband on the podcast were found where defendant was staying with his young child. Wow, so that was a crazy paragraph. Right?
And so not only the fact that they found these firearms, there was no safe in the crib. These guns wasn't being kept in a safe place. They just out and loaded with kids and his wife running around. That's what the Fed's saying. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying there's always two sides. I feel you.
Right there, pretty much they're saying that they had a wiretap of Bricc Baby threatening to kill his baby mama. They're saying that Bricc Baby went on No Jumper and threatened to kill a bunch of people. And y'all may remember this is something that I covered on my channel. This is when he went on No Jumper and had his infamous crash out and threatened to put a kill squad in the street if people kept playing with.
Bro, I told you they would use this footage. You don't remember? In my last video, I said, yo, these are the things that they gonna use against Bricc Baby, and they used all of it.
His name, right? I'll go ahead and play that clip for y'all right now. It's not that long, just to add context.
You nigga underlying conditions, nigga, the hood, nigga. On West Side Road to say that, nigga. On the dead homies, cause y'all know what it is, nigga. And a nigga, boy, big reason I ain't come outside and kill one of you, nigga, cause I was in front of these white niggas. Dead homies, nigga. And the homies would have crashed, nigga. On 6-0, give a fuck about none of that, nigga. Shout out Devil Donut, nigga, my real 40s, cuz. These niggas 68ers though, nigga. On 6-0, and this my homeboy, nigga. On the hood. And whatever me and my homeboy gotta go through, nigga, to clear what we gotta clear, nigga, on 6-0, he gonna always be my homeboy, nigga. It don't matter whatever it is, nigga. But the energy that, nigga, now on. Nigga, keep on running content on my name, nigga. I'm putting Kill Squad in the street.
Right, so they
Kill Squad in the street.
reference that specific moment on No Jumper where Bricc Baby was crashing out inside of this paperwork. Not only that, they mentioned that he got on the No Jumper podcast with somebody who he had quote unquote threatened to kill before in the past and brandished a firearm. And they're talking about this clip right here where Bricc Baby, Luce Cannon, Adam 22 and Lush were all on No Jumper, and Bricc Baby kind of did like a little stretch while him and Luce was kind of getting into it, and you can see the gun on his waistband. I think he did that so Luce could see that he was strapped, but apparently Luce ain't the only one that's seen it.
I would think that Bricc Baby wouldn't be, if they already cool, they talking on the podcast, why you feel the need to stretch and show the blick? I hope it was an accident. Either way, it don't matter because the feds seen it. But I would hope this was an accident and not on purpose.
Apparently, the feds also were watching and seeing that. And this interview happened the day before Bricc Baby was arrested.
Right.
They definitely dictated the stream.
The gummies did their thingy thing. That's a fact. Yeah. We had some good fun, good clean fun.
Yeah, he was just being too obvious though, bro. It's like on more than one occasion he just lifted his arm up and like, bro, you should have put the gun on the other side. If you know you sit this way on the podcast, when you about to sit down at the table, you should adjust your blick so it's not gonna show. Like, he just was careless, bro. Niggas can't even feel bad for Bricc Baby with all this carelessness.
Are y'all noticing the patterns, like the bricks and all this shit look a little different and all that?
You really feel like that?
Yeah.
You said Compa was the one that
Right, so those are the two incidents that they referenced in that first paragraph. It continues, it says, all of the above conduct occurred after years of violent crimes, firearm possession, evading charges, and troubling conduct disseminated throughout the internet. Defendant's lengthy periods of incarceration and supervision have not deterred him from continuing to commit dangerous crimes. There is no reason to...
That right there says a lot. The lengthy periods of incarceration and supervision have not deterred him from continuing to commit dangerous crimes. AKA, hell no, he not getting bond, and we slapping this nigga with some real time. Really make him sit down.
To believe this arrest will be any different, and the safety of the public demands that the defendant remain detained. It's got statement of facts. It says bullet point A, defendant is intercepted discussing criminal activities, including pointing a firearm at his partner and child. It says crazy. In the first several months of 2023, defendant was intercepted on multiple court authorized Title III wiretaps, both on his phone and his associates' phones. On multiple calls, defendant discussed criminal activity. Throughout March 2023, defendant defendant discussed how the mother of one of his children accused him of pointing a gun at her, and defendant claimed that it was a lie. But on June 20th, 2023, a second person accused defendant of the same conduct. That day, defendant's significant other, KC, stated, "You pulled a gun out on me with your daughter. You pulled a gun out on me in front of your fucking daughter. You pointed a gun at me with your bitch ass." Defendant responded, "I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Ever since I've been with you." Wow, Bricc Baby is a real piece of shit. It says the following day.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's it's just they got him on wiretap saying these exact words. She literally saying, why would you point a gun at me? And he's saying, I don't give a fuck.
Defendant argued with Casey again about her picking up her daughter, ordering her to take the fucking baby outside, you stupid bitch. You sit in the house all day, you dumb asshole. Casey.
Bro, this is really how some niggas talk to their girl, bro. This is really how some niggas speak to their female, the woman they love. I get what you saying. Who knows what she did? I feel you. I said that in my video. What would make this nigga hate his baby moms this much?
He told defendant she could not walk or drive because defendant uffed up her leg, and then he was the one who hit on people. Defendant responded, "Man, on 6-0, shut the up, bitch. I just told you, you keep playing with me. You just want to see it." Defendant told KC to leave and said they were done. On the same day, KC again stated, "It's so uffed up that you can't even apologize for the things you do. You've never apologized for treating me bad. Pulling a gun out on me like this is cool for you, but you want me to go do stuff for you? You talking about you don't want me, shit you got going on, but you gonna pull a gun out on me and my child though, right?" Defendant responded on 6-0, "Yeah, you don't get it. I don't give a uff. I don't. On 6-0 Crip." And remember, this is all on wiretap phone call recordings. This is how he's talking to his baby mama. It's got bullet point B. It says firearms and ammunitions are recovered from defendant's home. It said, following the above mentioned calls, law enforcement obtained search warrants for the defendant's home, car, and person. Inside his home, law enforcement found the 3 firearms and ammunition listed in count 2 of the indictment. They found a .380 caliber pistol, a 9mm caliber pistol, and a .556 45 caliber assault rifle style firearm with over 125 rounds of ammunition.
This nigga was bugging, bro. All these rounds in his crib. I could see you got a magazine for each gun you got. Like, don't have a gun if you're not gonna have a magazine loaded for it. But other than that, come on, bro.
Defendant tried to drop some of the firearms and ammunition from his balcony into the courtyard of his apartment complex.
Oh, he tried to be slick. That boy threw it out the window. Defendant tried to drop some of the firearms and ammunition from his balcony. Nigga, you thought they wasn't looking out all your windows?
Some of the firearms and ammunition from his balcony into the courtyard of his apartment complex, just as he had previously stated that he would do on another intercepted call. It's got bullet point C. It says defendant is recorded on intercepted calls, making other admissions. Throughout the remaining period of the wiretaps, defendant made countless assertions or threats pertaining to violent conduct and weapon possession. For example, on February 20th, 2023, defendant stated that he did not respect the elders in the gang and would pop anyone that was.
See, he said he'll pop anyone in the gang.
Was on 6-0. On March 6, 2023, defendant was on the phone call with his mother and found the mother of his child outside of his house. He told his mom that the mother of his child was in gangland and wanted to expire early. Defendant asked the mother of his child if she wanted to die in front of her son on 6-0 as defendant.
Oh, this is what he said to his baby moms while his mother's on the phone. This is how he talked in front of his moms.
His mother screamed at him to stop because he may be being recorded. Damn.
See, even mama know. Chill out. You might be being recorded. Mama should have been telling you chill out anyway, though, because, nigga, that's not being a good man. Why you talking to your baby moms like that? Why you threatening your baby moms?
Even his mama knew he was on wiretap. On March 6, 2023, defendant told KC that the police were acting stupid and that he was tired of doing what they told him to. And
that's what everybody's talking about. What Bricc Baby said, I'm tired of doing what they tell me to do. Niggas don't know what that means. Like, what does that mean? Is you telling or what?
He was ready to shoot the mother of his child. Later that day, defendant told another unidentified male that he can kill the mother of his child, and he put that on 6-0. There's some interesting wording right there. It says that Bricc Baby told his baby mama, KC, that the police were acting stupid and that he was tired of doing what they told him to do. I don't know what that means, man, but that kind of sounds like somebody might be working. Anyways, it goes on. It says on March 28, 2023, defendant said that he would body slam the mother of his child on her neck and to stop playing with him. In
Bro, like, why is you even threatening your baby moms like that?
the same call, defendant discussed how it felt to kill someone and have to go to school and play basketball the next day.
That's crazy. Like, that's crazy. How it feel to... Why would you even talk about that over the phone?
Point D, defendant continues to threaten violence and carry firearms. In addition to the intercepted calls online, defendant continued to threaten violence, carry firearms, and...
That's what I said as well. If he was working, why is he in jail and why is he denied bond? I'll be saying the same thing. Maybe she had her hands on him, Jimmy. I don't know. They on the phone though, bro. This is a wiretap phone call conversation, bro.
Discuss both. For example, in March 2024, defendant quote unquote crashed out at his place of employment, threatening to shoot people and eventually fighting a security guard. Defendant later admitted in separate interviews that he had a firearm on him during the altercation and that he brought his daughter with him to the studio that day. And they got this picture of Bricc Baby standing up, you know, while he was crashing out. It says in June 2024, defendant argued over the phone with an individual and claimed that he had killed more people than the other had fought. Defendant stated,
Bro, I knew they was gonna take that quote. I got more bodies than you got squabbles. I knew they was gonna catch that.
That he swore it to be true on his 4 babies, which
Right.
he repeated many times. And
Literally, bro, they literally speaking about everything I put in my last video.
in later attempting to downplay this claim, defendant stated that even if he had one murder, that would be more than the other person had fights. And right here, they're talking about when Bricc Baby told Luce Cannons, I got more murders in the hood than you got squabbles.
I got more murders than you got squabbles in the hood, homies. Yeah, those than you got squabbles in the set. On the hood. Hey, I got. Can you give us like at least 2 names from your put on and what block? I ain't never seen you at no meeting at Hyde Park, Horace Mann, or at 54th. When did you get put on? When did you get put on? I got put on in 2002. I got put out in 2002, Eileen Street at June House. What's up? Yeah, dead homie. So when you get put on?
No, you haven't, bro. You been in
man, cuz Billy was a part of my put on. Dave was a part of my put on. Oh, the dead homies. My first name was Baby Wild. He's an Izzy turned East Coast. That was the 3rd squabble. Who did you squabble, gang?
Everybody.
Who? You didn't squabble everybody. You would have went home stuff.
Shut your butt.
You didn't. Hey, you come up here with 30. None of them was from 60s.
You ain't.
I got more murders than you got squabbles in the hood, homies. Yeah.
All right, on bullet point E, it says defendant is charged with repeatedly possessing a firearm and ammunition despite numerous felony convictions. It says defendant is now charged with multiple counts of possessing firearms and ammunition, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. 922. The first charge stems from the defendant shooting 3 bullets into a business parking lot in July of 2022.
So yeah, Bricc Baby allegedly had to throw some shots at some niggas that was trying to rob him in 2022. But even though he was defending himself, he's a felon who's not supposed to have a gun, and he discharged a weapon. So that's going to smack him, for sure. 88 said, Bricc is a pillhead, a real scumbag in general, in my opinion, dirtbag. Bro, listen, I ain't even going to lie to you, man. He is seeming like a scumbag. I ain't going to front. And I rock with Bricc Baby. I know a lot of niggas like Bricc Baby, but I will say a lot of them niggas who be pillheads, who be on, you know what I mean, whatever, you know what I mean, just doing all type of drugs, gang banging, always getting locked up, always doing shit like that. It be hard on their wives, bro. Most of their girls don't stay with them forever, because, nigga, it's like, what are you doing? You literally watching this nigga fail. Why would you keep following him fail? You know what I mean? But at the same time, it did look like Bricc Baby was trying to get his shit together, podcasting and everything, but he couldn't separate being a podcaster and street shit.
To ward off would-be robbers. The second charge...
Hell no. Adam gonna just find new gangbangers for his platform, brother.
involves all the firearms and ammunition found at his home in June 2023. Both of these charges followed 5 felony convictions from 2010, 12, 14, 16, and 20 respectively. Damn, Bricc Baby is getting arrested and charged every 2 years for the last decade. It says, respectively, while the pretrial services report includes a longer criminal history with out-of-state convictions. Bullet point F, the morning of defendant's instant arrest, he had an unsecured firearm and ammunition in reach of his young child. On March 19, 2025, law enforcement arrested the defendant on the felon in possession charges in the indictment at his residence.
Bro, how many guns can he get caught with and still be walking around on the street, brother? Bro, how many guns can you get caught with and still be walking around on the street? This is mad guns, yo. We talking about like 6 guns already.
In Gardena, California with his significant other and young child. Agents found a Glock 26 firearm and a 17-round Glock magazine with 16 rounds of 9mm ammunition, as well as another magazine with 16 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Defendant kept all of that unsecured despite residing with his significant other and a child he had already threatened with a firearm before, despite being arrested with all of the firearms and ammunitions at his residence in June 2023, despite his many felony convictions prohibiting him from possessing firearms or ammunition, and despite California Penal Code 32310 prohibiting possession of large capacity magazines. Bullet point G, defendant's criminal history is full of violence and supervision violations. As shown in the pretrial services report and the indictment itself, defendant's multiple firearm and ammunition possession charges in this case are far from the defendant's first crimes. Number 1, in 2006, there was a narcotics and obstruction of law enforcement charge. Almost 20 years ago, defendant earned his first felony from a narcotics distribution conviction, while he also was charged with willful obstruction of law enforcement officers by use of threats or violence. He was sentenced to 10 years probation and given a second chance with community service and schooling conditions. Incident number 2, in 2010, reckless evading involved.
Look, schooling conditions. They sent that nigga out of jail, back to school, and allegedly the nigga caught a body while he playing basketball in school. You hear the nigga? You know how it feel to catch a body and then go play basketball for your school the next day?
Assault with a deadly weapon. In 2010, defendant's criminal charges escalated with the charge for assault with a deadly weapon with great bodily injury likely and a conviction for evading a peace officer with disregard for safety. Defendant was sentenced to 365 days in jail and 3 years of probation, a violation of which resulted in 2 years of confinement. According to the certified conviction records and police reports for the original crime, police saw a S worker enter the defendant's car. And defendant...
What? Nigga, Bricc was out here buying box? Bricc was out here buying solicit box?
Then sped off upon seeing police. Defendant led police on a high-speed chase through stop signs and red lights. At some point, defendant pushed the female out of the moving vehicle.
I thought it was the brick, not the trick. Nah, this don't sound like that, brother. This don't sound like that, brother. This don't sound like he was pimping.
Off upon seeing police.
Like
defendant led police on a high-speed chase through stop signs and red lights. At some point, defendant pushed the female out of the moving vehicle. The victim landed on her face and defendant ran over her thigh with his car. The victim later stated that she...
Nigga ran over the girl thigh with the car?
Asked to be let out multiple times, but Bricc Baby refused until he later threw her out of the car.
Nah, this nigga a menace, gang. How did he even get out on this shit? How did he get out on this shit?
Victim also stated that the defendant said he had something he needed to get rid of during the chase and threw a handgun out of the window. The third incident, 2012 to 2014 narcotics convictions. Upon his release in 2012, defendant was arrested for transportation of a controlled substance and ultimately sentenced to 365 days in jail and another 3 years of probation. That probation was later revoked after the defendant admitted to violating it. 5 months after that arrest, but before that sentence, he was arrested for the same same crime in Nevada and ultimately was sentenced to 4 years of probation. In 2013, he was arrested for and by 2014 convicted of possession of a controlled substance. Defendant later received misdemeanor relief for that conviction, but he thereafter violated his probation again. Incident number 4, 2016 criminal threats conviction. On August 2nd, 2016, defendant was convicted of criminal threats and sentenced to 2 years in state prison, although he was given yet another opportunity.
Bro, he already been arrested for criminal threats. And the nigga still out here on a podcast making criminal death threats.
With the suspension of the execution of that sentence and 3 years formal probation. He violated that probation multiple times, even receiving a no bail bench warrant for his failure to appear for a violation hearing. Incident number 5, 2020 robbery conviction. On October 7, 2020, defendant was convicted of robbery and sentenced to 6 years imprisonment. This arrest also led to a high-speed chase and barricade incident that defendant glamorized in his music. And they've got a screenshot of Bricc Baby's music video behind the gate where he included footage from the news. It says incident number 6, misdemeanor arrest and other conduct. It says as a juvenile, defendant was charged with carrying a concealed weapon, robbery, and minor in possession of a weapon. He has further arrest for narcotic sales, many failure to appear in multiple states, obstruction, multiple felony and possession charges, false statements, flight, assault with a deadly weapon, multiple fugitive from justice warrants, inflicting corporal injury on a spouse, criminal threats, and multiple robberies. Defendant also has misdemeanor convictions and an infraction involving arrest for taking a vehicle without consent, driving on a suspended license, and domestic violence. Number 7, defendant's fraud crimes. Defendant's crimes do
See, he got a history of domestic violence.
not pertain only to violence and weapon possession though. Defendant is currently under investigation for fraudulently applying for FEMA benefits by claiming to be a renter of a property in Pasadena, California.
You're King Cash. Welcome to the chat, brother. How you feeling? We knew Bricc wasn't getting out on bond. He was getting too comfortable. But Luce got depressed. Facts.
Destroyed in the Eaton fire in January 2020. Moreover, in his digital devices seized during his previous arrest, defendant was in possession of multiple social security numbers, addresses, and other personal identifying information that he
So he was out here smacking shit. Nigga, Bricc Baby out here committing fraud, shooting niggas, robbing niggas, gang banging, just bugging.
he had bought on WhatsApp. Defendant
Threatening this chick, pulling out the rifle on shorty.
even had a photograph of a driver's license with his photograph, but a different name, address, and state. My God, it says bullet point H, defendant was
Nigga walk around with glass.
detained based on a risk of flight and danger. On March 19, 2025, this court ordered defendant to be detained pending trial based on risk of non-appearance and danger to the community. This court found detention to be appropriate based on 1, the defendant's history and characteristics, including his criminal record of fugitive arrest and violating probation and parole conditions, as well as insufficient bail resources, and 2, defendant's safety risk due to the nature and seriousness of the instant charges and his criminal history, which include numerous convictions, some of which were violent. Number 3, argument A, legal standards for pretrial detention. A defendant must be detained pending trial where no condition or combination of conditions will reasonably assure the appearance of the person as required and the safety of any other person in the community. The detention is thus appropriate for a defendant who is either a danger to the community or a flight risk. They
saying he a danger to his own home.
In state, this case, United States versus Matamidi, it says the Bail Reform Act mandates an individual evaluation guided by the factors articulated in 3142, United States versus Diaz Hernandez. Those factors are the nature and circumstances of the offense charged, including whether the offense is a crime of violence. 2, the weight of the evidence against the defendant. 3, the defendant's character, physical and mental condition, family and community ties, past conduct, history relating to drug or alcohol abuse, criminal history, and 4, the nature and seriousness of the danger to any person or the community that would be posed by the defendant's released. They cite another case, United States versus Windsor. It says defendant should remain detained. All of the 3142 factors justify ordering defendant to remain detained pending trial. It says 1, nature and circumstances of the offenses. The nature and circumstances of the defendant's offenses unequivocally weigh in favor of detention. Defendant's offenses, which are possessing multiple firearms on multiple multiple occasions and over 125 rounds of ammunition, some of which he fired, are serious. The fact that defendant fired at would-be robbers in a business parking lot and less than a year later was found with firearms after purportedly pointing them.
But think about it though. He was about to get robbed. Like the nigga, if he didn't up the blick, he might either got killed or got robbed. Like, I mean, I'm not, obviously he a felon, so I get it, but come on, man. Bricc, go ahead and take the plea for 8 because they about to try to sit him down for 20. Yeah, man. Hopefully he could take a plea for 8.
Them at his partner and child only confirmed that the defendant should not be possessing firearms, not to mention his multiple prior felony convictions, each of which alone prohibit him from possessing firearms in the first place. His continued possession of another firearm and even more ammunition at home with his child during his latest arrest only further corroborates the need for his detention. Moreover, defendant faces a statutory maximum of 15 years for each count.
Damn, 15 years for each count?
As currently charged due to defendant's extensive criminal history and with enhancements for the type and number of firearms and obstruction of justice, defendant faces a likely guideline range of 92 to 115 months imprisonment based on a total offense level of 21. And for those
So that's like 7 to 9 years, 7 to 9 and a
those
half.
who don't want to do the math, 92 months is 7.5 years. 115 months is 9.5 years. That's what he's looking at based on these charges that he got. They've got the charges listed: base level offense, 23 firearms plus 2 obstruction plus 2, making the total level of his offense a 24. The severity of the potential penalties involved augments defendant's risk of non-appearance. So they're saying because of what he's being charged with and the sentence that he's facing, and based on the fact that he has skipped out on court dates in the past, it's likely if they release him that he will skip out on this court date as well.
Yeah.
It says, as courts have recognized, such a lengthy sentence provides significant incentive to flee, and given defendant's criminal history and category, he is facing a guideline sentence of nearly 10 years. They cite another case where somebody had done that exact thing, fled because they were facing a long sentence. It says defendant's previous evading and flight from law enforcement, as well as his repeated fugitive arrest, failures to appear, and parole violations confirm the same. And so
Wow, that's crazy though. He not even that bad. Oh, I mean, it's bad, but they could have hit him. They said each of the accounts that he's accused of carries a 20-year sentence, and they talking about they only plan on keeping him in prison for like 9-10 years. So that's actually a blessing right there. But obviously he's gonna try to knock that down lower.
the nature and circumstances of defendant's offenses demonstrate that he is a risk of both danger and non-appearance. Number 2, weight of the evidence. The evidence that defendant committed the
We about to check his girl out. We gonna hear what Luce girl talking about after hearing the news.
charged offenses is overwhelming and cannot be ignored in assessing defendant's risk of danger and non-appearance in this case. Defendant was captured on audio recordings discussing firearms and other crimes for months. When his home was searched, those firearms were recovered. Defendant was previously captured on surveillance footage where shell casings were later recovered at the defendant's location in the video, showing that he fired them. Evidence of defendant's continued possession of firearms
So they got him on CCTV.
is likewise powerful, including the night before his arrest on the podcast video as found in his home during the arrest. All the evidence in this case conclusively shows defendant's continued possession of firearms and use of those prohibited firearms. Accordingly, the weight of the evidence, which this court shall consider under 18 U.S.C. 3142, favors defendant's continued detention. It's got number 3, history and characteristic of defendant. It says defendant's history and characteristics also favor detention. Indeed, defendant's involvement in multiple violent offenses renders him partially dangerous to the community. The evidence of his violence and threats of violence is all exacerbated by defendant's apparent continued access to firearms as detailed above. The recordings of defendant discussing uncharged conduct cast his already damning criminal history in an even more troubling light. Defendant's many convictions, along with his recent involvement in these firearm offenses, further establish the danger he possesses to the community if he is released. Additionally, defendant's headlong flight from law enforcement on multiple occasions and countless supervision violations only reinforces his dangerousness and his incompatibility with pretrial release.
Bro, it's over, bro. I ain't gonna lie. They just slam Bricc shit, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you, brother. It's not looking good. And there's even more in this paperwork that, like, it's just so much to go through. I'm sure dude couldn't even get to everything. Shout out to KB Goes Live though. Make sure y'all go show him some love. KB Goes Live. Let me like the video. Make sure I comment. Yeah, man, gotta show love. That was dope. It's a dope breakdown. Let's see. Whack 100 talk. Whack 100. Bricc Baby talk speaks on Bricc Baby cooperation.
With another video, I want to give a double salute to. He been told y'all. Bricc Baby been telling. It is interesting.
Who paperwork now?
Oh, Bricc Baby been telling.
Oh,
That shit bad work.
Now Whack 100 back to saying Bricc Baby telling.
That's the ugliest line I've seen in paperwork yet.
I'm tired of doing what they want me to do.
I said, oh, that's ugly.
That's the line.
This nigga, he threatening to kill his baby mama like 50 times, so they been on him. This nigga said, on March 6, 2023, defendant told KC that the police was acting stupid, that he was tired of doing what they told him to do. Bad work. That's bad work. Nigga, what you talking? What they been telling you what to do?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I just like, what have they been telling you to do?
Talking to his baby mama, just like, who gonna get out?
Luce and Bricc.
Nah, not about reading Bricc paperwork. I just read Bricc paperwork. He ain't.
I just read his paperwork. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, they got all the stuff about the shit that he said at No Jumper in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they even got when he crashed out on me when he said he putting Kill Squad in the street.
Yep.
They got the picture and everything.
Oh God.
What does that even mean? This nigga Bricc Baby.
Bro, nah, I don't want to hear that. Yeah. They don't give a fuck what you say. They running with it.
Yeah, it seemed like
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Meek them ain't never made no report. And Meek then came out and denied the shit. You know what I'm saying? But even if they're not charging you with it, they using it against you to keep you from like bailing out and shit like that.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
And had said, he was like, yo, you got picked up by the feds, right? He's like, yeah. He was like,
blackmailing you with the video.
Yeah, he was like, Big, you got picked up.
I ain't gonna lie, they did say that they got a video. I mean, Whack 100 been saying that Big U is blackmailing Bricc Baby with a video. Now, I don't know, man. I don't know how that worked. How the video, if that's true, that Big U is blackmailing Bricc Baby with that video of him shooting in the parking lot.
Picked up by the feds too, right? He was like, yeah. He's like, you know, they picked me up too. He was like, yeah. So I don't know, bro. That shit was like, I'm like, damn, I didn't even know this shit.
Crazy shit out there. How did that go?
Alright, Whack 100 ain't saying nothing. He just, Whack 100 be, I ain't gonna lie, man. He be speculating a lot. A lot of this shit be speculation with Whack 100. Shout out to Whack though. Alright, let's see. Big U, rolling 60s, going to trial. Let's see what Seti Nash got. What info Seti Nash got on this situation, y'all. Let's type in. Shout out to Seti.
And not giving back. If you can go to the club and spend $80,000 on bottles, and you can spend $10,000 to go in the club, but you haven't done nothing to help the neighborhood. You know, this young man just gave out 500 pair of tennis shoes, and he about to give out another 500 pair of tennis shoes.
So, Big U said, take this to motherfucking trial.
Executive and alleged LA gang leader Eugene Henley Jr. is heading to trial. Last month, he was named in a 43-county federal indictment, and this afternoon, he pleaded not guilty during his arraignment. Prosecutors accuse Henley of running a criminal enterprise involving murder, human trafficking, robbery, and extortion. They also say Henley, known as Big U, has ties to the notorious Rollin' 60s neighborhood Crips street gang. His trial is scheduled for May 20th.
Hey, yo, you.
So you subscribe.
So understand this. He said, F it. We going to trial, and they going to trial next month, which means the feds have been waiting on this, bruh. Now, what could happen? Because of discovery and everything, they could file an extension, like what Lil Durk did. You know, with Lil Durk, his trial was supposed to already have happened, but they dropped like 3 terabytes of information on them within 2 weeks of the trial. That's how the feds do. They get it dirty. They do it dirty every single time. And when you dirty it up, that's how you win. So with that, I'm just going to put it this way. Don't be surprised if you see Big U's attorney file a motion to basically extend the trial to, you know, figure out everything that's in the discovery.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. If he's smart, you're going to try to push that shit back. They got so much evidence piled up on y'all right now, man. Let's see what's up with Sharice Mills, man. We gotta, we gotta watch her video tap in, but we gotta like do it a certain way because she's trying to take niggas' channels down. I heard. What's that joint, man? Sharice Mills. Let's see, Loose Cannon, Sharice Mills. Oh, that she posted a short. What's this? Sharice Mills reports live at Loose Cannon court appearance. Oh, so she went there. That's what's up. I figured she would. She hadn't been popping out, but I figured she would, though.
All rights to the contents posted on this YouTube channel, including videos, images, and audio, are reserved solely to the owners, Sharice Mills and... Oh my gosh.
Exactly.
You know?
That's exactly. Yeah.
Call Kirsten and see how Bricc Baby's hearing went. Just another hurt did not get... So, Loose Cannon did not get bail. It's okay. We're not gonna, you know, let this get to us. Just another hurdle that we gotta get through. But, you know, our lawyer is confident that we'll get another shot and we'll get Cannon out. Free Loose Cannon. I'm about to call Kirsten and see how Bricc Baby's hearing went.
She calling Bricc Baby moms.
Hey, girl. How did it go? How did it go?
No, they didn't let him without file appeal and everything.
Shit, they didn't let Cannon out either. It was crazy.
No.
It's like they're trying to make an example out of them. It's crazy.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Man.
It was sad. I'm just,
I know. Me too, girl. Me too. You know, and I could see, you know, he looked so disappointed. I'm not even gonna lie. He really thought he had a good shot. You know, it's just.
Yeah, we had Gary Levine, all that. We're like, it's not right. It was like over 400,000 in equity. Like, they being assholes. Like, this shit is crazy.
Yeah. They're taking what was said on podcasts so literal.
Exactly. I'm like, y'all, he talked it not like that. And I'm not trying to excuse it if his behavior makes it okay, but my husband talks shit, that's all he do.
I know.
Like,
my husband too. My husband talks
shit to me. But that ain't y'all business, how we run our fucking relationship. That ain't nobody's fucking business. And y'all should be able to use none of that against anybody in this situation.
Exactly. Because when I read the doc that was going around on the internet, I'm like, why are they using what you guys how you guys are in privacy for his related to his gun charges? Like,
that got nothing to do with that. I've been dealing with Bricc since
he
I was
pointed
18.
a gun at her.
Do something with me, something would have been happened to me. Not like that, but like, come on, y'all know y'all. He just talks shit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying it's acceptable for that. None of y'all's fucking business either.
Right.
The fuck?
The same thing I was saying in regards to Cannon's background too. It's just like, yo, you know, y'all holding him accountable for things that he already is dealing with or have dealt with, or things that was dismissed. Like, you know,
exactly.
It's like, how can you hold someone accountable when they have no actual charge or nothing on them? It's so ridiculous. And even things that, you know, had no police report, no nothing, they're trying to use, you know, incidents that have nothing related to this RICO as evidence for him, you know. And it's just like, really, you know, he talked a lot of crap for entertainment, but it's not like he really was gonna go do something to nobody. Like, look
what they trying to say about Bricc.
He did something to people in the parking lot.
Cannon and Bricc. You know, Cannon and Bricc talk so much crap, and when they see each other, it's all good.
Exactly. Like, y'all can't take this internet shit too serious, and they are.
Yes, girl. Yeah.
None of this should be taken literal, but Of course, that's good.
Girl, I'm so sick to my stomach. I'm so sick to my stomach. Let's go. Did my phone just die? My phone just died.
Nah, facts. The stuff he talked about lined up with the evidence, facts. But then I ain't gonna lie, that gotta be embarrassing as hell for Bricc baby moms, bro. Bricc baby moms is all like her personal conversations with Bricc and the stuff that they transgressions that they going through all out there in the public, and she still gotta stand strong and defend the man. Like while it looked like she a victim. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, that's tough, bro. That is tough. Look, she sound frustrated.
Girl, I'm so you know, Cannon and Bricc talk so much no police report is dealing with her.
That, but like, come on, y'all. That got nothing to do with that.
Going around on the internet, I'm like, why are they using what you guys how you guys are in privacy for his related to his gun charges? Like,
that got nothing to do with that. I've been dealing with Bricc since I was 18. If he wants to do something with me, something would have been happened to me. Not like that, but like, come on, y'all know y'all. He just talk shit.
Yeah, bro, like she gotta defend it. He said, you really on this baby mama thing, eh? She sounds frustrated that everyone's in her business. Cough, cough. Yeah, she is frustrated that everybody's in her business for sure. But yeah, I am on the baby mama thing, bro, because I ain't gonna lie, that's a good grade of character. That tells me your character, bro. You pulling out guns on your wifey. Like a lot of this street shit, that niggas do in the streets, I can't really judge them on because I might have done things in the past that niggas could judge me on. You feel me? Like, I done been desperate for money as a young nigga and just doing dumb shit in the street. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna get into details, but doing shit that ain't plausible. So therefore, I don't judge them on, even though these niggas is grown men, they should have stopped doing these type of things a long time ago. Like, you supposed to figure out life early on and get it together. But at the same time, it's like a lot of the shit that they guilty of with the street shit is shit that a lot of niggas do. A lot of niggas is doing that out here. That's how a lot of niggas make money. The extortion, the robbery, beating niggas up, shooting at niggas. Like, I know I'm from the projects, bro. I know a lot of niggas that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was my life at one point in time, a long time ago. You feel me? So, therefore, it's hard for me to really judge a man and be like, damn, fuck him, throw his life away over shit like that. Because I know niggas be going through shit, transgressions and shit. But pulling out a blicky on your baby moms, to me, it just tells me your character OD. Like, it's a super duper duper, like, zoom in on the type of character you are type shit. Like, what you willing to do, for me at least.
did my phone just die? My phone just died.
All right, let's see. Let's get back on that call, girl. Get back on that call.
Hey, girl, sorry, my phone had died earlier.
Let's see what the comments saying.
Where you at?
I just got out here, so I'm just waiting to see if he calls before I head back to see if I can like arrange some shit. I don't know how the visitation stuff works out here. You know, I just want to try to figure that out.
They gotta send us the visitation forms. It's a whole process. It's so irritating. We gotta get basically background check approved, like as if work or some shit like that.
Yeah.
They gotta I gotta tell Bricc too, because they have to send it to us directly.
And how do they send it? Like,
let's read the comments, bro. The comments say she using this dude in real time. To think he would get bail with the amount of clout chasing y'all doing is insane. I bet the content stopped once he get life and he get the attention he wanted. Thirsty sitch, them clouds got you delusional. I'm sorry, but no real woman would ever actively record conversations with her husband on an open Fed case and upload them for YouTube. This got to be the dumbest box of rocks ever. Wow. To all women watching this, please don't exploit your man like this. This man's life is on the line. He playing tough to keep an image while in jail. They complaining about evidence, but still giving them content is wild. That's true. They said they don't like her, right? Nah, the comments be going crazy on her. You right. The comments do not like her, bro. You ain't never lie. But all right, let's see. Well, let's hit the homepage on this one and see if we got any updates on the Bricc baby Sitchy. If not, we're going to switch the topics and get into some other stuff because it is other stuff going on in life. Oh, shit.
This is information.
Bricc baby and Luce Cannon got really bad news in court.
You're not going to get from anywhere else.
Shout out to Flacco. Let's see what he's talking about.
I spoke directly to Bricc baby and Luce Cannon about 30 minutes ago. I spoke directly to somebody who was in the courtroom who don't like Luce Cannon and Bricc Baby. So you're going to have the other side of that. And I also spoke to a courtroom reporter who was also there as well, who's unbiased. So we got the real, unfiltered, true story of exactly what took place today at Bricc Baby's court hearing and at Luce Cannon court hearing. On April,
shout out to Flacco, man. Shout out to Flacco with an exclusive.
April 7th, Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon will call into the No Jumper show where they will tell the fans that they are coming home April 9th. That's because they had a bond hearing that Wednesday and they both anticipated being released. The reason that they were going to be home on April 9th, the Wednesday, was because both these dudes have put together pretty strong bond packages. Bricc Baby in particular, his mom put up a multi-million-dollar property. So they for sure thought, I mean, even if you give him $1 million bond, he going to be home the same day. So they for sure thought the judge would have considered giving them bonds. It didn't turn out like that, bruh. All right, I'm not even going to extend this or try to make you guys wait for the answer. They both were denied bond. They both got denied for similar reasons. Prior criminal history, they both have an extensive rap sheet, and their conduct ever since the investigation started. The court will point to them not being 100% confident that Bricc Baby or Luce Cannon won't interfere with the court process if they are able to go home and fight this case from home. They would also point to they believe that they're both a threat to society, right? Especially for Bricc Baby. They point to how Bricc Baby had a firearm on his hip live on No Jumper a day before his arrest. So they believe that if you weren't acting right, while knowing there was an ongoing investigation a day before your arrest, then what makes us think that you will act right if we release you? So both got denied. Now, this don't stop them for reapplying for bond, but right now, they were both denied by the judge. Now, Bricc Baby court hearing went without incident. He came, it was pretty smoothly. Luce Cannon, on the other hand, has some drama going on, and we're going to discuss it, okay? Now, because I want to give you guys both sides, all right, the pro Luce Cannon side,
right? 88, Bricc Baby Mama was the brick lady, so she got them bags.
And the anti Luce Cannon side, we're gonna do a dual video. So it's gonna be me and 600 essentially telling a similar story, but from different perspectives.
Whatever. Besides the point, he looked bad. He looked stressed out. Eddie Boy in the courtroom. Eddie Boy by himself. Luce Cannon come in his spot and look like Ghost, like, man, what Eddie Boy doing here? Oh, cuz, neighborhood crib. Eddie Boy just sitting there. Ain't paying due no mind. So they all the lawyers look over Eddie Boy like, what?
The guy on your right is Eddie Boy. Now, Eddie Boy is an OG from the 60s. He's a really reputable dude, solid dude with a lot of integrity, man. Eddie Boy still owes me boxing lessons, man. You feel me? We lost contact. But yeah, all hell broke loose. I'm not wrong. So Eddie Boy. But Eddie Boy was in court. Now, Eddie Boy and Luce Cannon don't necessarily get along. So when Luce Cannon got to court, that's when all hell broke loose. I'm not going to cap because me and Luce Cannon is cool. I'm going to tell you guys the truth. Luce Cannon got to court and Luce Cannon said, why is Eddie Boy here? I don't F with him on neighborhood crib.
Yo.
In front of the people.
Nigga said that in court.
While still fighting Arica. Listen, you can call Luce Cannon whatever you want, bro, but you cannot say that man ain't authentic.
He's slow. He's slow, bro. He not know what he do.
Court of law. While fighting a gang indictment, a gang RICO, you walk in court and say, bro, why am I up here? I don't F with him on neighborhood crib. Oh my God.
That's crazy.
So that story is true. Now, when that happened, the officers of the courts, they got involved. And they told Luce Cannon, yo, he could be here as long as he's not disruptive. This is open to the public. So when enough people got involved, Luce Cannon thought it would be better to just remain quiet. So that's what he did.
It's only his wife. Well, I guess they're not technically married, but his girl.
He wanted to I guess they're not technically married. You know, he throwing shade.
Some other girl, she was with Eddie Boy. Nobody in the courtroom. So, now let's get into what's going on. The prosecutor...
Nigga, make the video without eating.
He was giving him his charges, previous crimes, or why to deny his bail. Do you know what snitching he said in court? I didn't do those cases I went to jail for. My brother did those crimes.
You lying.
You snitching on your brother, snitching on your brother. You went to jail for him, bro.
What? The nigga Luce Cannon said what?
Do those cases I went to jail for. My brother did those crimes. You snitching on your brother, snitching on your brother. You went to jail for him, bro. We're like, damn.
600 is telling a story from Eddie Boy's perspective. So this is what I've gathered from talking to all sides and all parties, including a courtroom reporter. So apparently what took place was they were bringing up Luce Cannon's past charges, right? Past convictions, past charges, things that he was arrested for. And they were bringing this up to establish a life of crime and to establish why Luce Cannon don't deserve to be out of bond because he's a risk to society.
Mm-hmm.
So when they're bringing up charges, they brought up a bunch of charges, bro. I'm talking like damn near like 40 plus.
40 charges?
And Luce Cannon is looking and he's like, I ain't go to jail for that. I ain't go to jail for that. I ain't go to jail for that. But that's not me. So what Luce Cannon figured out was some of the things that they were saying he got arrested for or went to jail for was actually his brother charges. So Luce Cannon and his brother are twins, born on the same day. Damn near got the same exact name. It's just one letter off. Termaine and Germaine. All right. So it's the same name.
How do you mess that up though?
Well, damn near the same name, you know, like
no,
same birthday.
Tur.
So it's unclear how they made this error or the clerical error, but they just did like a soft pull and showed up with the crimes, you know, with the past convictions. And Luce Cannon say, no, that's not my crimes, but like,
right.
I didn't go to jail for that. My brother went to jail for that, not me. So now again, I'm not from the streets.
I ain't gonna lie, he shouldn't have said my brother did that, not me, but he could have said, yo, y'all need to double check that. Y'all need to double check that. That sounds like one of my relatives' crimes. That ain't me. I would maybe not snitch on your brother directly, but you're not even snitching. These are crimes he already got convicted of. You just correcting him for real. You're not even snitching.
So I can't consider that snitching. Well, listen, there's very few things that I consider snitching outside of black and white signed statement, I'm testifying. But that's why 600 is saying this is snitching. But Luce Cannon perspective is, I'm in court for a bond hearing. You're trying to make an argument that I'm a menace to society. You can't make that argument bringing up cases that don't belong to me.
It's facts. You can't.
So that's why Luce Cannon brought up his brother.
Then he say, Eddie Boy in here trying to get some content. When he said that, the police came over to Eddie Boy and asked him, is he recording? He sent the police on him. He crashed out over there, man. He was mad. He was like, man, I wish I could record and told you what they doing, man. Oh, they used, and they brought up the no jumper fight. He's in trouble.
Eddie Boy was escorted out of the court briefly. Now, from Luce Cannon perspective, he never said, hey, yo, Eddie Boy here for content. He's running content on me. No. Luce Cannon would say that his lawyer would make an observation. Rather the observation was correct or incorrect, she made an observation. And in that observation, she believed that Eddie Boy was on his phone. So she took measures to try to protect Luce Cannon, and she wrote like a letter, very discreetly, and handed it over to the judge. And when the judge read it, the judge ordered the officer to walk Eddie Boy out to see if he was recording. Eddie Boy wasn't recording, so he was able to return back into the courtroom.
They use all that online stuff he been doing, bro.
Nah, I agree. He one of my least favorite characters as well, bro. I don't even count him in the characters. Like, he just aside. Like, he be there sometime. He man contradicting. He gangster, but he telling, I don't know.
They using that. They don't want to let him out because he's saying he's an enforcer and what he'd do and talking about people's family. They also asked Eddie Boy, would Eddie Boy like to press charges on Luce Cannon for talking about his family? Eddie Boy said, no, I don't need to. And then they said he's lying, causing confusion about violence, lying about fights in the jail. And there was never no fight, which we knew that, but I wasn't going to speak on it because I didn't technically have the proof. But now when the prosecutors say it, you're lying, it was no fights. Now we can talk about it. So, Luce Cannon is just known to be a liar, bro. You feel me? He's not no rolling 60. Never was, never was, never will be, right?
Luce Cannon and his wife would say this never happened, and they would say this is not true. Now, I can only let you guys know what I've heard. So I spoke to Luce Cannon. I spoke to others. Now, they didn't really tell me about that particular part. What they told me was that the fight that took place outside of No Jumper, that was brought up. And they brought up that particular thing because they believe that shows Luce Cannon's character. Booty on concrete, got robbed. So they brought that up. And they have everything on surveillance. And yeah, they might plan on charging him with that. Who knows? But they brought that up to prove that Luce Cannon should not be let back into society because he's a violent person.
But what did they do about the fact that they brought up charges that didn't belong to him? What did they do about that? Did they go review it and be like, okay, let's toss these because that didn't have nothing to do with him. That was his brother. Like, I hope they did.
Didn't hear anything about them saying that Luce Cannon is lying about the jail fights. I didn't hear that. I'm being honest.
It was never no video of him FaceTiming Big. A lot of y'all heard of Luce, dude. That's the first time I ever met dude in my life when he said he had that. That's the first time I met dude. And he a year older than me. He never went to school with us. He ain't never played football with us. He ain't never been around with us, hung on the block. I've never seen dude before in my life. And I've been around him for all my life. I ain't been to the pen and been gone for years. I might have went to college for a semester, came back. But I've lived, all my addresses been in the 60s. I had one of them in Inglewood. Most of them, all nine of my addresses been in the 60s, bro.
How many times you moved in?
So,
9 addresses?
I don't know, dude. You know what I'm saying? And he's just known to be a liar. All that stuff he's saying, lying, bro. All that talking and doing, he's lying, bro. You know what's crazy? He lied and talked himself into an indictment. I guess one of those robbers that's in the indictment, somebody made a statement on him about the robbery. No footage, as long as I'm not lying. This dude went on there talking and corroborated a story, an incident that someone already told him about. So, dude, so let this be a message to somebody out here who's online. They're using all that stuff, bro.
If you've been paying attention, Luce Cannon and 600 was once on the same team. Mm-hmm. They were both team exposers. So this entire thing is surreal, and it really shows how fast life comes at you, right?
And where does Whack 100 stand in this?
Luce Cannon and 600 was just really cool. It took about 3 months, and now 600 is calling Luce Cannon a liar and a capper. Life comes at you fast, bro. Yo, really slow, bro, especially if you're...
Yo, Flacco, you capped us. Where's the inside source? You said you had an inside source that you was going to have speaking on here. Where that inside source?
In a life of crime and living fast, bro, try your best to slow down, bro. Now, I can't speak towards what Luce Cannon is lying about or what he's not lying about or whether or not his war stories is true because I wasn't there. I'm not a gangbanger. I don't know nothing regarding gangbanging, okay? So I don't know. But when you look at what's going on, yo, all of Luce Cannon's enemies are from the 60s. That should tell you everything you need to know about gang culture. Gang culture isn't something you seek safe haven in. Gang culture.
All right, Flacco, we don't need your advice. Thank you, though. Let's see what my boy Rick Rock talking about, man. You know we got to get Rick Rock take on it.
You're now watching with some more content. But before we get to the content, like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. About his bond yet, but Luce Cannon bond was definitely denied. That's the word on the streets, on the YouTube streets. I seen a video today with one of the YouTubers saying that he was denied. And it was just a mess in that courtroom. I guess one of his homeboys was sitting up in the courtroom, gathering up information to give back to the YouTube streets. Now, they tried to paint a picture of Luce Cannon, crashing out in the courtroom. I haven't heard anything from his wife. She haven't posted any videos yet, giving detail on what happened in court. But she definitely defended her husband in one of the shorts that she did today and said, my husband is not a snitch. If he was a snitch, he would be out today. Man, it's a cold game how they play.
That ain't even true. The snitches be getting time too. You did too many crimes to not do no time.
With you, man, once they get you in there, like J.O. Felony had a song that said it's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. Once they got you, man, they got you, man. They ain't trying to let you go. This is my theory, what I think. I think that they're going to keep on playing around with these dudes, keep on denying their bail, keep them in there as long as they could, because like I always been saying through this whole little thing, they got the main person that they want.
Big U.
They got the main person that they want. And they say, you know what? These guys had already gave up detail and intel on the internet, whether it was for play or whether it's for real. If we could get them to say some of the stuff that they said in court, who the judge gonna believe, them or who they really want? Now, this is another thing.
So they trying to get him to flip. Of course they trying to get him to flip.
And they also said,
I ain't gonna lie, man. They gonna for sure try to get Luce Cannon to flip, but I ain't gonna lie. Even though he's slow, I think he might be solid. We're gonna see.
On the internet, that some of the clips that have been dropping online was content. And this is what I mean by content. Whether we on here talking about our personal business, real business, making up business, them people is using every single thing. And these are some of the clips that they use in the transcripts, which we seen on Bricc Baby's paperwork earlier. So let's get to this content right here. This is a video, and this is one of the ones that they use in Bricc Baby case. This is Bricc Baby. They using this one from these two guys, man. Cold game. Let's go.
Really need to do? Imagine what would really suck, though. Can I get in just real quick?
Sure, yeah.
So, Luce Cannon, you try to get everybody out the building. Just imagine have to sit across from him every Tuesday.
You don't think Luce is a good podcaster?
Luce sucks. Luce, like,
he's funny though, bro.
But bro,
he is funny. I'm evil. I want to see people die. I want to see bodies
you
drop.
You ain't never killed shit. You from IE somewhere, man. Let's be real. You with the nigga. You did not grow up in a set. You didn't do none of that, and you are living off of.
This is what Bricc made his mistake at. Bricc made his mistake trying to impress everybody that sit in front of his microphone.
True.
Now, y'all see the relationship that they have right now. They cool. They on good terms. But why would you do this? Who was you doing this for? Was you doing it for the people, or was you doing it to be bigger than what you proclaim to be? This is sad work, y'all. I hope y'all listening, and I hope y'all learning.
Of your, he gets an allowance from his. You're not even breaking on that. Like, dude, you can never tell me nothing. You're a big, and you're a is made.
Oh,
you get what I'm saying? Like, wow. Makes all the calls. Do you hear the podcast? She was at academics telling them, no, that's not what it. Like, man, what the fuck up?
I didn't see.
But you was just on.
We know how you talk to your bitch, Bricc, so we know how you talk to yours.
On here, giving her props, her respect, and you was calling her sis a couple of days ago.
Right.
This is the same behavior that they using on him as going at it with his wife, his baby mother, in the allegations that they got against him in these transcripts.
I never heard a nigga.
I didn't see that episode. Is that a good one?
I just seen a clip, and she was she was in that motherfucker. Like, no, it was there. Like, man, I'm on the podcast. So shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Now we know how. Listen, man, Bricc basically corroborating what they say. That's how he talk to his girls.
Made and a was made is insane.
Yeah,
it's not bad. You've been hanging out with him too much.
That's bars.
Switchblade. So he turned into a big babe.
And that's how a bitch is made.
Ooh, look at the trickery on these podcasts. This is part of the game, though. This is part of the game. Else don't care. These two dudes ain't breaking no law. Y'all can't blame them. Do not get on here and blame them. We did enough of that. You got to blame him.
Right.
This guy right here, the black guy. He's the one that's on here feeding everybody what they want to hear. This is what got him twisted.
Yeah,
oh man,
yo, but I gotta say though that so I was supposed to interview Luce on Tuesday. Like, it was supposed to be like way early in the day, like significantly before this, so that we would have time to clear the premises and make sure there was not any overlap between the Bricc man and the Luce guy.
But they not like us.
Okay, but he showed up like 30 deep. To be totally fair,
no 60s.
I don't know where these guys came from. I don't know who most of them were, but that was a little bit of a thing.
There's a lot of people.
You got a new bodyguard.
It made a little bit of a scene. So I had to kind of shut it down on Tuesday, and we had to run it back the next day. We did get it done, so I was happy about that. But yeah, definitely he tried to pull
next
a move.
time, because I know he's going to be a routiner. Ask him who was involved with his put on. Can he give us any names from his put on? Can he give us what block he got put on?
Why do that, man?
Like, he be really wanting information of the hood to be on the podcast. That's Bricc Baby issue. It always been. He's probably telling, but it's so low IQ he doesn't know he telling.
Matter on the podcast, homie. This is podcasting 101 right now on what you YNs bet not do. You better not do this if your ass is in the streets. And it's not nobody business who put you on from your set.
Right. Your big homie probably would be mad at you for talking about you, that he put you on to the set. And how and all these, who else was there, how you got put on. Like, nigga, that's not good. That's information that ain't for nobody. You don't even talk this way to people in the street. You don't even tell niggas outside your, like, people just that know, just know.
Let's get to the bottom of it.
You want me to call him
How
ask
are
him
you
that now?
still- Yes.
Oh, God.
That's a clip
Yes.
for that ass.
Adam, you want me to call him right now? Yes.
That's a clip
let's
for
be
that
real.
ass.
We got to find out.
Who
we got to
put
find
you
out.
on? What year was this?
Inquiring minds
Just want to know.
This is crazy. I can't believe I'm doing this. Okay.
Gangster origin story.
Because I've never seen him at Hyde Park at a meet. I never seen you at 54th Street.
Pretty sure you got
Never
an
seen you at
Android.
Horace Man at no meet.
Adam, what's up?
Hey, Luce Cannon, I'm here live on the No Jumper Show with Bricc Baby and Lush. Bricc Baby is requesting some information regarding your put on.
Hey, can you give us like at least 2 names from your put on and what block? I ain't never seen you at no meeting at Hyde Park, Horace Man, or at 54th. When did you get put on?
Baby, when did
you get put on? I got put on in 2002. I got put out in 2002, nigga, on Eileen Street at June House. Nigga, you know what's up, nigga. Yeah, dead homie. So when you get put on?
No, you haven't, bro. You been in
Man, cuz nigga, Hillbilly was a part of my put on. Nigga, Killer Dave was a part of my put on. Nigga, oh, the dead homies. My first name was Baby Wild.
There you go there.
This nigga Bricc Baby damn near been gangbanging since the 90s. So
there you go there. Now he's admitting they already know he's a gang member.
But he's just breaking
But now
it down
they
for
got
them.
more evidence that this is your put on, the gangs that put you on.
Right.
Emotions. These them emotions. All this for what? Internet fame. And you
Sensitive thugs, they all need hugs.
could best believe he's trying to get back out here to this microphone.
Bill, nigga, on the dead homies at Izzy turned East Coast. That was the third nigga I squabbled. Who did you squabble, gang?
Nigga, I squabbled everybody.
Who? You didn't squabble everybody, ass nigga. Yeah, you would have went home up.
Shut your buster ass up.
Ah, you didn't get put on. Hey, shut your ass up. How you come up here with 30 niggas? None of them was from 60s, nigga.
Ass, hoe ass nigga.
Hey, how many of them niggas was from 60s, though?
You ain't like that, nigga.
I'm hood. Shut up, bitch. You
Man, this video get more intense. This is one of the clippings that they had in the transcripts that they was gonna use against Bricc today to not let him get bond. Like I say, we haven't heard anything from him. We don't know what happened. Did he get bond? Who knows? Because it haven't hit the airwave yet. But for sure, Luce Cannon allegedly he got denied bail. This is the rumor that's going on the internet. Yeah, man, they using all these clips, man. They using these clips that these guys that went on the internet and put out. They're using everything that they said, and I believe that they said
we knew they would. We knew they would be using all these
they use
clips.
some of the recordings that's going on right now. But if it's play, what they said was none of the recordings was true. So if none of the recordings was true, then it shouldn't be nothing wrong with them putting out the content. If that's what they want to do, put out the content. It is what it is, man. Can't nobody tell nobody how to run a show on the internet. So if it ain't true, then it's not true. But if it is true, like admitting to getting,
it seemed like it's true, bro. They got corroborating shit. They're not just direct locking you up for shit you said. They're locking you up for stuff that they actually got proof of and witnesses and victims. My boy said a guy named Lefty put me on. Shout out to Lefty, brother.
Put on from a gang on a talk show, on the podcast. Definitely going to use all that like they are doing. From the paperwork that we seen this morning, the transcripts, definitely they trying to keep Bricc Baby. When the discovery come out and all this, once that discovery,
they trying to keep Bricc for sure, bro. They ain't even trying. They showed us all the reasons why they keeping Bricc. Like, it ain't even a thing no more. They got him. But it's alright though. Hopefully he can fight it, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into some more topics though, bro. If some more Bricc Baby stuff pop up, that's worth jumping into. Some more Rolling 60s paperwork, Whack 100 paperwork party exposed. What's this? That's a reaction. That was a reaction video. All right, let's jump. Matter of fact, man, speaking of this, let's jump into this 20v1. I feel like this should be a good 20v1, man. I mean, a good 50 episode 50. Pop the balloon, don't find love. Let's see if we fucking with it. If we ain't fucking with it, we could jump into something else and come back. Y'all know how we do. But let's see what's up with this episode of Pop the balloon, don't find love, gang.
Your name and age.
I'm 33.
And Kevin, what do you do?
I'm in banking.
You're in what?
Banking.
Oh, banking. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And so why did you have your balloon unpopped?
She pressure. Like everything looks good from her head to her toe. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, word. Face pretty. A lot of makeup, but face pretty. She got her little edges done.
It for me.
Okay.
Okay.
And how tall are you?
5'9".
5'9". Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm 5'9".
5'9". Okay.
They wear heels, so it's like, you know, I'm a little tall.
I mean, I'm about 5'10" with these on, though.
Yeah.
She taller.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we got to pop back over here. Your name and age.
I'm Sammy. I'm 30.
Bro, he's 5'9". That's not short.
Sammy, what do you do?
I fund people's businesses anywhere from 50K to 200K, and I fix people's credit.
All right. So why'd you end up popping your balloon?
The height thing. You were talking about height, and
Nah.
if that's a deal breaker for you, then, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
I appreciate you, though. You're gorgeous.
Thank you.
All right. Now, is he someone that is your type?
I do like hair, so like you're not unattractive, like you are attractive. It was between you or him though, so like yeah. But
Yeah,
okay.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Thank you. Okay, so we now have 4 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question.
Okay. What like are your goals or like aspirations like that you have like currently for yourself in life?
Okay. Let's start here first. Name and age.
My name is Walter. I'm 32.
And Walter, what do you do?
I'm a plumber, and also I own a TV mounting business. I mount TVs if anybody needs a TV mounted in the valley.
All right, and then to go ahead and answer her question. And now the question was...
Like, what are your goals and aspirations? Like,
Currently, right now, just expanding the plumbing business I'm into. I've been doing it for about 4 years. Essentially, in about 5 to 10 years, I have a goal to build up more clientele to sell it, and just kind of sit back from there, and hopefully I have it from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Over here, your name and age.
That's what I'm saying. How is that short? If you saying the average is 5'7", he 5'9". He above average. That's not short. If anything, it's just not tall.
Age?
Yeah, my name is Jesse Laprati. I'm 31.
And Jesse, what do you do?
I'm a Grammy Award-winning songwriter. I'm a singer. And an
Grammy
artist.
Award
Yeah.
winning?
What song you won the Grammy for?
I wrote Moonlight on a Chris Brown 11:11 album, so we just brought the Grammy in. So his
Fire.
second Grammy. So
Fire.
yeah,
Nice. Congratulations.
thank you.
All right, and this to answer her question.
Yeah, so I mean, music. That's my thing. That's my goals and aspirations. As you can see, I'm achieved something that not many have achieved. But for me, that's like not even something that like. That's like the bottom of the barrel for me, and it's crazy to say that, but you know, I'm an artist first, so you know, just keep doing what I'm doing and just growing in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know he got a bag, bro.
Your name and age.
He not just making music for fun. He getting paid off his music. That's fire.
My name is Franzi. I'm 33.
Okay. And Franzi, what do you do?
I'm an aviation technician.
And to go ahead and answer her question.
So just continue with my aviation career. And then I do have a real estate business that I want to grow and keep pursuing while I'm, in my aviation career.
Be hating on us light skinned men. It's all good, man. We gotta once we give them the D, it be all different. They love us then.
Separate cities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's the whole because
It's stereotype of having a kid,
so
and yeah.
I typically I would like to go
I
with
completely
somebody
understand.
that has a kid that's older. Yeah.
Or no
Got
kids.
it. Now, is he someone that's your type?
No, not really. But like,
Why not?
Maybe a little older. Not really, but see, like the age isn't really a big deal for me. Maybe.
Name.
My name is Mia.
Mia, how old are you?
30.
30. And what do you do?
Man, why y'all popped on Mia? Mia, alright. I'm fucking with Mia.
Thanks. Dang. So I am the owner of Millionaire Maine. It is a luxury hair care line and grooming services. So I'm a celebrity barber and local barber and an educator.
Okay. Now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
So I'm adventurous. So I like things like jet skis. I enjoy reading. I love live music. So like music in general.
Why pop 88? Why?
General. So like we can sit in the car and go playlist to playlist, like song for song. Yeah, that's pretty much
Okay.
it.
What do you look for in a man?
Oh,
go ahead.
Cause she a barber, she be around too many men.
and I love comedy. I love to laugh.
Comedy. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And what do you look for in a man?
Someone that's very confident within himself, especially with my career. Someone that has faith, so like a leader, a natural born leader. I love that. A family man, and just someone that's just ready to build. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. And now, what are some deal breakers?
Oh my God. So deal breakers are just lack of humor, like a very dry energy. I don't want to be serious all the time. I'm serious at work. I love laughing.
Yeah.
I don't think she's fat. You said in the comments you think she's fat. I don't think she's fat. I think she got wide hips, thick legs. Her stomach ain't fat though, unless she wearing something to hold it down. Nice boobs.
Yeah, I'm
Not
Jesse
ugly
Leprati.
face.
I'm 31. Yeah.
And Jesse, obviously, we saw you popped when she said that comment.
I mean, I'm a light guy, but she seemed like I might be dark enough.
I'm sorry, that wasn't a deal breaker.
Ah.
You're absolutely handsome.
Oh, okay,
But
thank you.
Again, I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure.
I appreciate the honesty.
Nice toes, beautiful toes.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
Why not?
Well, height, and
Yeah, my boy in the green is a smooth guy. He turn him down easily.
Go be the story.
initially this is a dress to impress, so I'm just it's not given.
Okay.
Thank you.
fine.
Nice outfit for streetwear though.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Definitely.
Appreciate you. And you look good as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, would you wear this like for a first date?
I probably would because this is more of my style. But yeah,
Be
I
you,
probably
stay
would.
true.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And we got one more down over here.
Nah, I just a lot of times if the feet not cute, I don't say nothing. So many girls pass by and I don't mention their feet. But if the feet is fine, then I gotta give them that credit. Crazy. That was disrespectful. Excuse me, I just hit the bomb. He ain't had to say that.
As
taking
separate
that one,
individuals together. You know what I mean? And then outside of that, maybe just like
All right, so you said it.
moms or kids. You got to think about it.
No,
I'd throw up.
4.
Baby moms or kids.
Baby moms.
Yeah.
The woman was too stunned to speak respectfully. Are you serious?
Yeah.
He looking for a fifth baby mama. What?
No,
I'm just kidding.
absolutely not that. That was in my younger days. That's
younger days.
Something that I can believe we can have a conversation on the
Four
side.
baby mamas.
How old are they? If that's
My oldest is 13. I got twin 7-year-old, twin 7 years old, 6, 5, 4, 5 girls, 1 boy.
Damn.
5 and 4 with 2 different people.
5 girls
Oh.
and 1 boy. So 4 women and children. The mother of my children.
Okay.
Pop. Just pop.
Is that a deal breaker?
Just pop, shorty. You ain't that desperate. Just pop.
I respect it if so.
Even he know he deserved you to pop.
But I like it.
You're so
You're hesitating too
I'm
long.
So sorry.
I'm gonna give it to you to pop. I like your
I'm
vibe.
literally so sorry.
Right.
Come on, though.
That sucks. That like it's literally like
Why are you even coming to pop the balloon? Like, that's the center of attention, is that you got 6 kids here.
past experiences that are
Understandable.
but like beautiful at the same time, you know.
Most definitely. I like everything about it. I like the tattoos. I don't know what my boy
Crazy.
down there was talking about, but
Crazy.
I like the tattoos.
He's just making up
I like the
excuses
fit.
back there.
I don't care what the body look like, but the face is there. So
Personality, I would have about 5 different heart attacks trying to get you to communicate.
I done grown past, that issue.
So, then look at the next joint. No, not feeling it. All right, we gonna shout out to Arlette, but we moving on. Not feeling it. Not feeling it. Oh shit.
If you want uncut and extended versions of my video,
The dark downfall of Big U, LA's most dangerous crip.
videos, go to Patreon. and developing a feared reputation as one of the city's most connected gangsters. But to the public, Big U presents a different persona, one of a reformed ex-gangster turned community activist. He started developing Options, a community-focused non-profit organization with a mission to keep kids out of the streets, part of the Grid.
Shout out to Trap LaRosse, man. Trap LaRosse in the motherfucking building, man, with another drop. The Dark Downfall of Big U, LA's most dangerous
program. Developing Options claims that their mission is to decrease gang activity and to empower the community to strive for a safer, thriving environment for our youth. Big U would solicit donations on behalf of his non-profit and seemingly put as much back into the community as he had taken, being seen doing food drives and providing equipment and workouts for the local youths to keep them out of trouble, even coaching and commissioning for the Crenshaw Rams youth football team. Clearly, Big U was such a supportive coach in football that his own son was actually drafted into the NFL for his home team, the LA Chargers, a connection that had him and his father rubbing shoulders with music's biggest celebrities like Drake. But according to a recent criminal complaint, beneath the surface, Big U's persona is much darker than he'd want you to think, because he's recently been accused of embezzling hundreds of thousands of dollars from Developing Options, not just allegedly taking the money, but using the charity as a vehicle to extort famous rappers and athletes and transferring the money to himself. But the financial crimes he's accused of are only the tip of the iceberg, as the criminal complaint would reveal that Big U was heard in private conversations recorded on wiretaps, that he was the only gangster from his generation still having people killed, and that he was willing to murder anyone who disrespected him. And according to that criminal complaint, these weren't just threats, as Big U is accused of murdering one of his son's childhood friends, a former football prospect turned rapper who he had personally coached, with the indictment alleging that Big U drove to Las Vegas on his daughter's birthday to kill the young man for wasting studio time and recording a Big U diss song. As dark as this sounds, reading between the lines of the criminal complaint suggests that this is just the tip of the iceberg, with other information hinting towards Big U having been connected to a number of high-profile murders in the hip-hop community, including Nipsey Hussle and Quando Rondo's cousin Lil Pab. The insane details about the double life of this notorious LA gangster might be news to some people, but in the Los Angeles podcast community, this has been an open secret for quite some time, with other street figures who have been around Big U jumping on the microphone and speculating on the eventual outcome of this street drama for years now. Podcasts which I too have appeared on myself numerous times, actually meeting several of the people involved in this case over the years, putting me right in the middle of the story.
So I'm here to let you know as a man, you's a see how it feels to really be in front of the people you talking about and playing with?
No, I hear it.
It feel your, I hear
He does that all the time.
No, he don't. No, he don't.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Man, that dude get caught in certain places. He know it. He in certain places. How you get up and go to Chicago? Hell, boy.
So today, I'm going to risk it all and tell you everything I know about the secret inner workings of LA's street politics, the podcasters that have predicted this crackdown for years, the streets that have known about it for decades, but in 2025, for the first time, the feds have revealed for the whole world to see the bombshell allegations against Big U that triggered the downfall of LA's most notorious Rolling 60s Crip.
Fast forward 6 months. Big U gets arrested, this is hypothetically, for these acts.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, that interview becomes completely fair game and it's an important historical record, and like we all have to look at it and say, oh my God, Luce Cannon, I'm so sorry. We all misjudged you. You're a fucking genius. You were telling the truth the whole time.
FBI says that South LA crime boss Eugene Big U Henley fronted a wide-ranging mafia-like criminal enterprise.
And the Department of Justice also accusing him of murdering an aspiring rapper in 2021. Investigators say Henley is one of 18 members of the Rollin' 60s Crips charged in the federal complaint.
He has maintained the image of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture.
Justice for them.
Right, the crime boss.
When I go to Atlanta, I check in. When I go places, I check in.
Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just can check it in. But if you don't check it in, oh well. Check your out. We gonna check you in, all right. So you just refusing to pay your bill?
Yeah, I'll pay you. I'm just not gonna allow you to videotape me as I pay.
I was bagging my victims.
Closets.
Yeah, I was bagging
dark places.
Everything behind me, kidnapping people, prison, and all that stuff. I had a crew we used to kidnap. That's what we did. We had a crew called the Body Snatchers.
And investigators say that he painted himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities, but they say Henley is a violent criminal.
Boy, you is a... I'm telling you, you gotta stop.
Funding a South LA-based charity, developing options.
Sweetie!
Facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar.
What you got?
Justice for them. They don't really with us until it's a problem. Then they call it. Like Quando Rondo.
Yo, I'm so glad you're my friend, because all your options go to jail, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Before I turn myself in, I don't even know what to say.
Wait, that is DNA test in my brother's nails.
Okay, so, ooh, that's bad work.
That's bad work.
Alleged body, maybe?
Huh? The only way y'all know that is because you is the police, gang. Well, I'm not talking about no.
Didn't I tell you the dummy? Rewind.
Look at Bricc. I'm not talking about no fucking murders.
Huh? The only way y'all know that is because you is the police, gang. Well, I'm not talking about no.
Didn't I?
I'm not talking about no murders, gang.
Tell you the dummy? Rewind.
Whack literally lined this nigga up. Whack 100 lined Bricc Baby up. And Luce.
To understand the predicament that Big U faces today, being accused of leading one of LA's most notorious gangs, we have to go all the way back to the start to understand how these gangs, and Big U, ended up running the streets of LA. Like many black families during the mid-1900s, Big U's parents were part of the so-called Great Migration, where African Americans moved from the southern states to the northern states to escape the Jim Crow laws and look for a better life. They were originally from Mississippi before making their way north.
Colors, passengers. Sheesh.
North to Chicago. In Chi-Town, Big U's father would allegedly get affiliated with one of the original infamous gang leaders turned revolutionaries, Jeff Fort, co-founder of one of the earliest major black street gangs in America, the almighty Black P. Stone Nation, cementing an early gang influence in the Henley family all the way back then. Big U's parents would ultimately get separated during their time in Chicago, and in 1966, his mother would move to Los Angeles shortly before his birth. The family settled in an area known as South Central, this being the area where most of the early black residents of LA would settle down. More specifically, they would stay around 81st and Hoover, and according to Big U, it was here where he would first begin to rep the Crips, the gang which was founded in South Central around 1969, around 3 years after Big U was born. Founded by Raymond Washington and Craig Craddock, the Crips then spread further west by Tukey Williams, who would found the West Side Crips.
Because in the area where we grew up at, we grew up over there, was already saying Crip, and it was already saying Hoover, and it meant something different.
Big U had a very large family tree who had all moved to LA, and the majority of them would eventually settle near Slauson and Arlington, to an area that would eventually become associated with the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips. But at the time, there would be earlier gangs.
We got here, the homies wasn't here yet, and then Van Ness Park didn't have no structure, nothing. And I think Big Bunchy was from Fruittown Brim. So it was like Fruittown Brim was in Van Ness Park. The 60s was on the verge of being formed, like it was just West Side Crips. And then it was West Side Crips and it was neighborhood Crips. And the neighborhood Crips was like down the line on the other side, like on Van Ness, like more towards where eventually like the hood took over. It was neighborhood Crips and West Side Crips.
This neighborhood is not only famous for being the home of the Rolling 60s, but also for being one of the main locations where the classic movie Boys in the Hood was filmed. Growing up, Big U would first become part of a small local clique from the immediate neighborhood called the AG, or Arlington Gang. Led by Big U's cousin Chili Capone, the group would eventually merge as part of the larger Rolling 60s, who became infamous around the city of LA.
We was at every party, we was at every club, we knew where every function we was there. And it was funny because dudes would be like, where y'all from? And we from the AG. And like, man, what's that? We're like, man, it's the AG, man, ain't no what's that. Then it's like, well, where is that at? Man, it's on Slauson and Arlington. Oh, well, y'all from the 60s. All right, fuck it, man, what is it, a problem? And then they would go from there.
Big U would get into trouble with the law from a young age, and already as a kid during the 70s, he claimed to have run with a car robbing crew, eventually getting sent to juvenile detention and spending a period of time on the run from whatever he'd done in LA and going back to live in Chicago with his father. But some years later, in 1979, one of the longest and bloodiest gang wars in LA history would start between the Rolling 60s and their former allies, the 8-Tray Gangster Crips. Sometime later during the early 80s, Big U's cousin and the leader of their AG clique, Chili Capone, would sadly be killed. Now, the more matured Big U would return to Los Angeles to seek vengeance, with Big U saying that at this time he graduated from fighting to guns and he believed that a gun could get you anywhere you need to be in life. Standing at 6'2", Big U was an intimidating sight even without a gun, and he would still excel at fighting, which was the main way that the early gangs would settle their differences. One of the infamous places where this settling of scores would take place was at the World on Wheels skate rink, which was far away from the Rolling 60s hood, but where the members would nevertheless go to make their presence known. One particularly big brawl would make the Rolling 60s
It's back in the day when gangsters used to skate. Look, man. He look like the nigga. He look like one of them niggas from the movie. He look like the nigga Stacy without the hair.
Members would nevertheless go to make their presence known. One particularly big brawl would make the Rollin 60s infamous throughout LA County took place on August 1986 during a Run DMC concert in the Long Beach area, where Rollin 60s would, according to Big U, attend purely to start a fight and establish their dominance. The fight would injure dozens of people and cause the LA Palladium to cancel Run DMC's next concert in fear of escalating gang tensions. During the 80s, the county jail would also become a familiar place for Big U as he was racking up some pretty serious charges, which according to the criminal complaint even included multiple first-degree murder charges and attempted murder of a peace officer.
Damn. Multiple what? Multiple first-degree murder charges for first-degree murder as well as charged for attempt murder of a peace officer. What? This was what Henley Pops did, or this is what Big U did?
But it seemed that these charges back in these days would never stick. But his time in jail would also help him further spread his reputation as a fearless fighter and a charismatic leader. According to the FBI, it was during the 80s when Big U would rise to a prominent position in the Rollin 60s, earning a reputation of a violent enforcer who was willing to kill. One article about Big U stated that he became the lead man for the Rollin 60s and got shot 7 times in the process. And during this time in the late 80s, this was when the crack epidemic was beginning to reach its peak.
Today, there's a new epidemic. Smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack. It is an explosively destructive and often lethal substance which is crushing its users. It is an uncontrolled fire.
Big U and the Rollin 60s would also partake in the lucrative drug trade. They would even begin to move dope from LA to other cities such as Minneapolis, Atlanta, and Chicago, where Big U would use his leadership skills to set up shops and take over street corners and influencing other out-of-state sets that banged under the banner of the Rollin 60s.
Wow, so he making money out of cities he don't even be in.
Crips too. This would also be a time when Big U would get his first experiences in the rap industry, as a rapper called Popper LQ would ask Big U to manage him, thinking that while Big U had no experience in the industry, he did have the qualities to be a manager and the respect of the streets. Big U's friend would also ask him to help managing a young, promising Rolling 60s rapper called Corrupt, who's now known for such West Coast classics as Seawalk and We Can Freak It, as well as being one half of the duo The Dog Pound with Daz Dillinger, the group founded by Snoop Dogg. Big U had also become a family man at this point, and according to himself, he was beginning to be one foot in and one foot out of the hustle game. But unfortunately for him, he would become wanted by the police. And in December 1991, he was arrested as part of a sting operation after attempting to rob 33 pounds of cocaine from an undercover agent, with Big U pulling a gun and attempting to rob the fake plug, leading to the cops that were watching nearby to rush in and bust him. For this, he was given a monster sentence of 23 years, with news reports at the time describing him as a leader, if not the top man of the Rollin 60s. This meant that during much of the golden years of hip-hop, Big U was behind bars, but he would spend his time inside continuing to develop his skills as a fighter and a leader. One story even circulated that he had apparently knocked somebody's eyeball out of their socket during a prison fight. Photos of Big U behind bars would circulate online as the years went by. During a Breakfast Club interview, Big U would even say that he was running the drug trade in the prison yard during this time.
Because I basically took over the whole little drug trade on the yard because I had money. So I came in and I bought all the guards who was bringing in.
But when he wasn't squabbling or selling drugs, apparently he was knuckling down and trying to also find positive influences behind the wall. During his long stint inside, he would meet people who would inspire him to evolve intellectually, such as Michael Harry O. Harris, a powerful LA figure who allegedly played a key role in helping Suge Knight found Death Row Records, and also played a part in the career of Denzel Washington. As a result, Big U would begin to read and write.
Harry O played part in the career of Denzel Washington.
Harry O. Harris, a powerful LA figure who allegedly played a key role in helping Suge Knight found Death Row Records, and also played a part in the career of Denzel Washington. As a result, Big U would begin to read and write, as well as studying subjects like theology, as he would later recount in interviews. Meanwhile, on the outside, Corrupt would keep Big U's name alive in his music, shouting him out in songs like one of his biggest hits, We Can Freak It. Big U would also keep losing people close to him to the streets while he was inside, like his brother Dwayne Dupree, who worked as a bodyguard for the Dog Pound duo of Corrupt and Daz Dillinger, and was sadly killed as gunmen opened fire outside of a recording studio. But Big U would eventually end up only doing 13 years in prison, getting out in 2004 at 37 years old. old, conveniently right as the Rollin 60s had become, quote, the largest black criminal street gang in the city of Los Angeles. However, Big U wouldn't lose sight of those positive influences that he had gleaned behind bars, and he decided to reinvent himself as a community advocate, starting his non-profit called Developing Options. Their website would claim that Big U started the organization because he wanted to provide the youth of his neighborhood the support that he didn't get when he was growing up. In 2025, the program claimed to have served over 6,000 people while having partnerships with hundreds of agencies. The website even boasts a 90% reduction in community gang violence, and the program has some major supporters, such as perhaps the most famous Crip in the world, Snoop Dogg. But Big U would also keep building his career in the music industry, and after getting released, Corrupt would introduce him to the head of Death Row Records, Suge Knight, who would help Big U financially to get back on his feet and take him under his wing as
Remember, Suge Knight was that guy in LA back then.
The mentor. The two became without a doubt the most respected, or at least the most feared duo that the hip-hop industry had ever seen. But Big U's ferocious attitude to the music industry would mirror Suge's approach, and unfortunately, this meant that for the artists that entered Big U's orbit, some would have runaway success, but others would seemingly suffer sudden and tragic downfalls, which of course brings us to the tragic story of Nipsey Hussle. After getting out of prison, notorious Rollin 60s neighborhood Crip, Big U would learn how to play hardball in the music industry from none other than Suge Knight. The infamous blood who had ruled the West Coast rap game with an iron fist was rumored to have used murder and extortion tactic to get ahead in the music biz. From his violent altercations in the lead up to the death of NWA's Eazy-E to the rumored incident where Vanilla Ice was allegedly dangled off a balcony and forced to sign over his lucrative royalties, eventually though, the law and his enemies would catch up with Suge Knight's hardline tactics and crack down on his operation. But by the time Suge Knight's downfall had begun, Big U was already in the game and decided to spread his wings and do his own thing. Apparently whilst inside prison, Big U, along with his right-hand man, Mark Martin, aka Bear Claw, founded an independent record label, Unique Music, in 1996. Big U would use the label to scout potential up-and-coming musical talent, and his deep street connections would lead him to the paths of some of LA's most legendary rappers. It turned out that Big U's nephew actually knew a young, talented Rollin 60s rapper who went by the name Nipsey Hussle. Big U would begin to help Nipsey using his many industry contacts, ultimately landing him a major hustle. Big U would begin to help Nipsey using his
we know Hitmaker in the middle. I don't know anybody else.
His many
Oh, that's is that Puffy's homie?
Industry contacts, ultimately landing him a major spotlight with a verse on Tupac's 2006 posthumous album, Pac's Life. Nip featured with Young Dre and Tupac himself on the song International, which gave Nipsey's career a massive boost.
Him and Big Draws put that together, and LT Hutton. They really had a resume at that time to justify it, but he gave me a shot. And a lot of that was based on the relationship he had with Draws and Steve.
And I remember buying the physical CD, seeing Tupac featuring Nipsey Hussle on the back of it. That was huge for me.
Big U later reposted a clip from a Diverse Mentality documentary on Nipsey, along with a caption saying that it was an honor to give him the shot. Big U was playing a major role in Nipsey's come-up, leading Nipsey to drop his first real single and music video titled Bullets Ain't Got No Names in 2006. Nipsey would get support from Big U through the creation of an entire Bullets Ain't Got No Name full-length mixtape series. But story has it that Nipsey wanted to leave a bad deal that he'd got into with Big U's Unique label.
So I signed him to it. It was signed to a 10-year production contract, which started in 2009, which will end 2019.
Which is crazy.
Crazy. Big U, on the other hand, has explained in the Drink Champs podcast that he stopped managing Nipsey after a promotional tour when police discovered drugs in one of their vehicles. And although someone would take the charges, Nipsey and others began acting differently towards Big U, which he interpreted as a breakdown in trust.
Radiator cap off, took the apart, stuck us in, I can't remember where we were for 3 days. They took the and scanned it from the router to the tutor, found what they wanted on it, put it back together, gave it to us. I flew back home. When I fly home, we get hit. I get hit at home. They had 21 people. They think they got him. Anyway, make a long story short, he ended up turning himself in, take the case off all of us. He get life, right, for the drugs. When that happened, my team is acting weird. So I'm looking at Steve, I'm looking at Nip, man, get a paperwork from Sony so they can see that we leasing all this. They acting weird. So, me, I'm still kind of like, hey, I'm hot, hot and heavy, but I'm like, I can't with y'all. So you never see me on the tour no more.
And that's when the problem was
No problem never happened.
Okay.
We didn't have a problem.
Okay.
Wasn't nobody making no money.
Right.
But particularly after Big U's arrest, many have theorized that it may have been Big U who was using Nipsey's tours as a cover to smuggle drugs to different cities, and this was possibly making Nipsey nervous and looking for ways out.
I believe that.
I think Big U was using the tour bus, Nipsey's tour bus, to at least sometime or possibly do drug drop-offs, pick up money, and it was making Nipsey hot. He was seeing himself about to take off. He wanted no parts.
That makes sense.
Whatever the case, after the two stopped working together, Big U wanted back some of his studio equipment so his son could also use them to record music, something which apparently angered Nipsey.
That's when they got upset. And he made
What'd he say?
Together, Big U wanted back some of his studio equipment so his son could also use them to record music, something which apparently angered Nipsey.
That's when they got upset. And he made the song. I don't rap,
That song never came out.
It did come out.
It did come out?
It did come out. It wasn't never pushed as a song, but it came out. And I mean, I don't rap, I scrap.
Disagreements would lead to Nipsey making a diss song about Big U.
It came out, and I mean, I don't rap, I scrap.
Yeah, I don't rap, I scrap.
Disagreements would lead to Nipsey making a diss song about Big U, a song titled You Don't Got a Clue from his 2010 mixtape The Marathon, where Nipsey got some things off his chest, rapping how somebody, likely Big U, doesn't have a clue about what they want to do for Nip's career, saying that he's not going to stop for them and that he doesn't want somebody controlling him, rapping how he came up tough so he was never looking at Big U for a solution to his problems, and suggesting that his former team never really helped him push his career forward. Nip would rap F the middleman, and he would end his verse saying don't expect any favors from him because he wasn't given any favors. According to Luce Cannon, who's probably not the most reliable narrator, Big U would confront Nipsey about the track and challenge him to a fight, where Nipsey would then supposedly move and dance around Big U so fast that he would leave him exhausted, almost like a scene from an old school action comedy.
And he was like, hey, cuz, is this song about me? So Nipsey stood up or whatever and was like, yeah, cuz it's about you. So he was drinking some water out of a water bottle and he threw it on Nipsey, right? He was like, we're gonna have to go get down or whatever. So he thought Nipsey was gonna back down. Nipsey stood up and was like, okay, cuz, let's go get down. They were just dancing around or whatever like that. He was trying to get Nipsey or whatever, but Nipsey was just moving, dancing and stuff like that.
Dancing and stuff.
And he couldn't hit Nipsey, so he got tired. So he knew he didn't get Nipsey the way he wanted to get Nipsey, right?
An unsatisfied Big U then allegedly got the whole gang involved, calling Nipsey up to get disciplined and allegedly beating him up before Black Sam fired into the air, stopping the fight, leading to police being called and breaking things up. Wack 100 would later claim that Big U actually knocked Nipsey Hussle out during their fight.
First time they first fall out, when they first got Nipsey signed, Nipsey come back, was fall out, they went down, there was a fight, rumble happened. I believe Big U knocked Nipsey out.
Cap, you believe, but that was cap. That's not what happened.
Black Sam comes out, fires 3-4 shots in the air. He's fresh out the penitentiary. Police sitting right across the street, they see it. They come in, they arrest everybody. Black Sam's on parole.
Now, there's some conflicting reasons circulating for this exact fight. It's been rumored that Nipsey Hussle has a daughter by a mother that was allegedly Big U's niece, or at least a close family friend. There was allegedly an incident circulating in a Reddit post where it was claimed that Nipsey actually beat up another man who had been dating his baby's mother after they split up, with Nip administering this beatdown because the man was apparently creating an unsafe environment for their daughter, with it being believed that the woman might have even got harmed herself in the scuffle, leading Big U to be furious at Nipsey. Ultimately though, Nipsey and Big U would eventually squash their beef and didn't have any more public animosity in the years that followed, but Nipsey's brother Black Sam seemingly always had an issue with Big U, and apparently this was reciprocated.
And then I'm gonna keep it 100. Me and his brother wasn't cool. Me and his brother wasn't the best of friends. You gotta understand, like I'm gonna have friends that my mama ain't gonna like. I'm gonna have friends that my brother's not gonna like. You gonna have people that your people don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Nipsey's Rollin 60s gang ties would be the ultimate liability throughout his career to the very end. A planned private performance in 2010 saw a massive bust on the Rollin 60s members that he was affiliating with.
People under arrest after police raid a nightclub where dozens of members of an LA
street gang were partying.
Police received information that gang members of the Rolling 60s, a violent South LA gang, would be holding a private party here at the Platinum Club here in Studio City. So they decided it would be a good time to do a gang sweep. Now take a look. It all went down around 2 in the morning. The Platinum Club was surrounded by dozens of officers. They arrested about 40 people they say are gang members of the gang Rolling 60s. Officers say they learned of the so-called hood party several days before the big event.
They had an informants.
And now outside of the club, the marquee had a sign there that said who was headlining the party. They are Nipsey Hussle and Dealmakers International. You can also see the number 6x10. Now, police say that was the secret Rolling 60s gang sign. An officer from North Hollywood was the first to approach the front door of the club, and
they still using that lingo.
Says that he was rushed by a group of people inside the club. He called for help, and officers from all areas responded immediately. Now, officers say this gang sweep will clearly cripple the illegal activities of the Rolling 60s gang, at least for a while.
As time went on, Nipsey would do more things that reportedly angered Big U, like bringing Treetop Pyru rapper YG to the Rolling 60s hood for the music video for the song Stitches Ain't Bit in 2011. Apparently, Nipsey had to fight multiple Rolling 60s after this perceived violation, but this didn't stop his role, and later Nipsey would even return the favor, attending YG's hood to film the music video for I'm a Thug that featured Meek Mill. This was a video that ironically had footage of fellow Rolling 60 Bricc Baby getting arrested. But anyway, as Nip's career grew, it seemed that he had footage of fellow Rolling
Bricc Baby was in that video.
60
wow.
Bricc Baby getting arrested. But anyway, as Nip's career grew,
oh yeah, Bricc Baby told that story. He was trying to pull up to the video shoot, and he had some shit on him, ended up crashing into somebody.
It seemed that Big U's stance towards Nipsey had softened, and he was showing him respect publicly, with Big U being seen doing a speech in Nipsey's honor in 2018 during an event for his Developing Options non-profit, where rap heavyweights like T.I. and Wiz Khalifa were also in attendance.
Look who came through. Yeah, you know, I got my all black on, man. You know, all black everything. Steve Maniac, Lil Bill, day one right here, you know. Big U, what up, baby? Be you and Lil Bill. Sure. You need that. Yeah, that's legendary.
Woo! Remember that. He did what no other rappers do today. He sold his own music. He sold his own music. So when I came along and Steve came along, we had a formula that merged with what he do, but he outworked any artist I've seen. I'm talking about business-wise. I'm not talking about on the mic. Because if you notice, this man is a more professional than 90% of the dudes who are trying to grow to his level. But I'm saying that to our young babies. To a T, he outworked a whole lot of people. And this is the reason why we are giving him the award, the Businessman Award, because he really exudes everything that you need to exercise in business. So let's give this man a hand and clap it up for him. I'm talking about, I came to his house and he lived in all places in A-Train neighborhood and was really, he really had a mic in his closet and was recording his own self. Remember that.
And at one point, Big U would even crip walk on stage, and Nipsey would in return honor Big U in his speech, saying how everybody in the hood saw him as a leader.
And see what that turned into, him putting pressure on us to just stay focused, you know, standing in front of us as young dudes from the area. And always, I remember he like, you know, it's not gonna be one room I walk into that my homeboys can't walk into with me. And I always respected and looked up to him as a leader and as somebody that was just a real man. And I love to see everybody out here tonight dressed up, looking good. You know, I think we gotta give him a round of applause as well.
Gotta make sure the big homie feel good about the situation.
Like I said,
gotta never outshine the master. Come on, man. Y'all know the rules, man. Never outshine the master.
Bro, we're gonna keep pushing. Day one. Thank y'all.
Nipsey was having massive success, culminating in the release of his critically acclaimed 2018 debut studio album, Victory Lap, where he would even shout out Big U, aka Big Draws.
And I'm eating breakfast. My shirt drunk. Yeah, all that. I've been working. You know, I ain't saved everything, man. Victory Lap coming soon.
He wasn't gonna save anyway.
I wasn't, but I was gonna change my shirt though. I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? But I'm working.
We will let y'all hear some music, but you gotta wait to pay for it. Ain't no free no more.
It's coming.
And you ain't downloading it, we're gonna put a tag. If you steal the music,
you up.
Coming to your house. Yeah.
Putting that car wash when you got your tent set up. We gonna beat your.
But in March 2019, Nipsey allegedly angered Big U once again by bringing DJ Khaled to the 60s hood and not asking permission. They were there to shoot a music video for Khaled's song Higher that featured Nipsey and John Legend. Allegedly, Big U sent Rollin 60s members to the shoot to cause trouble, causing Nipsey and Khaled to have to finish the shoot in a parking lot. TMZ, on the other hand, claimed from their sources at the video shoot that Nipsey had seemingly received threats on his life before the shoot had even taken place, and that he was apparently prepared with an exceptionally large security team. They would also claim that it was actually during the filming at the parking structure in Inglewood where Nipsey's team were concerned about somebody from the local Bloods coming to kill him. Some people online would also claim that Big U was actually cool with Nipsey at this time, but it was really a bunch of younger Rolling 60s members that just wanted to rob DJ Khaled, causing trouble.
Nah, we already know now. Don't nothing get sent, don't nothing happen from the Rolling 60s unless Big U send it.
With there also being reports of some friction between some Rolling 60s and Inglewood Blood members that might have caused some tension at the shoot. Nipsey's brother, Black Sam, would later seemingly confirm that someone had indeed pressed them at the video shoot, but wouldn't specify exactly who it was.
Not to get into too much detail, but there was a lot of big politics getting into it with certain people. You know, Hustle had DJ Khaled in the hood. Not to be speaking too much on it, but we came frontline like we always do. And, you know, we're gonna know we're gonna crash out behind it. Back, we not playing, ain't nobody saying nothing to Khaled, ain't nobody doing nothing to Khaled, and he's straight. And Hustle frontline that. And, you know, we felt like certain people didn't like that.
But whatever the case, only a few days later, Nipsey would tragically be gunned down in front of his Marathon clothing store in the Rolling 60s hood, less than a mile away from Big U's childhood stomping grounds on Arlington Avenue. Nipsey was gunned down by a man named Eric Holder, known in the streets because a fellow member of the Rolling 60s who was allegedly mad at Nipsey for accusing him of being a snitch. Eric Holder is also an old close friend of one of the other names mentioned in the new RICO case, the rapper and No Jumper host Bricc Baby, real name Zaire Mitchell, another 60 that uses the moniker as a street name.
That day he got put on, we came up with the name. That was like a name that was really made for him. But he can't come in and be big. So being my big homie, that's, you know what I'm saying, that's big, and I'm little, you gonna be baby.
But anyway, following Nipsey's murder, different conspiracy theories would begin to spread about his death, suggesting that it might have been more than just a random argument with a low-level Rolling 60s member. One of these theories being that Big U had somehow been involved in the murder himself, particularly as he would seemingly tell different versions about where he had been the day of the murder, as well as having a motive due to the rumors that Nipsey had allegedly refused to re-sign a contract to be under Big U's label.
And for
remember, the contract ended 2019. He died that year.
Those who don't know, Big U is said to be responsible for the death of Nipsey Hussle. This is what a lot of people are saying. And it's because he keeps changing his story about the day that Nipsey Hussle died.
We actually was on 6th Ave with 100 cars. We got all the streets blocked. We waiting on UK to come out the house. Everybody phone blowing up. Nip got hit. Nip got hit. We flying up there. We fly up there and we see the scene.
And then like later on, he would forget he said that. And then he'd go on live on IG and say that he wasn't even in town the day that Nip.
Yo, shout out to Point and Shoot for getting a feature in Trap LaRosse video. This is like winning a Grammy. This is how you know your channel solidified.
Y'all was accusing me of I ain't even do. And what's funny, I wasn't even in town. So figure that one out. But I ain't gonna trust it.
And Nipsey Hussle was signed to Big U's record label, and that contract was due to be up, and Nipsey Hussle wasn't going to re-sign, so that provided motive, okay?
So I signed him to it was signed to a 10-year production contract, which started in 2009, which would end 2019.
Crazy.
Big U reportedly also didn't attend Nipsey's funeral, and an IG Live sometime after the murder would appear to show Big U laughing when somebody commented justice for Nip, and going on to say that people are waiting for him to do an interview.
What you waiting on, though? You don't know what you waiting on, though. What you waiting on? You got to tell us what you waiting on. Damn, my mama broke you with a
justice for Nip.
Or your boy would have been there like, yeah, you got it. Everybody that was showing shit.
You did. You did.
However, the day after Nipsey was killed, Big U would post what seemed to be a heartfelt tribute to Nipsey, with a caption that said how hurt he was at the news, whilst also interestingly pointing out that the last time he spoke to Nipsey was 3 days ago at the DJ Khaled video shoot, something that no one really publicly knew at that time, with Big U saying in the caption that when they were at the video shoot together, they had spoken about building a school, which some have taken as as Big U actually trolling, given the fact that it was rumored that a much more tense conversation had taken place at that shoot. Even back then, people were getting straight in the comments on Big U's post, saying that he was the one who set Nipsey up to get killed. And as time went on, Big U would post more tributes to Nipsey to his Instagram page, with yet more comments continuing to reference a possible setup and the DJ Khaled to his Instagram. He was the one who said,
Cowboy 2, you fake, make Crips look bad with this big homie shit, hit her on a real Crip. Yo, I heard some shit about, I'm not saying this, but I did watch a video about Cowboy, how he has some shit to do with such and such. I don't know if it's true though, of course, I don't know.
Set Nipsey up to get killed. And as time went on, Big U would post more tributes to Nipsey to his Instagram page, with yet more comments continuing to reference a possible setup and the DJ Khaled music video. Less than a week after Nipsey's murder, Big U took to Instagram to announce a peace march in the hood in Nipsey's memory.
Greetings to everybody. To get this message today, we are having a visual for Nipsey Hussle at 3 to 5 today for all the different gangs in LA that want to come out and support. Over the last 2 days, we have been having meetings amongst us, A-Trays, Rolling 60s, Hoovers, East Coasters, Bounty Hunters, and everybody like mind to come together. We're going to ask that everybody come to Crenshaw and Slauson, be there by 3. We want everybody to park in the Ralph's parking lot. We're going to be escorting everybody from the Ralph's parking lot to the memorial. It's not open.
88, you always say that. You don't think he had nothing to do with it, but I ain't gonna lie, I disagree. Let me use the bathroom. No, I'm sorry, I gotta use the bathroom.
Open to the public. It's only for LA street gangs, Bloods, Crips with the like mind and want to support and pay homage to one of our lost soldiers, one of our good brothers and teachers and leaders. So it's open from 3 to 5.
And this indeed went ahead. Over a year after Nipsey was killed, Big U proudly showed off that he had met and recorded a podcast with DJ Khaled and Fat Joe, posting a video where he seemed to be very happy to be with DJ Khaled, specifically with Khaled returning the love and shouting out Big U.
That's right, love, Big U.
There you go. That's right.
And clips were posted by Big U's label, Unique Music, with captions saying that they miss Nipsey. After Nipsey's death, there was a post on Unique Music's Instagram page claiming that Big U was the person who had introduced Nipsey to the world, but people in the comments would continue to claim that Big U was responsible for what happened, once again suggesting that Nipsey was set up by Big U for trying to leave him behind. After Nipsey's death, Big U posted Nipsey along with references to his Unique label numerous times, including one ominous post where he put up a video of Nipsey saying that he can't follow other people, they should be following him.
Blind can't lead the blind, bro.
Yes,
Somebody
sir.
gotta have a vision.
Yes, sir.
You gotta follow who got the vision. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes,
if you
sir.
stuck on stupid, I ain't gonna judge you or have no disrespect for you, but I'm
gonna be
not,
over here.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna follow you or take heed to your opinion. You're gonna have to follow what I'm doing.
I heard
and
that.
after a while, that way of thinking versus this way of thinking, more people lean toward this way because of the results.
And in the 2025 indictment, it was claimed that in a monitored conversation, Big U even suggested that he was the biggest Rolling 60 member.
I had no disrespect for you, but I'm
gonna be
not,
over here.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna follow you or take heed to your opinion. You're gonna have to follow what I'm doing.
I heard
and
that.
after a while, that way of thinking versus this way of thinking, more people lean toward this way because of the results.
And in the 2025 indictment, it was claimed that in a monitored conversation, Big U even suggested that he was the biggest Rolling 60 member ever, specifically saying that he was bigger than Nipsey Hussle. But despite the passing years, the rumors of Big U's involvement never went away, and people online would continue to speculate endlessly about potential conspiracy surrounding Nipsey's passing. Big U would comment on the rumors directly on numerous occasions, like in a 2022 No Jumper appearance, where he said that he was just associated with the murder of Nipsey because he's a very famous Rolling 60s member, and suggesting that he had a great relationship with Nipsey, and people are just spreading the rumor for money and clout.
Like how we was beefing when all his songs, every album he put out, since we had the so-called altercation, he shouted me out.
However,
You know, so-called altercation, you know what happened?
in 2020,
He had the so-called altercation, he shouted me out.
However, in 2024, Nipsey's brother Black Sam would do a podcast with Big Boy, alluding to someone being sent to kill Nipsey, rather than this just being an isolated crash out.
It is random as what the public thought it was. Like, Nip seen somebody, Eric, and talked, and
I mean, you know, he already got convicted, so for me, without going into too many details, so for me, he felt he was supposed to do a job, or somebody sent him or whatever, It just don't make no sense. It's not random, you know. It's gonna come to the light.
Luce Cannon, a former ally of Big U and one of the co-defendants in the upcoming case, actually revealed on No Jumper that Big U had told him Nipsey was dead before it even happened, with Luce Cannon saying that Big U had prior knowledge of Nipsey's death before it all went down, mentioning on the phone to him, which led him to call Nipsey Hussle moments before the shooting took place.
He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, sick, so I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone, and I was like, I love you, cuz.
Look, what? Also, hear his female in the back. Look, Sharice in the back.
Oh, Nipsey, and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered.
You hear Sharice? He answered. And Whack 100, of course, leading witness.
Answered the phone,
Detective
and
Whack.
I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got, or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it, and that's what fucked me up, because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like I could have probably stopped it, or it had it.
Stop what? You mean that?
No, because listen. So after I talked to Nipsey, and I was like, "Yeah, I love you, cuz," or whatever like that. I'll see you later, or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey, and so I'm like,
Wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, called Nip. Nip answered the phone.
Yep, and
you
we
like
were just talking on regular. So it's like at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it because
you don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like they be hot one minute, then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm. Like you
and
just
30
never
minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
So
all
you
on
think
the
he hit
TV
you
show.
a little too early?
This clip actually led to
Like Whack literally is the one who brought it out and guessed it and said those things. It came out of Whack 100's mouth.
a cease and desist being served on No Jumper and Adam22 being advised to remove the content from his channel.
So everybody knows I got a cease and desist about the Luce Cannon interview that I did with Whack 100, and a cease and desist showed up from the one and only. Never thought my life would go in this direction. Never thought I would be getting a legal notice from the big man himself.
Oh,
Big
I just seen
you.
Big U said he ain't feeling that
Big
shit.
Lucifer.
Big
Am I allowed to-
Lucifer.
Is that a diss? I think that's a whack term. I don't want to say that. So from our perspective, we have decided to back away from this. This is not a narrative that I was really interested in pushing in the first place. The idea that Big U had any sort of, criminal doings in his adult life, or that, that he was involved with anything with Nipsey. This is not something I ever really bought in on. It was kind of a surprise to me that it got trotted out on the podcast. I don't have to make this kind of statement about why we decided to remove it or whatever, but I did ultimately make the decision to take it down.
Interestingly though,
Nigga, you got a cease and desist. You better.
when the 2025 criminal complaint dropped, it would turn out that Luce Cannon wasn't just anybody claiming Big U's involvement, but he was in fact an alleged former enforcer for Big U, conducting robberies on his behalf as part of an extortion racket later described by the criminal complaint as Big U Enterprises. But even more crazy, even before the criminal complaint revealed these bombshell allegations, Luce Cannon would openly tell stories about these robberies that he did for Big U on the No Jumper podcast for the whole world to hear.
Right. He sure did. The Big U Enterprise, the kings of extortion. Big U.
When the 2025 criminal complaint dropped on Big U, the world will be introduced to a dark trail of alleged crimes. But the complaint itself wraps up all of these activities under one umbrella organization, with the so-called Big U Enterprise allegedly engaging in an array of criminal activity, including extortion, robbery, murder, human trafficking, wire fraud, bank fraud, other financial crimes, obstruction of justice, illegal debt collection, illegal gambling, and conspiracy to commit fraud. Some of these crimes seem absolutely crazy in the modern day and make you think more of the Black Hand mafia extortion scene in the Godfather movies than gangbangers in South Central LA. In fact, Big U actually previously referred to his life as a modern day mafia story, but things were much more complicated than that. Because to cloak this alleged criminal activity, according to the complaint, Big U's non-profit was at the front and center, and this, along with his persona he presented to the public as as a reformed gang member actually allowed Big U to navigate both the criminal underworld and the halls of legitimate power and business at the same time. His non-profit umbrella organization, Developing Options, which controls a number of seemingly innocent entities attempting to do positive work in the community, actually received over $500,000 from the GRID program controlled by the City of LA, with a total of over $2.3 million from the City of LA being handed over, hundreds of thousands of which Big U allegedly withdrew personally as a salary. He would also allegedly embezzle funds that were meant for community work, in a practice where he would solicit donations from celebrities for his charities, then taking the money for himself personally. The criminal complaint later called Big U's organizations a front and part of a plan for Big U to control the streets of LA undercover, and according to wiretaps, Big U's persona as a reformed community activist was just a facade, and behind the scenes, he was openly claiming how he was still the same man that they said he once was. Big U was also heard on a wiretap saying that no one can beef with him because he'd kill them. Apparently,
once you start talking like that and they hear that, they're like, oh, let's see who he killed.
Even later bragging to someone about being the only gangster from his era still murdering people in the modern day and age. Big U's alleged right-hand man, an enforcer, and underboss was a man named Sylvester Robinson, aka Vay, with Mark Martin, aka Bearclaw, being a trusted lieutenant. Big U's name and crew pulled a lot of weight and called a lot of shots in LA for decades, particularly when it came to the nightlife. There's one infamous story about Big U getting into a fight outside of a nightclub in 2014 and a rumored deadly wave of violence and extortion that came soon after. In a video posted by TMZ, Big U is seen trying to enter a club with his friend who's being turned away, who then attacks the security. Big U decides to back up his friend, getting into the fight and ending up being floored by the Samoan security team, being left bloodied and carried away by the police.
Oh shit, they were Big U? They were Big U?
Called a lot of shots in LA for decades, particularly when it came to the nightlife. There's one infamous story about Big U getting into a fight outside of a nightclub in 2014 and a rumored deadly wave of violence and extortion that came soon after. In a video posted by TMZ, Big U is seen trying to enter a club with his friend who's being turned away, who then attacks the security. Big U decides to back up his friend, getting into the fight and ending up being floored by the Samoan
So he got floored by the Samoans. They whooped his ass.
Security team, being left bloodied and carried away by the police.
Damn, they bloodied the nigga Big U. And the name of the video is the fight that started the Game and T.I. intense LAPD standoff. Whoa.
Stop!
Get off the Hey, you, Mike. Hey, just stay down. Hold him. He's good. You, Mike. Hey, close the gate, Mike.
That's Big U on top of him or Big U on the bottom?
Close it out. Get him inside.
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out right now. Go. Get him out.
Be cool. Just be cool.
I don't want him in this. I don't. Get out.
Oh, that was Big U on top of him, I think. Yeah, that's Big U on top of him.
Get him out here.
Yeah, that's Big U right there.
Back up. Come on. You, come on. You.
Big U. Yeah, look, that was Big U on top of him. Big U was whooping his ass in the end. Huh? He looked good. He looked fine. He ain't bloody. Oh, he fought again. Oh, they must have jumped him. Oh, is that Big U on the floor?
No, he just swung at my guard. Leave him on the ground. No, he goes to jail. He goes to jail tonight.
One of them on the floor. Who the other one? Who the other one on the floor? Big U got locked up.
Hey guys, back up. Come on, what are you doing?
Big U later claimed that he had gone head-to-head with 15 Samoan security guards.
At the supper club up here. We was going in. It's only 30, 40 minutes left from the club. This dude hired something. The homeboy house. Yeah, they won't let him in. I was like, I'm gonna stay out here with him. He just get off on the security guard for no apparent reason. Get off, meaning? He just fired on the dude. Oh! All the security together is me by myself. Big U, you straight up? So I made the assessment. It's 15 of them. You fit to get your whooped. But how the rules go, I'm gonna get down where I'm mad at. I took flight. So when I'm on the ground, I'm wrestling with him. One dude came and kicked me. If you look at the film, he kicked me in the side of the face.
Back up. Come on. Hey, give me one fight diving over here. Back up. Back up, guys. Come on.
So the blood, while I'm on my back, wrestling with the blood filter in my eyes. I couldn't see.
Hey guys, back up. Come on, what are you doing?
I think I did pretty good, me versus 15. You know what I'm saying?
Big U would also claim that in the aftermath, hundreds of goons from different gangs came to Hollywood following that incident to back him up.
And dudes from every set in LA really stood up and was offended by what they had seen.
My homies is Bloods, that's Cubs, that's from every set was upset.
In a subsequent video, Big U was seen bloodied and in cuffs as rappers The Game and T.I., along with Big U's son and an army of 6-0s, square up to the police, initially believing that it was the police that brutalized Big U.
Are you trigger happy too? We not you trigger happy?
They thought it was the police that did that. They ain't even the police. Y'all better find them niggas who did it.
TMZ, put it on it. TMZ, hey, get the camera on Big U. Hey, listen, right now. Police didn't do it. Club security did.
Hey, T.I. Who did it? T.I.
Police didn't do it.
T.I.
Who did it? Club security did it.
Club security did it. Oh,
But
yeah.
after the crowd realised that the security were responsible for jumping Big U, they begun to confront and scuffle with the security, with one of the people personally involved in beating up Big U taking off running from the mob.
Who did that to you?
Nah, don't run. Yeah, you right here. You was involved. Yeah, you was involved, my boy. Don't go nowhere.
Who did it?
Tubby.
Please. Who did you out? They you up. Yo, people say who did it? Who just did it? Put it down.
Now don't run, bitch.
Hey, Scott, I got you.
Then, rapper The Game even squares up to security himself, ready to fight.
Look at Game sweating the security right now on the police.
Yeah, they on that for Big U. Big U the big homie out there. All gangs is on that for Big U. Cause they know who he is.
Then, what sounded like young Rollin' 60s members ready to crash out would escalate things further, looking for those responsible and saying that they had never seen Big U in that sort of state, with everyone trying to remove them from the situation before things escalate and get deadly.
I'm talking to you, 6-0 kid. I ain't never seen my like
Yeah, he ready to get crazy. He like, nah.
Who hit you though? Who hit you? Hey, what happened? No, I can calm the whole situation down. What happened? I can tell you.
Look, it's a whole Mexican standoff right now. We got a whole Mexican standoff with Game's crew and the police.
The Game would still try and square up to the security, who was saying that Big U has to go to jail tonight.
Watch your back.
Yeah, get that tubby nigga right here. Nah, you walk right past the nigga you need to get. He was doing that shit.
The whole situation was a mess, and according to one rumor, this actually led to a gang war between the Rollin' 60s, backed up by other gangs, and the Samoan security gangs that run the nightclub doors in Hollywood, with Big U saying in his Hip Hop Uncovered series how things got so serious that 4 to 5 people were expected to die over this, with some Redditors even taking this to mean that 5 people had indeed lost their lives as part of this beef.
It was a lot of violence against just clubs and security against clubs, and people expected 4 or 5 people to die. We got so many people dying over bullcrap. I didn't really want to add to that.
Good footage.
That's not
facts.
the legacy I wanted to have.
That was a misunderstanding, you know what I mean? Went too far. So we ended up shutting Hollywood down. We had to meet with the powers that be.
Now, I wasn't able to find any evidence or cases relating to murders that happened in Hollywood following this incident, but apparently after things reached a boiling point in the streets, the Supper Club and Big U had a meeting to try and resolve things. This ended in the Supper Club allegedly cutting Big U a check for $200,000 and doing a food drive for his community movement.
You know, we had sat down with the owners of the Supper Club. They wrote me a check for over $200,000. We used about $70,000, $80,000 to do a food giveaway, toys. It was amazing.
The supper club's giving all these free toys and food. They're underprivileged, right? And so I start talking to Big U, the organiser of the event. How come the supper club was so keen to be involved?
Well, we've been messing with them since back in, the incident we had. They want to reach out to help the community. For me, being able to
extortion
to take
allegedly
something bad that happened for me and turn it into a positive instead of continue to let it be a negative. That's what I'm all about.
Supper Club later put out a public statement suggesting that Big U was the victim of a rogue security officer who took things too far, saying that Big U was not arrested and had no part in the violence, with club owners distancing themselves from the security that were working that night and promising that they would never book them again. Clearly, Big U was flesh and blood, like any man, and could also be caught slipping, but just as clearly from what came after, he was a formidable force in the streets who wouldn't accept this kind of violation lightly, and nightclubs would seemingly be a regular target for extortion attempts by the Big U enterprise. The 2025 criminal complaint would outline a situation where Big U shook down club owners, promising them T.I. and Wiz Khalifa to turn up to an event in exchange for 33% of the profits. These artists never turned up, but Big U demanded a $30,000 payment from the club, plus more of the profits, despite not keeping up his end of the deal, with a taped recording depicting Big U pressing the club owner and promising to tear the club up if he didn't get what he wanted, apparently vowing to bring 5,000 Rolling 60s members to destroy their club if he wasn't paid the money, and famous people weren't safe either. The criminal complaint would mention a litany of celebrities and athletes that had paid Big U a checking-in fee when coming to LA, checking in being an extortion method that out-of-town people often fall into, as they're pressured to get into contact with the local gang members, this often involving payments for protection and to not get robbed. The criminal complaint explained that checking in was a street tax that had to be paid to guarantee safety from gangs and criminals in the city, and according to the complaint, the Big U enterprise claimed control of LA and expected to collect tax from entertainers in the city conducting certain types of legit or illegal business. The criminal complaint outlined an incident where boxer Adrian Broner and his friends were part of a fixed dice game against some NBA players, who then checked in with Big U and allegedly paid him $100,000, after which Big U gathered his goons and went to confront Broner, allegedly roughing him up along with his friends for not checking in and for apparently cheating NBA players out of their money. But even as far back as 2020, people on Reddit would debate why Big U pretends to be a reformed gang member whilst also openly enforcing the checking in extortion method publicly. People knew that he was living a double life years ago, and this was an open secret in LA. Big U would even be seen in video clips on social media going to film sets where he had apparently forced the production to check in with him, saying that if they didn't, he would be taking all of their equipment.
Movie production in the hood. That's how we do it, man.
Top flight, baby.
GB running this here movie set in the hood.
Come out here.
Coming out here and checking in with GB, getting these movies done. You better know it.
You better know it.
Sure. Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. We can make sure it's done. Movies, videos. But if you don't check it in,
oh well.
Check your. We're gonna check you in, all right. We're gonna check in all of your equipment. We're gonna check in all of your equipment.
Big U was openly the gatekeeper for LA check-ins, warning out-of-towners in numerous clips that if you choose not to check in, you're not safe and you'll suffer the consequences, as well as saying that he too checks in when going to other cities.
When I go to Chicago, I respect Chicago.
Not the way you expect people to check in LA. You check in and say what up to your peoples and pop up at events.
Wholeheartedly, I check in. When I go to Atlanta, I check in. When I go places, I check in. And I don't think nobody is safe. I know dudes right now from LA who are actual gang members who have been robbed for their jewelry, who real killers. Like, who really real killers. Like, if he ever find out who did that, he gonna knock everybody down. You understand what I'm saying?
Everybody
you just call slipping. You know, that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? And you try your best not to be slipping. And if you have the means not to, why do it? You know what I mean? And it's just about, sometimes it's about respecting, yourself and then trying to get home. So, I mean, I hear a lot of back and forth on that. But, I mean, I don't know that it's a perfect answer other than me, myself, I check in.
But it appeared that Big U even had issues with podcasters like Gilly and Wallow of $1 Million Worth of Game.
Gilly and Wallow, they got a problem. I come to Philly, them the only two dudes I'm looking for. I got no problem with nobody else, no beef with nobody else but Gilly and Wallow right now.
Whack 100 and Luce Cannon would both tell academics that the Rolling 60s, on the orders of Big U, once stripped Gilly and his son and sold their jewelry for $100,000, with Whack 100 also revealing that Nipsey Hussle allegedly ended up giving Gilly $20,000 back because he felt bad for him.
Man, you better ask Gilly. Gilly
no?
No, Gilly got stripped down by the homies because of Big U.
Damn, I know Gilly hate academics now for this interview.
Wait, Gilly?
Yeah, the homie Rose and them stripped.
We're talking about Gilly the Kid. We're talking about the guy with the podcast. We're talking about $1 Million Worth of Game.
He got his son stripped down, and they stripped down Gilly.
What do you, like, for what? Like what?
Damn, they stripped his son down too? Rest in peace, his son, bro.
Gilly never got robbed, though.
Yo, rest in peace, his son. He ended up dying later. Like, he ended up dying eventually. Unfortunately, like, rest in peace.
Yeah, him and his son got stripped. They stripped him in the 60s. Big U lined them up. They stripped him, took all their jury. And did it, came on the stage and said he did it. And get mad at me like I did it. I ain't did it. I ain't do it. I wasn't there.
I wasn't there.
Mad at me for?
Gilly official from Philly, man. Gilly not going like that.
Gilly had his hands up in the mother air with his 2 kids. A father that couldn't protect his 2 kids.
Damn.
That's what he is. I told that, look, bro, don't be popping at me. Cause with another saying, nigga, that from Rolling 60 Crip for real. Everybody know that is. He telling you, Big, you lined your punk ass up. Now, if you got your ass robbed over there, you and your kids, he said Nipsey went over there and gave it 20,000 because he felt bad for him.
However, it seems that whatever may have happened, Gilly would repair the relationship with Big U, as they could later be seen acting very friendly with each other. But no one was safe from the Rollin' 60s extortion racket. But it seemed that the biggest targets were grey market businesses that couldn't rely on the law to protect them, particularly unlicensed smoke shop dispensaries, with Big U and his henchmen allegedly running an extortion racket where they would charge protection money to a store and rob them if they didn't pay up. In some cases, robbing them and giving some of the proceeds back if they agreed to line up other robberies and to prove what they were capable of doing. Footage of one armed dispensary robbery allegedly carried out by Rollin' 60s on a dispensary that happened to be owned by Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam would even circulate on Reddit. And this
This is Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam dispensary, 4-5 dispensary owned by Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam being robbed by Rollin' 60s. That's crazy.
On a dispensary that happened to be owned by Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam would even circulate on Reddit, and this is where Luce Cannon enters the picture. According to some sources, Luce Cannon, real name Tremaine Ashley Williams, had a tough upbringing in South Central LA, losing his father to a death sentence in prison. Luce found himself deep in the politics of LA streets and prison yards, eventually turning to the music business as a producer, making beats for people around him like Nipsey and Draco the Ruler, before turning to rapping himself, collaborating with Nipsey Hussle during his come-up, and allegedly almost getting signed by none other than Dr. Dre, who according to Luce produced his song Bringin' California Back featuring Nipsey Hussle and YG. But in the end, Dr. Dre ended up signing Kendrick Lamar, as he considered him to be the safer choice who didn't have as many potentially disruptive ties to the streets.
Some peace in it, man.
Yeah.
You had a record with him in 2013, right?
Yeah. Bringing California Back, produced by Dr. Dre, with featuring YG.
Hold on, you said produced by Dre.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Like Andre Young.
Yeah.
Oh, worked with Dre?
Yeah.
How closely did you work with Dre on that? You just got the beat, or you were able to link with him?
He, when I went to jail, he was like, he wanted to sign me or whatever. It was me, Nip, and Kendrick Lamar. So at the end of the day, he was like, y'all getting people killed, people getting killed out there. I don't want to be around with this gangbang. I learned my lesson from dealing with the last situation, and he chose Kendrick Lamar.
That makes sense.
However, in another early interview, Luce would also imply that he was in fact the producer of the song, making the melody of the beat with a church piano while being locked up.
So you basically wrote everything. Did you produce that track too, right?
Yeah, I produced it. I did everything.
So when you're in jail, how were you able to kind of make that beat?
They had church, right?
Okay.
I used to go in the church, use the keyboards like that. That's how I did it. And it came out dope. So.
No, for real. I remember that was the first song I actually heard, that you created and that you were in. I was like, hell yeah, this is dope as hell, because you had YG and Nipsey, and it was about, bringing Cali back, the hardcore, just kind of a party vibe with it too.
So Luce Cannon produced Bring the Party Back, the LA shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just when I do music, and people don't even understand the hook, me singing on it, rapping, I did so it's I do everything. I make it easier for other artists.
Perhaps the beat might have been a collaboration between Luce and Dre, although according to a poster that was posted by Luce himself, the producer is tagged as Buckwheat on the beat, but perhaps this version was a remake. But anyway, Luce has indeed allegedly racked up production credits and writing credits on projects with numerous major artists like Rihanna.
Who knew?
Snoop Dogg, The Game, Nas, and 50 Cent, and he supposedly even worked as the opening act
This might be cap. This might be cap.
for Drake and 21 Savage during their It's All a Blur tour, although he's not included in the Wikipedia page about the tour for some reason. These discrepancies seem to raise some
I think it's cap. I think this cap.
interesting questions about Luce's background or lack thereof. In fact, according to Luce's twin brother Jermaine Williams, much of Luce Cannon's alleged music production credits are actually not true at all.
Even though he has a little bit of music on his platform, he's got the Draco song, he's got the Nipsey song. He has claimed all kind of music success with people that I know for a fact he doesn't even know. He don't know Nas, but the Luce Cannon that I know has been worked with Nas for probably a decade. He doesn't know none of these other people that he's claimed to produce, that he's worked with. Have you heard some of his claims of his music success?
I could only go by what I did for him. Like he have songs with, Game. He got songs with J-Rock. He got songs with Nip, YG. Songs that I produce. I can't speak on anything that he's produced.
Yeah, him and his brother both slow. They both talk a little.
I mean, that I heard little clips. People send me little clips. He would have been too young to work with these folks when they was doing their music and they did hits and all that stuff. So if people wants to believe the that he says.
Yeah, I heard this nigga was lying and saying that he was the Don Cannon nigga. He lied and said he was Don Cannon. He told niggas in jail that.
So be it. All I could do is say what I did with him.
Moreover, LA YouTuber Street TV, together with guests like the rappers Munchie B and Spider Loke, have claimed that Luce has stolen his entire public persona from an older hip-hop industry insider that also has the name Luce Cannon.
Got me on this Luce Cannon, anti-Luce Cannon, anti-fake Luce Cannon campaign is because I have a personal friend that I've known since, I want to say 13 years old, 14 maybe, that goes by the name Luce Cannon. That's been in the music business since I've known him. That he's introduced me to some of the biggest rappers that I've ever met. I met them through the real Luce Cannon.
Because you guys, I believe this is the reason why Luce Coochie Lips Cannon chose Luce Cannon as a name to run with, because of the credits that were already attached to it and the lack of a apparent profile that was so obvious. Because if you from rolling anything, especially 60s, I don't care if it's 90s, 40s, 30s, anything, and you have a name that includes O's, to eliminate the O's is so contrary to what we do when we play with words and represent what we represent. He had to take that name for the purpose of receiving the exact same credit that your partner was getting.
He like, you would have never took out O's from your name. You would have kept the O's and not made it Luce.
Luce Cannon hit me up during the MySpace years.
That's what it was, MySpace.
And he asked me, who is this dude, Luce Cannon? He's supposed to be from 60s. And I remember I think he called Steve Lobel because he knew Steve Lobel was tapped into the 6-0s. And he said that, I think Steve Lobel told him that, it ain't nobody, there's nothing to worry about.
My mama, dad, homies, daughters, lokes, loved ones, everything I love and live for, my sister and my sons. Just the same thing I did. It wasn't Steve, but I hollered at Big U. He called me back with the exact same report, bro. Back in 06, when I ran across this mother content of Luce Coochie Lips Cannon lying on me.
06. This was back in 06.
Claiming he had met me and disrespected me, and I had no idea he existed.
Told you, don't say cuz, you not no crip.
Look how far he would go. That's why you guys know. He been trying this since 06.
Normally I wouldn't care, but I grew up with the real Luce Cannon.
Right.
The real Luce Cannon is getting calls all the time about what this dude is doing, about claims that he's been with other celebrities that the real Luce Cannon never been with. So he's got to take these calls. Nah, I never did a song for 50 Cent. He has worked with Nas. He has worked with some major dudes.
Right.
This dude, the fake dude, is just
I seen that some major,
putting it all out there.
Robbing dispensaries is one thing, but robbing song credits and your entire career history is just wild. But Luce's former partner, Jasmine Gigi Adams, also told Street TV that Luce has told many outlandish lies about himself, painting him as a possible pathological liar.
Tremaine, he kind of gets you into a place. I mean, it's real intense. When he first meets you, as you guys can all see, I'm sure, from the interviews that everybody has seen, the lies are outlandish, and he's very good at, when he's outed for the lies, he'll come up with an even bigger lie. And then he's got, little minions around him to support the lies. And then, next thing you know, you don't know what to believe, even though you have the proof in front of your face.
Okay, all right. How about Nas?
No, Nas is cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
what was it like when you were working with him?
It was just like, cause was gifted a whole nother level. So it was like a different vibe. It was like out of here. It's like a different atmosphere.
What did you do with him?
Produce for him.
Oh, what?
Nas? Nigga did not produce for Nas.
What did you produce?
The song with him and what's that factory?
Nigga, you will remember.
So many records, I'll be forgetting the damn names.
But I think that was kind of the reason why I stayed, because the fake Tremaine didn't have, it's not like he had tons of money or anything when I
Luce Cannon's mistress, Sharice Mills exposed by estranged wife Jasmine Gigi Adams. So this is Luce Cannon's first wife?
met him. So I think it was more so about myself. It was just me.
When you look back at it, was there anything about him that you actually liked?
He was very persistent. He was very persistent. He was showered you right away with just like flowers, very persistent and, taking you out, kind of just treating you like, like a lady. He never pressured you for sex or anything like that. He was just very persistent, kind of came off as a gentleman. And then, of course, he's, telling you these lavish stories. I own Subways, I own GameStops, I have my life together type thing and stuff like that. And I had my own businesses too. So it was kind of like he makes you feel like you've met your match.
But whatever the case, Luce Cannon would eventually find himself in the podcast world, appearing frequently on LA's leading rap culture podcast, No Jumper, arguably becoming a loose link when it came to the secretive code of the streets. But before Luce had fully transitioned to a more sanitized media presence, he was allegedly towing the line for Big U in the streets, specifically conducting robberies of dispensaries that were being shaken down. According to the criminal complaint, on July the 5th, 2021, a robbery went down at an unlicensed dispensary that had been paying up to $25,000 a month to the Big U enterprise. But they ultimately got tired of being extorted and decided to stop paying up. On that day, 11 thugs were sent to the store, including Luce Cannon personally, with them running into the dispensary with guns and masks, robbing the store of cash, stock, and even sticking up the customers. Apparently during the robbery, one of the masked men put the store owner on the phone with Big U, who invited the victim to his home, and when he arrived...
Like, that's super extortion. I'm gonna have my son come, my people's coming in and rob everything you got, take everything you got, put it in the bag, and then invite you over to my crib, and then we could talk.
There, he found Big U and the robbers with the proceeds of the robbery, telling the victim that he just robbed himself, giving him back some of the stolen things and demanding $10,000 so it doesn't happen again. Now, this is a crazy extortion method as it is, but to make matters even more crazy, years later, after falling out with Big U whilst on the No Jumper podcast, Luce Cannon would discuss this incident openly, saying how he found it strange how Big U would send them out on robberies and then the victims would later turn up to take their things back.
So basically it's like, cause he'll be like, he'll manipulate things, like we'll go and do something and as soon as we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to counting everything, right? And we be like, how do they get that? Oh well, we're gonna just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that, but cause it's actually putting us in paperwork, right?
Luce also claimed that Big U had supplied guns to the homies, but noted down the serial numbers for these guns as collateral.
Seen it get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like that, and I didn't catch on. So it was like I'm waking up now. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm his right hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when it came down to like dirt and stuff like that, I'm gonna get it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Ultimately, it would seem that Luce Cannon's fallout with Big U was a big contributor to his downfall, as Luce would go on podcasts and lives on his own social media and speak openly about illegal things that he had done under Big U's leadership. Another crazy situation that emerged in the criminal complaint and on a podcast was an apparent run-in with the rapper Meek Mill, where Luce and other 6'0s had allegedly grabbed hold of Meek at a venue and threatened to kill him unless Rick Ross, Meek Mill's label boss, gave them $50,000, which was apparently paid up.
I heard an interview talking about what I did to Meek Mills.
Wait, you did something to Meek Mill?
Oh Lord.
It said y'all was trying to kidnap him.
Look, this Sharice right here. This Sharice Mills right here. She masked up, talking about it. Oh Lord, she aware of everything. All these stories she know already, because she was either there or just knows because he told her.
No, that's cap. There was a big you portion of it.
Yeah. So basically, Meek Mills was talking real reckless on Twitter and stuff like that. So
talking reckless.
Doing
it now.
Yeah. So we caught him at the club where he was performing at. As soon as he walked in or whatever, all the security that was with him, they spent around and grabbed Cuz. Get on the phone with Ross.
Honey, all right, that's enough now. We're not gonna tell all the details.
No, we gotta hear this one.
I said, get on the phone with Ross.
This one gonna go high. What?
But see, honey, we're not gonna tell the details.
Get on the phone with Ross.
As he continues to tell the details.
He was a Crip. So he got on the phone with Ross. I took on the phone with Ross.
Wait.
Because we needed that bag. Cuz was.
Oh, he owed y'all money.
No, he didn't owe no money. We took the money.
Oh, this was extortion. Oh.
Not extortion.
Ken, all right.
See, yeah, we don't want
See, I might have to probably bail him out after this
we
interview.
don't want to get...
No. We'll just say me.
Yep.
No stench on him. It's fine. Me ain't gonna tell.
Look, we don't want to get the extortion part. It was just a business transaction. You get
how much I charge?
Business transaction.
50,000?
Yeah.
I hear Rose. Hey, look, I got this. You got this artist you pumping. You don't want this to get out. We need 50. He brought 52, Crenshaw, and 48. He brought that money. He brought it fast.
Did he really?
And when he brought it, I hit Big Useless and said we on our way. Gave Meek Mills his stuff back and left.
Now, for the record, Meek Mill later denied this, and if one thing's clear, Luce Cannon is certainly somebody that will happily lie for clout. But Luce was seemingly so fresh out the streets, he didn't seem to realize that he shouldn't have been talking so openly about these crimes on podcasts. Combine this with the comments that he made about Nipsey Hussle's death and the subsequent cease and desist Big U sent to No Jumper, it was then emerging that Big U had a serious problem on his hands, as the inner workings of his street empire were now being aired out on podcasts for the whole world to hear. Apparently, as a result of a fallout between the two, Luce Cannon was now openly disrespecting Big U any opportunity that he had. But this was
right, all because Big U would not pay Luce Cannon. They always say you gotta pay your shooters, you gotta pay the wolves, the dudes that's actually going out there doing the work, the violence. You gotta pay them. And Big U apparently wasn't paying them, man. Even when it came later on, the Sylvester dude, what's the dude that kept on going back? The dude that kept on going to the dispensary and bringing money. He had to steal his own money off the top because Big U wasn't cutting him in or barely cutting him in. So he had to steal his own money off the top. Tell him, I'm gonna tell Big U you gave me this because I need this off the top. Making excuses for why he needed money.
It wasn't just a spontaneous switching of sides. In actual fact, it seemed that Big U's downfall was orchestrated by one man, a former friend turned mortal enemy named Wack 100, who after befriending Big U's former enforcer Luce Cannon would discover a shocking revelation that Big U might have been involved in a sloppy murder in Las Vegas, with Wack ultimately conspiring to drip feed the information to the public and Big U himself
drip feed the information to the public
in order to accelerate the downfall of his Big U might have been involved in a sloppy murder in Las Vegas, with Wack ultimately conspiring to drip feed the information to the public and Big U himself in order to accelerate the downfall of his former friend turned enemy. But Wack 100 couldn't take all the credit, as the reality is the downfall of Big U was seemingly his own doing, as the 2025 criminal complaint would reveal just how dark and badly executed this alleged murder was. But despite this, it would be 4 years before anyone would learn the details, and by then it would be far too late for Big U to escape these serious charges.
Right. Goddamn. Murder gonna come back to get you. There's no statute of limitations.
The extortion empire of the Big U enterprise was apparently just the tip of the iceberg when it came to the crimes committed by the alleged leader of the Rollin 60s. The 2025 criminal complaint would shockingly allege that Big U kidnapped and murdered a victim named as RW in response to disrespect from that individual, but the truth of that story is much darker than anyone could have possibly imagined. The young man in question was named Rayshawn Williams, a young football player who had personally been coached by Big U and was a close friend of his son, who went on to play for the LA Chargers in the NFL. Highlights of Rayshawn playing had circulated online when he was still a teen. Previously touted as a talented player to watch, his career was slowed by a knee injury that had him off the field for a whole season. He was apparently being courted by UCLA until his injury, and by 2018, he would officially no longer be on the team. Big U had reportedly not only coached Rayshawn in football growing up, but Rayshawn actually lived with Big U and his family for a brief period during high school, with Big U actually kicking him out after he stole a chain from his son and wore it to school. But despite the apparent brief fallout, Big U was allegedly still playing a supportive role in Rayshawn's life as he tried to find another career path following his football injury, and it would seem that he decided to give music a try. Rapping under the name Young Judah, from May 2020, he would tease his upcoming musical debut in the form of an EP called Golden Dreams, which dropped in June 2020. Clearly an aspirational title, Rayshawn had high hopes for his rap career, continuing to tease his project as months went by. Unfortunately, his music wasn't really hitting. He would post snippets of songs that he had made on his IG, and things weren't exactly industry ready. In one song, he called himself Ray Hustle, an ironic reference to Big U's other murdered protege, Nipsey Hussle. As time went on, Rayshawn would post more snippets, and he seemed to be improving as a rapper song by song, even turning on the auto-tune and having a crack at making more emotional pain music. Despite not having success off music yet, Rayshawn was already living the high life, posting pictures of himself chilling in luxury properties. Curiously, he would make one post with a caption saying that some people think that he's rude. Anyway, he continued to experiment, dropping more snippets of music that he'd been working on, and showing himself in Las Vegas on numerous trips throughout 2020. But apparently behind the scenes, there was some kind of disagreement between Rayshawn and Big U, who had been apparently trying to help him get his music career going. Big U was apparently bankrolling Rayshawn's trips to a studio in Las Vegas to record music, but he was seemingly using his time in the wrong.
In which Big U was actually not paying for the studio time. Excuse me. But extorting it.
Kind of ways. According to the criminal complaint, on January the 20th, 2021, Rayshawn allegedly recorded a diss song where he seemed to suggest that someone would get shot in the face over money, with feds making the suggestion that he was actually dissing Big U. It being believed that there was a dispute over Rayshawn wasting Big U's studio time and not making the most of the time that he had been gifted, with reports from another person involved in organizing the studio sessions that Rayshawn had been skipping out and having too much fun during a week where he was supposed to be making a song a day. The day after the alleged diss song, Rayshawn releases a different song as a snippet to his Instagram where he indeed seems to be dissing someone, rapping about how he doesn't need to hate someone he's disagreeing with, but he wishes them the best, and dismissing any criticism that they've made, saying how he doesn't hear it and they should say it with their chest, ending with a sly lyric saying that he's supporting his friends by buying all their merch, and dissing someone for being a snitch and saying how they would get killed for that. It's unclear if any of these lyrics were indeed intended as a sneak diss towards Big U, as he wasn't mentioned specifically. However,
I doubt it. It just don't sound like it.
The Instagram post that included this song, eerily, was the only one on his page that Big U had liked publicly. It's highly possible that he perceived this as disrespect and was letting Rayshawn know that he had his eye on him. According to the criminal complaint, it's alleged that 2 days later, on January the 21st, interestingly, this being Big U's daughter's birthday, Big U and Vay, aka Robinson, drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, arriving at the studio unexpectedly, causing the studio security to be confused and ask a lot of questions. According to the later full indictment, Big U had gone there to confront Rayshawn about his lack of production during the allotted studio time. Then, later going to Rayshawn's Airbnb at 2 AM to ask him why he hadn't been at the studio the previous day and calling him out for disrespecting the Big U enterprise. The next day, on January the 24th, and into the night of the 25th, Big U was at a recording studio with Rayshawn and somebody else known only as Witness 2. Big U arrived at the studio around 7
Nah, we need to know who Witness 2 is.
4 PM, with Rayshawn arriving an hour or two later, recording a song from 11 PM until midnight, but clearly, whatever Rayshawn recorded or said didn't quite cut it for Big U, and things were about to get dark. Then, at 12:37 AM, Big U left the studio, apparently driving Rayshawn back to his Airbnb. During this journey, at 12:58 AM, Big U's phones were turned off. Interestingly, in a 2021 Drink Champs interview, Big U had mentioned how phone data makes it impossible to get away with crimes these days.
The unique thing is, because of the way we are right now, we'll never have these stories. Because the camera ain't gonna let it, the one on the street corner. The phone ain't gonna let it, the one that's telling everything. And it's just these stories will become what the mafia stories were.
But anyway, perhaps some kind of conversation on that ride between Rayshawn and Big U took a bad turn, leading U to make a decision to do something extreme. By 1:13 AM, Big U had pulled up to the spot where Rayshawn was staying, with Rayshawn spending 10 minutes gathering his belongings and returning to the car with a suitcase. Despite being scheduled to stay at the Airbnb another day, based on the details in the paperwork, Big U would drive with Rayshawn to a location on the I-15 highway. Allegedly, it was...
I wonder if Rayshawn knew, like, Big U probably want to body me at this point. Nah, he never expected that. He don't probably actually think Big U is, like, capable of doing that, especially to him, because he was like a son to him. He was his son's best friend. So he probably didn't think, like, Big U want to kill me. But I wonder what he was thinking.
here that he would pull off the road.
He probably want to fight me, beat me up, teach me a lesson, send me back home, make me broke, don't support me no more, something like that. I know he wasn't expecting to die though. He wouldn't have packed no suitcase, he'd have ran.
Shooting Rayshawn dead and dragging his body into a remote spot off the highway into the desert of Las Vegas near a landfill, with the later indictment showing on the I-15 highway. Allegedly, it was here that he would in the paperwork. Big U would drive with Rayshawn to a location on the I-15 highway. Allegedly, it was here that he would pull off the road, shooting Rayshawn dead and dragging his body into a remote spot off the highway into the desert of Las Vegas near a landfill, with the later indictment showing an image of the crime scene where the body had been found with multiple gunshot wounds to the head. Investigators did
multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
Test drives to prove that the drive to the location where the body was found matched the amount of time that it would have taken from the car departing from Rayshawn's B&B and then from the murder location to where Big U's phone was turned back on and started reporting location data once again, which was around 2:15 a.m. Within an hour of turning his phone back on, Big U returned to the recording studio covered in
stupid ass
sweat, telling those there that he had just been to the gym. Interestingly, days later, Big U demanded the removal of all surveillance and recording equipment and evidence from the studio after he left, with detectives believing that the footage would have shown an altercation between Big U and Rayshawn that took place before the murder. In the early hours of the morning after the murder, according to the paperwork, Big U would leave Las Vegas for Los Angeles, with North Las Vegas Police Department agents discovering the body in the desert near the Apex landfill the following morning, with cops immediately theorizing that the murder had taken place right at the side of the I-15 roadway based on their discovery of blood and drag marks leading to where the body was found. A News 3 Las Vegas article would immediately report the news, telling the public how the police had received a call from a member of the public who found a body laying in a deserted area near Las Vegas and Clark Peterson Boulevard near the Apex. This is a barren and open desert space, which while deserted, doesn't seem like a place a body would be hard to miss out in the open in the daytime, but it's likely that Big U drove off this unmarked verge on the edge of the I-15 in the darkness of night, thinking that this would be a remote place to drag and leave.
Right, exactly. He left it in the dark. It looked like, oh, I can get away with this in the dark. Once it turned light, it's like, nigga, you can see everything.
Body, perhaps not realizing that this was right next to quite literally the largest and busiest landfill in the entire world, with Big U arriving back in Los Angeles an hour after the body was found in the Vegas desert.
Wow, he only arrived back in Los Angeles an hour after the body
with Big U arriving back in Los Angeles an hour after the body was
like, this nigga's supposed to be an OG. He's supposed to be smart. Like, you know how many niggas done became 6-0 because they looked up to Big U? And this is the type of dumb mistakes that this nigga making? That sucks. Like, damn, to know your big homie, like, literally made a mistake. Mistakes like this is crazy. Like, be smarter.
Was found in the Vegas desert. NLVPD would break the tragic news to Rayshawn's mother, who provided more backstory, telling them that Big U and Rayshawn were close and how he would usually call his mother weekly, but after the murder, the calls abruptly stopped, and Rayshawn's mother had apparently called Big U to confront him after the disappearance of her son, with Big U denying that he'd seen or heard from him. Big U even tried to cover his tracks by replying to an Instagram DM from Rayshawn the day after the murder, but nothing happened for 2 years, it would seem. And what's really fascinating is that Big U was right back to business after this alleged incident, arriving back to Los Angeles and beginning to promote his upcoming documentary, Hip Hop Uncovered, due to be released in a matter of weeks on FX. Meanwhile, the Crenshaw High football Instagram page would announce the death of their former wide receiver, Rayshawn Williams. His teammates would pay tribute to him in their Twitters, but curiously, Big U didn't once acknowledge the death of this young man who had been so close to him and his family for years. Weirdly, Big U never acknowledged this death of someone so close to him, but when Gilly's son Cheese was killed, he made a heartfelt post on the Unique Music account pleading, "Why are we losing our sons to the streets?" But then again, this could have been trolling, as Big U in the 60s were rumored to have robbed Gilly and...
Exactly. That's what I'm about to say. This could have been trolling. Because allegedly he robbed Gilly and his son before Gilly's son died.
And his son years earlier, and U would post other tributes to other deceased youngsters that his friends had lost, but curiously, nothing about Rayshawn. But as the days went on, Big U would continue to promote his upcoming FX documentary. He was enjoying his newfound fame, posting a clip of himself getting lint rolled by the wardrobe department, showing the world that he was now a superstar 60.
You did it before?
Look, Whack 100 right there in the back. You did it before! Look, Whack 100 cheerleader in the back. For Big U.
He was enjoying his newfound fame, posting a clip of himself getting lint rolled by the wardrobe department, showing the world that he was now a superstar 60.
You did it before? I'm a hug you. They about to put a Sephora in the 60s.
Over here, get over here.
Look, Big U tagging Whack 100 in his joints back in the day. Look.
On February the 8th, he would post a cryptic message saying that nobody cares about the truth when the lie is more entertaining. After this, Big U would take to Instagram again to celebrate a billboard for his show placed on Sunset Boulevard, even pulling up to the scene to make a video saying that people are saying that they should stay away from Big U.
Trick.
What?
They say stay away from Big U, cuz.
They lying, cause look, Big U got us on the billboard on Sunset.
On Sunset.
He on Sunset.
You see that? All up in that mic, you see that say,
Bang!
Big U was laughing at his haters and seemingly sneaking a shot at Nipsey Hussle, saying that the marathon continues.
The marathon continues, goddammit.
This was the opposite of laying low. Big U was soaking up the spotlight despite allegedly killing a close family friend less than a month before this. And the spotlight would shine brighter when eventually Hip Hop Uncovered would drop on February the 12th, 2021. Big U would tease part of the upcoming show, posting a clip where Wiz Khalifa described him as the Godfather and claiming that you can't do anything in rap without Big U being consulted.
If I was to describe Big U's role in rap, he would definitely be the Godfather. Can't do nothing without consulting him. He's the only guy who does move how he moves. He was involved with Nipsey. He had a relationship with Death Row.
People from certain neighborhoods' names would ring bells, and his name was ringing a lot of bells.
U was at the top of the game within just weeks of this alleged murder, and now his story was being broadcast to millions of people on television. Hip Hop Uncovered would break down the life story of Big U in selective detail. It would include interesting tidbits, like a segment where he said that if he doesn't answer the phone, it can mean somebody dies.
People don't understand that sometimes if I don't answer the phone.
Let me find out my nigga Wiz Khalifa, which is one of my guys. You know, I'm still Taylor Gang forever. You know what I mean? You know, Taylor Gang, that's the Smoker crew. You know what I'm saying? That's Wiz Khalifa's gang. And when I was in high school, we was like, listen, man, we Taylor Gang. We whatever gang band we want to be doing, but we Taylor Gang too, because we fuck with Wiz Khalifa. No, let me find out he been getting extorted the whole time. It's all good, though. I still rock with Wiz. He don't mean no harm. He just trying to get by.
Phone, it could be death for somebody else.
One of Big U's closest confidants and future co-defendant Bearclaw would even congratulate him on Instagram with a caption saying, "When you sit down and put your mind to it, anything is possible." But clearly behind the scenes, there was pressure on Big U. He would make a post at the start of March, seemingly angry about people coming to him with negative questions and saying that he wants people to keep him out of silly stuff, notably with the comments turned off. He'd post more cryptic statements to Instagram, like this one that says that he respects any man who can heal a heart that he didn't break and raise a child that he didn't make. Perhaps a coded admission of failure, alluding to efforts to help Ray Sean with his football coaching and rap career that ultimately he didn't have the patience to complete. The later criminal complaint would recount a recorded conversation where Big U allegedly seemed to allude to killing a kid who disrespected him and calling out people who thought he was retired. Ultimately, Big U might have just made the biggest mistake of his life, but it would be years before people truly found out all the sordid details of this deadly.
Big U said what? Hold on.
The later criminal complaint would recount a recorded conversation where Big U allegedly seemed to allude to killing a kid who disrespected.
A kid? Where? You gotta show us that. Point that out to me, man.
Respected him and calling out people who thought he was retired.
Wait, I did see the word kid. Explain something to you. If I would have had a problem with any man, color, creed, king, or Khan, the issue would have been resolved and he wouldn't be here or I wouldn't be here. It ain't no kid, nothing. Oh, shit. And it damn near nobody who been in this longer than me can stand against me and me be who I am. If I had a problem with any man, this wouldn't be so funny to me. I'm still who they say I am.
Allegedly seemed to allude to killing a kid who disrespected him and calling out people who thought he was retired. Ultimately, Big U might have just made the biggest mistake of his life, but it would be years before people truly found out all the sordid details of this deadly case. And in those years, not only did more extortion and pressing take place, but the chaos of LA streets would find its way to the podcast world, culminating in a dramatic downfall as several high-profile social media figures slowly pieced together the details of this murder and aired it out on podcasts for the whole world to hear, until finally, the Fed stepped in and brought things to an explosive end.
The podcast that brought down Big U?
Criminal gangs have historically abided by the principle of omerta, a code of silence. But that was a long time before things like drill music or podcasts became a thing. Nowadays, besides drill rappers like King Von and Lil Durk, who use real-life crimes in their music as an important part of building their brands, there's a whole lineup of podcasts focused on hip-hop culture that blur the lines between entertainment and real gang politics. The likes of DJ Vlad interviewing the most infamous rappers, athletes, gangsters, mobsters, and mafiosos, and most importantly, the No Jumper podcast, which made stars of gang-affiliated larger-than-life personalities like Crip Mac and 4Extra. One of the most infamous hosts of No Jumper in recent years is Rollin 60's member Bricc Baby. His crazy stories from the streets of LA all the way to Atlanta, where he tapped in with some of the most famous rappers and trappers in America, made him one of LA's most beloved podcasters. Bricc Baby had a years-long come-up as a podcaster on No Jumper, while also juggling his rap career and dropping numerous songs and music videos, some of which I made cameos in, having become friendly with Bricc during appearances on the No Jumper podcast myself. But according to the criminal complaint, before Bricc Baby went all in on podcasting, he was still connected to street activity. The criminal complaint would paint a picture of Bricc Baby still ripping and running in the streets of LA and paying percentages of robberies he was involved in directly to Big U. However, this wasn't the only suspicious street activity that would come back to haunt Bricc during his podcast arc. He was also connected to the ambush on rapper Quando Rondo in August of 2022. Quando, who had $1 million bounty on his head after Chicago drill rapper King Von was shot dead in a fight with Quando's entourage, would visit Los Angeles and be ambushed by masked shooters who had flown all the way from Chicago to kill Quando on behalf of Lil Durk, allegedly. But things went wrong, and they ended up killing his cousin Lil Pab, real name Savia Robinson, by mistake. But to make matters much worse and more complicated, Bricc Baby and Big U's names were brought up into the mix immediately. Quando's tragic situation was allegedly the culmination of a multi-year back and forth with Big U himself, as Quando Rondo also—
Yo, if Bricc Baby really has something to do with this Quando Rondo's, that's out of pocket, and I'm just like, damn, I guess. And everything you thought these niggas was too smart to ever talk about, if they was actually involved in, they thought talking about it would make it seem like they really wasn't involved. That's just how you got to take it, but they was dumb, because you're involved and they caught you.
Also reps the Rollin 60's Crips, but his were brought up into the mix immediately. Quando's tragic situation was allegedly the culmination of a multi-year back and forth with Big U himself, as Quando Rondo also reps the Rollin 60's Crips, but is part of a set that branched off in his native city of Savannah, Georgia. This means that he's not a direct member of LA's Rollin 60's Crips, but there's a connection, and as a result, he seemed to have a relationship with Big U and always looked up to him. As mentioned, besides Big U allegedly using his charity as an extortion vehicle, he would more famously be a big proponent of the idea of checking in. Interestingly, Quando had numerous interactions with Big U in the lead up to this tragic incident that took his cousin's life. Big U has claimed on The Breakfast Club that Quando actually reached out to him for protection and suggested that despite claiming Rollin 60's, Quando had never showed him love until he begun having problems with Lil Durk after King Von's death.
Like Quando Rondo, I just showed envy. Like, you can't call me now. You can't call me when the fire hot. You didn't.
You can't call me when the fire hot. What that mean? You gonna let it happen, or you the one that's making it happen? Cause he ain't call you.
Me before that. You know what I mean? You had my number, you could have called me, you could have did all that.
This elicited a response from Quando, who denied ever calling Big U for protection, instead saying that he was only asking how he could give back to his community.
Once called nobody, no on planet Earth for no protection. Cause I don't fear no man. Why would I wait to get in some Anybody that I ever called, I call on some like, how can I help? How can I do this? How can I do that? I never called no person on planet Earth for protection.
Big U would address Quando and hint towards extortion, repeatedly saying that unless there's a donation for his organization, he's not interested.
Yeah, so I'm addressing this little thing with young nephew with Quando. First of all, I never talked to Quando. You know, it ain't nothing but love with Quando. Nephew reaching out to do something for the kids, definitely do that. Because I never talked to him. He just asked me if somebody reached out. I just feel like I know cuz and I've been knowing him. And I never heard from him after we had a conversation maybe a year and a half ago. No, maybe 2 years ago. And then, so when he called me, I'm only on positive vibes. I'm going to pull up on cuz or he can pull up on me.
A month later, Big U would appear on No Jumper in an interview where he seemingly apologized to Quando and indicated that there had been a miscommunication.
These beefs just sort of spiral out of control, whereas it might have been more isolated.
I can't understand it because somebody got to be a man at some point and say they was wrong. Like as far as Quando Rondo. I was wrong for saying it, but he was wrong for for not reaching to his homeboy, and then on the same line that I reached out to you, you reached back out to me on it. You know what I'm saying? But I apologize to my homeboy. You know what I'm saying?
It seemed that within a month of this back and forth, dues had been paid, and Quando would appear as the first guest on Big U's ominously titled Checking In podcast. Big U would start the podcast off by welcoming Quando to LA.
Checking in with my young fella Quando. Yeah, man. What's up, young fella?
Easy
Is you
checking
in
in
California, huh?
You dig?
Easy. You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm glad to have you, man.
They would seemingly patch over their past feud by exchanging mutual apologies, with Big U elaborating that his nephew had vouched for Quando, who had told Big U that he did Quando wrong.
When I told him, as a man, my little homie called me, and he told me, Unc, you was wrong. But I'ma say I was wrong too, because you said I was wrong. You know what I mean? And as a man, like I told them, I know when I'm gonna apologize, because I'm supposed to be a bigger person. You know what I mean?
Big U would also specify that he had never asked for any money from Quando for checking in, explaining that their dispute was purely over a misunderstanding.
Every city I go to, I check in with somebody, bro. And that's what it's about. Because people think that I'm a bully and I cancel money, I get money. I ain't never asked you for not one dime. Not one dime.
Big U would also explain the process of checking in with the Rolling 60s, explaining exactly what a rapper coming to LA should expect.
Because you might check in with me, I'm gonna tell you what clubs to go to and what clubs not to go to. I'm gonna tell you where the bad is, and I'm gonna tell you where the is. I'm gonna tell you who got the good, how to get the sack. You got dudes come out all the time, buy a sack, and getting robbed. They ain't dealing with the right people.
What now seems rather ironic, Quando would immediately join in on praising the process of checking in, saying how people have completely misunderstood what it means.
Hopefully this interview open everybody's eyes on the check-in part. Like, that's not on nothing negative.
However, a year later, Quando Rondo would visit LA again, where according to the OTF indictment, Chicago rapper Lil Durk and his team got word from an unnamed source in LA, known in the indictment as co-conspirator number 4, that Quando was indeed staying in the city. They would get his location and follow him around, eventually ambushing him at a gas station where his cousin Lil Pab was killed. Now interestingly, speculation circulated that the Rolling 60s were the ones who tipped off the Chicago hit squad to Quando's location, with a particular accusation that Bricc Baby was the one responsible, due to him apparently being the Rolling 60s member with the closest ties to Lil Durk. Bricc would also openly claim to not to him apparently being the Rolling 60s.
I never saw this pic at all.
60s member with the closest ties to Lil Durk. Bricc would also openly claim to not like Quando in an August 2021 No Jumper interview, calling him out for claiming Rolling 60s and trying to get Big U and the LA Crips to try and squash his beef with Lil Durk and the Black Disciples, saying that he needs to check in every time he comes to LA.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And then you claiming it, you ain't providing for this. Come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like Quando Rondo.
You're not him.
Boy, stop.
Boy, stop.
What is it?
Boy,
Explain.
stop it. Don't come to the 60s and want to provide now that bro them on your ass. You get what I'm saying? Like we ain't doing that.
He hot.
Yeah.
At all. We not doing that.
Nah, he hot. I ain't gonna lie. Bricc Baby be hot. This is when he first jumped on the podcasting scene too. Hot.
To try and squash his beef with Lil Durk and the Black Disciples, saying that he needs to check in every time he comes to LA.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And then you claiming it, you ain't providing for this. Come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like Quando Rondo.
You're not
Quando Rondo.
Boy, stop.
Boy, stop.
What is it?
Boy,
Explain.
stop it. Don't come to the 60s and want to provide now that bro them on your ass. You get what I'm saying? Like we ain't doing that.
Bro them on your ass.
Yeah.
At all. We not doing.
He literally said bro them on your ass, and then next thing you know, they get hit.
But none of that.
Well, that's gotta be weird for you because you've Dirk so much.
It ain't weird for me.
Yeah.
It ain't weird for me at all. To say, you know what I'm saying? You're not from Rolling 60s.
Oh, really?
You're not from LA Rolling 60s. You're not from Rolling 60s.
Right.
On the hood, we didn't make that call. But you didn't put that on the board like you finna make this play. On the hood, we didn't make that call.
But didn't Big U and him kind of squash it at a certain point? I feel
You
like.
gotta come talk to the streets.
Big U's a little removed from a lot of it.
Nah, he is the streets. You
Right.
gotta come talk to the people who feet in the streets. You gotta come clear yourself on both angles.
Bricc would be seen in the studio with Lil Durk in the months before the shooting, and days after the murder of Lil Pab, Bricc Baby would post on social media telling Quando he's a fake Crip for not checking in with him and giving them money and guns.
From out of town, and you banging the hood from California, you're an immigrant if you do not check in. If you do not make sure your hood is funded, you don't make sure your hood got blicks, if you don't make sure your hood got sticks and
The kids is eating over there. The couple put you down with the play family is straight. You're an imitation because a mother don't deal with the same enemies we deal with in LA.
However, Bricc Baby would then bizarrely go on to do a series of interviews speaking on the situation directly. He would tell Cam Capone News that Quando was smart to try and squash the beef with Big U.
But it was a great move for him, like to go check in with the big dog, because that's our big dog. So you trying to get him to soften up the people that's around your age and, you know what I'm saying, still outside. He's still outside too, but you get what I'm saying, to soften it up.
You see what he said? That's the big dog. Bricc literally is so hot. He don't even know what he be doing. Bricc is like barred up right now. Bricc probably off 2 Xans, a couple Percocets. He don't know what he talking about right now. He just speaking. He like a couple minutes into the interview, he just started rambling about real shit now.
News that Quando was smart to try and squash the beef with Big U.
But it was a great move for him, like to go check in with the big dog, because that's our big dog. So you trying to get him to soften up the people that's around your age and, you know what I'm saying, still outside. He's still outside too, but you get what I'm saying, to soften it up for us.
Around a month after the shoot.
Why would you be talking like this on podcasts?
Bricc Baby would be seen on social media flexing bundles of cash and releasing a new song with OTF artist C3, a track called Bricklato, a track which heard C3 rapping that people claiming 60s will see the real 60s getting at them and that someone is dropping their location so the ops can pull up. This was followed with songs like the April 2023 banger Not Enough, where Bricc raps.
Right, which is a hit. We might have to play this. Shout out to Bricc Baby. He don't got this copyrighted. He let niggas play this and just rock it out. We got to play the whole joint, man. We got to do it for Bricc Baby. Yeah, we got to do it for Bricc Baby, man.
I always rich things. I've been rich things since I was a little nigga.
I'll be right back. Use the bathroom. I'll be right back. My nigga Bricc Baby. Bricc Baby! Bricc got the trick.
Every time I hop outside, we tryna line him up. Hey, DJ, show at times. What the fuck going on? Gang. Spray. Name inside, it be outside, nigga, that's live as us. Every time I hop outside, we tryna line them up. Name it game to catch a vibe and just go slide like us. He was ducking, tryna hide, now he inside a blunt. We dropped 100 on yo, guy, go scrape your partner up. Them shots and flip this brand new charger, tryna follow up. We charge a quarter for a pack of 100's not enough. The last nigga we turned the pack, we got $1 million plus. Yeah. The way Boogie do his thing, he need $1 million plus. TS, how about walk him down, Jack gon' chop him up. He wanna smoke that chopper, hit his lungs, he coughing up, cough it up. Every time you in my city, guap it up. Niggas need a pass, niggas shut it up and tuck it up. Score gang, niggas know they fucking up, they fuck with us. You know the score, niggas keep on tweaking, we gon' double up, double down. Cue it on me, nigga, I had to bust it down. These for all the day when I was walking, had to bust around. Tell me why all the real niggas dying, it's only us around. That's why I keep the 40 on the time, it ain't no love around. Run the town, why these niggas flexing if they ain't from the town? Niggas know we stricken by poverty and ain't no money around. All we know is timing our visitors, it ain't no hustle town. Keep your pistol, handle your business, no extra fuck around. Outside, niggas live as us. Every time I hop outside, we tryna line them up. Name it game to catch a vibe and just go slide like us. He was ducking, tryna hide, now he inside a blunt. We dropped 100 on yo, guy, go scrape your partner up. Them shots and flip this brand new charger, tryna follow us. We charge a quarter for a pack of 100's not enough. The last nigga we turned the pack, we got $1 million plus.
You heard that? We charge a quarter for a pack. 100's not enough. They need 250,000 for that. 250,000 for that, man.
Line them up. Name it game to catch a vibe and just go slide like us. He was ducking, tryna hide, now he inside a blunt. We dropped 100 on yo, guy, go scrape your partner up. Them shots and flip this brand new charger, tryna follow up. We charge a quarter for a pack of 100's not enough. The last nigga we turned the pack, we got $1 million plus.
The nasty nigga, ew, and his homie got his titties out. His homie got 6-0 tatted on his stomach. He could have just showed the 6-0 and covered up his titties. Man boobs.
The way Boogie do his thing, he need $1 million plus. TS, how about walk him down, Jack gon' chop him up. He wanna smoke that chopper, hit his lungs, he coughing up, cough it up. Every time you in my city, guap it up. Niggas need a pass, niggas shut it up and tuck it up. Score gang, niggas know they fucking up, they fuck with us. You know the score, niggas keep on tweaking, we gon' double up, double down. Cue it on me, nigga, I had to bust down. These for all the day when I was walking, had to bust around. Tell me why all the real niggas dying, it's only us around. That's why I keep the 40 on the time, it ain't no love around. Run the town, why these niggas flexing if they ain't from the town? Niggas know we stricken by poverty and ain't no.
Look, why these niggas flexing if they ain't from the town? Like, why you reppin' 6-0 if you ain't from here?
Dying, it's only us around. That's why I keep the 40 on the time, it ain't no love around. Run the town, why these niggas flexing if they ain't from the town? Niggas know we stricken by poverty and ain't no money around. All we know is slamming our visitors, it ain't no hustle town. Keep your pistol, handle your business, no extra fuck a Bricc. Name inside, it be outside, nigga, that's lavish us. Every time I hop outside, we tryna line them up. Name a game to catch a vibe and just go slide like us. He was ducking, tryna hide, now he inside the blood. We dropped 100 on yo, God, go scrape your partner up. Them shots to flip this brand new.
We dropped 100 on yo, God, go scrape your partner up. Is he talking about Quando Rondo, cousin? Who knows?
Charger tryna follow up. Every time I hop outside, we tryna line them up. Name a game to catch a vibe and just go slide like us. He was ducking, tryna hide, now he inside the blood. We dropped 100 on yo, God, go scrape your partner up.
Dropped 100 on his guy, go scrape your partner up.
Them shots to flip this brand new Charger tryna follow up. We charge a quarter for a pack of 100's not enough. The last nigga we turned the pack, we got $1 million plus.
It's Bricc. Alright, back to the video that we was originally watching. Shout out to Bricc Baby, man. Free Bricc Baby.
That's how his gang received over $1 million for their last body. Million, of course, being the exact number that Lil Durk had allegedly put on Quando's head. However, for the record, no real proof has ever surfaced definitively showing that Bricc had any part in what happened to Quando. And I was quite convinced that Bricc was simply making the most of this unsubstantiated rumor just to promote his rap career. But as time went on, more hints would be dropped about the 60s being involved in the incident. Particularly telling was Quando denouncing his Rollin' 60s neighborhood Crip membership in an online post where Quando says that he's no longer part of the gang and that he's laying his blue bandana down, specifically mentioning how it makes no sense for him to be part of the Rollin' 60 neighborhood Crips since they mess with his opposition, essentially inferring that someone from the LA Rollin' 60s had set him up to get shot out in LA on behalf of Lil Durk, with Quando saying that it doesn't take rocket science to see what's going on, and ending the message by saying that he's now just going to focus on his family and loved ones. Big U's nephew Tiny Draws reacted to Quando's post, pointing out that this essentially happened to Quando because he failed to show respect to the Rollin' 60s in LA, pointing out that Quando refused to check in, so they didn't check out and look out for him, as well as saying that there's only one way out of the gang, seemingly alluding to Quando getting killed, and saying that if he had shown the 60s love like he shows love to people like NBA Youngboy, then maybe things might have been different, claiming that Quando was disloyal and that the streets don't play fair. After the LA assassination attempt on Quando that claimed his cousin's life, Big U appeared on social media, seemingly taking a dig at Quando by saying that if he took a loss...
Should I read that? Let me read this joint, bro. This is a long text, and I think I should read it. Official Tiny Jaws says to Quando Rondo, and he adds him, now I usually don't chime in on weirdo-ish, but you haven't done anything for the hood. And the hood played a pivotal role why anybody would believe your stories you express in your music. I guess because he say Crip, whatever. You very talented, but your ignorance to something you signed up for, but had no real understanding, is disloyal just as well as you feel nobody riding for you is disloyal. You say you don't have to check in, which is not a bad thing. Hell, even I check in. So why should we check out? Make it make sense. You don't even need your whoop. You need guidance. And I pray you get your life together. But stand on everything you say, my brother. And remember, it's only one way out this. This not a threat. But clarity on why nobody is standing up for you. You get what you dish out. And if you dish out nothing but love from the gate, like you showed to NBA Youngboy, then you will receive the same love, or some self-respect will stand up for you. Damn. Let me take a sip. Hydration, no water time. I think where you disconnect is you claim a game and join for the wrong reasons. Your loyalty wasn't with us. With only a few certain people, which is your business, but I hope you change for the good with everything, because these streets don't play fair. But God bless, my brother.
Was disloyal and that the streets don't play fair. After the LA assassination attempt on Quando that claimed his cousin's life, Big U appeared on social media, seemingly taking a dig at Quando by saying that if he took a loss, he wouldn't leave his gang behind. There would be no crying from him.
Imagine all the dudes, and when the storm came, they folded their tent, they went inside, or they shut down. No, they ain't what no real dude. When it get hard for me, I get quiet and I get still. Because I need to hear all the doors is opening. I said I welcome the challenge. When it get hard, I welcome it. I look for it.
Later on, Big U appeared in a video seemingly celebrating a deal with FX relating to that 2021 show Hip Hop Uncovered, telling the audience that he's celebrating while smoking a cigar to the camera.
It's really just a celebration. I don't drink. I got this as a gift from a production company for the success we had with Hip Hop Uncovered. Just thought I'd kick it with y'all and chop it up. I don't smoke, but I do get to celebrate. Good things do happen to good people.
Big U would continue to smoke, telling viewers that he's been finishing projects for years and having a celebratory smoke for a reason that he can't tell people about, as well as congratulating young men who have completed projects with him, leading to speculation that he was speaking with a double meaning.
I heard somebody said the problem with Big U is he don't complete nothing. I've been completing these projects for years. It's all smoke. But this here, I'm just gonna throw this up on the story. It's just a little celebration and only we know what it's about. Congratulations to the successful things I have done with these young men and young women alike too. It's just a celebration. Y'all will probably ask what, but I ain't gonna say it.
But it was Bricc Baby that would have people really concerned when he would outright say in a No Jumper interview with Poetic Flacco that people can no longer tell Lil Durk that he has to slide for Von because of the murder of Quando's cousin Lil Pab.
He did something. Oh, slide for him. Oh, you a bitch. Oh, yeah.
Slide for Von, right? Yeah.
They say you can't say that no more.
Why? Oh, yeah, because of... Wait, no. Like,
They
who died?
Say you can't say that no more.
Oh, because of FBG Cash? Or who?
Nah, because Lil Pab.
Oh!
Bricc would go on to say that Quando has to lay in the bed that he made by not showing love to the Rolling 60s in LA.
You should have been doing the right thing from off the rip. That's what they say. The bed, you gonna lay in the bed that you make.
He would also note that Quando was done for beefing with Durk, who has $20 to $30 million to his name.
That just signed a deal for like 20-30 million, Durk, right?
Yes.
Who the wanna beef with Cuz for you? Too much money, man. You get what I'm saying? Like, listen, man.
Don't beef with rich people.
Don't beef with rich people, man. Unless you gonna slide. And you don't need to say nothing out loud.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, point blank period. Gonna put that bag of thing on your head.
These bold comments caused a shock on Twitter from other apparent Rolling 60s members, and Bricc Baby would later deny that his comments were self-snitching, reaffirming that he had nothing to do with the shooting and was just parroting what was already being said on the internet.
Like I said, I already knew I was out of town when it happened. The police, first of all, Trap Lord Ross and all these other detectives, and I'm not, shout out Trap Lord Ross though, because he ain't doing nothing but just making it.
Parroting what was already being said on the internet.
Like I said, I already knew I was out of town when it happened. The police, first of all, Trap Lord Ross and all these other detectives. And I'm not, shout out Trapler Ross though, because he ain't doing nothing but just making this content. You know what I'm saying? If you were that in public to get caught doing a murder to where he can put it together without being a police, kind of. I put in this song with me and C3 that was going to get released a month before it happened, and it say some like it was some viral like the video went kind of crazy. I think he said something, we had a real 60s get at you or something like that, but we recorded this damn near 6-7 months before it anyway. So but it was somebody OTF, and then Dirk was in the video. I was flashing money and all that. Name one person that's gonna give. Where's the million at?
The rumor was that there was $1 million on Quando Rondo's head, and that as a result, that there's a lyric that Bricc has on another song where he says,
"We charge a quarter for a pack of 100's not enough," and I said the last start the pack.
We got $1 million plus.
Yeah, because on the internet they were saying that I took 100,000 from Dirk and I signed the OTF and I had to do a hit for it. You get what I'm saying? I'm like, man, we charge a quarter for a pack. Like you can't pay me 100,000 to kill nobody. Like I'm charging $1 million plus. You know how much it costs for to get out of jail after a murder? I'm really popping it.
Ultimately, despite the bombshell indictment of Lil Durk and a handful of other alleged co-conspirators for murder for hire in October 2024, it still appears that Bricc was not officially involved, and he's not been formally charged in relation to this incident. But this was a major incidence of street activity surfacing on a podcast for all to see, and the eventual criminal complaint against Big U would indeed reference what happened to Quando directly, with a wiretapped conversation observing Big U saying what happened to Quando was a direct result of not checking in. So all of this was going on behind the scenes, but at the same time, the likes of Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon were jumping in podcast studios and letting small details slip. However, if there was one person who was truly a danger to Big U with a microphone in front of him, it would be Wack 100. Another infamous gang-related figure in LA politics, Big U always had a strange relationship with Wack 100, who was arguably the red bandana-rocking Pyru counterpart to Big U's blue rag-rocking Crip persona. Both OG status LA street legends with a formidable reputation in the streets and the industry, Wack 100 and Big U have had some disagreements in the past, like in 2019, when a leaked audio would have Wack implying that Eric Holder did what he was supposed to do as a gangster.
It's a harsh reality, but we stepping out of civilization into the jungle of gangbanging. Because the ledge gun, man, right? When it comes to the rules of engagement of gangbanging, he did what he was supposed to do when another gangbanger calls you a or a snitch. You supposed to handle your business. And can't nobody say that's wrong.
Given what Nipsey was reportedly accusing him of, this would cause some controversy in the media, as many would see Wack to be defending Holder's actions and excusing Nipsey's murder. Big U would then seemingly have a conversation with Wack 100 behind the scenes, after which Wack would post what appeared to be an apology on his social media. Not long after, Wack and his artist Blueface would appear on the No Jumper podcast, where Wack would provide more context to his earlier comments.
He puts it out there like I said some horrible, crazy, right? But he's playing the subscribe or follow game. You notice he's been saying, come subscribe, and I'm gonna let it out. It's been like 2-3 weeks of subscribe, and he gonna let it out. So what I did was call Reggie Rice platform, and just everything I said to Reggie.
Right.
So now what you gonna put out? Listen, I'm not a gang banger anymore. I haven't gang banged in like over 20 years. Meaning I haven't woke up and hated the Crip or seen a dude in blue and wanted to do something to him because I thought he was a Crip.
Clearly.
Right? That's gang banging, right? So I'm from where I'm from. That's gonna always be that, right? So I understand gang culture. Gang culture is different from the religious culture, which is different from, the Jewish culture. Every culture is different. And in that jungle, the rules change. Now, are the rules irrational? Damn right. Are they right? Probably not, but these are the rules of this jungle, and it's been like that 50, 60 years, right? In this situation, you have a rapper, and you have a dude that's a straight, authentic gang member. His whole life are these blocks. It's all he know. And in the culture of gang banging, when you call a motherfucker a snitch, when you call somebody these things in this jungle, it's no different than you being a football player and going on the field without your helmet on. You're gonna get hit.
however also giving Big U props for starting Nipsey's career. He would also say that the love that Nipsey was getting after his death was fake, and that Nipsey wasn't getting praise like that or being called a legend while he was still alive, and that he objectively was not a legend during his life based on the numbers.
Right. If it wasn't for Big U, y'all wouldn't know the Nipsey Hussle of today. So what I'm saying is you got a man who died with 1 million followers and no radio hit and no platinum plaques. But because everybody started talking like it was a goddamn Popeye's chicken sandwich, everybody jumped on the bandwagon. Right. And now he done went 10, 20 times platinum. The radio is spinning his song. Come on, bro. How long did they spin his song?
Right.
All day, every hour. Nipsey had like 2, 3 songs I felt should have went. Last time I checked, like it was great records. Right. Bullets ain't got no name. Great records.
Yeah.
Why in the and this rumor about him being independent, that's some bullshit. Like, look, it's idiots. If you scroll down to the iTunes, it says Atlantic Records. Right.
I'm gonna sit here.
So now he has a machine behind him. Idiots. If you scroll down to the iTunes, it says Atlantic Records. Right.
I'm gonna sit here.
So now he has a machine behind him. So where was all these fans, like Blueface? He got platinum plaques. Hold on, no. You know why he got platinum plaques? Because his fans followed him. They supported him. They streamed, they download, things of that nature. Nipsey's never been on a world tour. Why? He did not die an A-list artist. That's real. Y'all talking about he was a legend. If he was a legend, why y'all didn't treat him like that while he was here?
Adam would also ask Wack about his phone call with Big U, with Wack responding by lashing out against people who were attacking Big U after Nipsey's death with the conspiracies about him being involved, before giving Big U more praise about his role in Nipsey's career.
What was the phone call with Big U like after those headlines started popping up about that leaked audio?
Oh, we always talk about our white kids, what business ventures we doing next, and things of that nature. Like, you know, we don't have that type of conversation about, you know, they even attacked him. That was a weird, you know, they last thing was Big U was honoring him at one of his events. So people make it look like Big U and Nipsey was enemies, all conspiracies and all this crazy.
Right.
And the world wouldn't know who Nipsey Hussle was and the magnitude that he was in if it wasn't for Big U.
Right.
During 2020, Wack and Big U would do several major podcasts together, and the two were seemingly on cordial terms. Unfortunately, the following year, there was seemingly starting to be some more serious disagreements, with Big U implying on his Checking In podcast how he was disagreeing with a lot of things that Wack had been doing lately.
Yeah, I just like to call this guy from winning. You know what I mean? I disagree with a lot of things he's doing right now. When you get to the point where I can't reach out and talk to you and try to correct you, like, look, we trying to go on this path, I gotta remove myself. I don't mind being chastised. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I'm bigger than the program. And so what people don't understand is that sometimes people can get to that point.
Meanwhile, Luce Cannon, who was still at this point cool with Big U, would release a diss song to Wack in September 2021 titled Cookout, aka Wack, I Know You're saying talking, as well as dissing Wack and calling him a rat on his YouTube channel whilst walking around Wack's old stomping grounds in Pacoima and saying that Big U runs the West.
So it's like, Wack, it's like you do all this internet thugging and acting like you just so turned up, putting it on Paru this, Paru that. Nobody's seen you do nothing. And beat up a kid that was don't fit in Miami. What's that St. Stitches? Like, bro, you did some bus rash and then you acting like you got clout. Then you paid $2 to act like they KKK, but it was construction workers and you paid them $150. All that clout chasing don't equal up to real, bro. We on real time. Like, you talking about let's get down. You don't want to get down with the low nigga. And you could put that on Paru. I bet you on any dollar. You don't want to get down with the low. You know you staring death in his eyes. That's why you want to run with some cowards. Oh, let me call Big U. Let me do this. He don't with you. He's a. He don't with rats. He don't with rat lovers. He don't with doing police.
As Luce would explain in a podcast at the time, his beef with Wack started from the producer Marley Marl allegedly scamming $50K from Luce that was meant to go towards getting a feature from the rapper Offset. This led to Luce allegedly beating Mally up and filming the confrontation. This would lead to Wack, who's Mally's friend, to have a problem with Luce, which would then escalate into a full-blown beef.
Yeah, so when I did that, Wack 100 was going around talking about, yeah, we don't with Luce Cannon. He did this to Molly Mall. Cuz can't go back to his hood and stuff like that. I'm like, you in Palmdale, Lancaster ass. Like, come on, cuz. Like, I'm in the hood every day. Like, bro, what you talking about?
In June 2022, Wack would appear on the Dub C and CJ Mack Show podcast, where CJ Mack would question Wack about all the enemies that he'd been making, with Wack responding that there's only one person who he wishes things could have been different with, and that's Big U.
It's probably only one person out of everything you've been seeing going on that I wish it could have been different.
Right. It's all good.
Right?
It's all good. Yeah.
And that's Big U.
Despite there clearly being some heavy tension between the two, Wack would show him a lot of love during the podcast, saying that he just can't see Big U as an enemy due to their past friendship.
Because I can't mentally see him as my enemy.
Right.
I don't think really in his heart, he ain't gonna let nothing happen to me. It's too deep. That's like, I couldn't face his wife or his children.
Yeah.
Right? Knowing I was played a part in anything that had anything, that's just not happening.
But Big U would respond back, saying that he's accepting no apologies from people calling him out.
I don't really address a lot of said on the internet, but I'm gonna tell y'all this, I'm gonna address this, and I'm gonna address this fast and quick. I heard about the little CJ Mack and Dub C interview with that guy. I don't accept no apology for no disrespect my name, disrespect my family, and call me on my name. I ain't cool with nothing. I ain't cool with that CJ Mack. I ain't cool with that Dub C. I ain't cool with none of that, man. And that's all I got to say on that.
Unfortunately for Wack, it seemed that behind the scenes things would reach a boiling point. On the 8th of July 2022, Wack's longtime artist The Game was performing at LA venue The Novo for the release of his Drillmatic album. At one point during the show, the crowd would go into a frenzy when Kanye walked out onto the stage, as Wack 100 could be seen to the side, ushering him onto the floor. Moments before, it seemed like a scuffle was taking place to the side of the stage where Wack and Kanye just emerged from, with some claiming that this was actually Wack being attacked by a group of Rollin 60s, including Big U's nephew Tiny Draws. Claiming that this was actually Wack being attacked by a group side of the stage where side ushering him onto the floor. Moments before, it seemed like a scuffle was taking place to the side of the stage where Wack and Kanye just emerged from, with some claiming that this was actually Wack being attacked by a group of Rollin 60s, including Big U's nephew Tiny Draws. Once Kanye took to the stage, Wack would find refuge on that stage, standing in front of the crowd, where it wouldn't really be possible to continue the attack. Standing here, Wack would shake his head and whisper to another man on stage, and gesture a finger to his head, seemingly indicating that there was some brain-dead activity going on. Wack, visibly sweating, seemed to gesture to someone next to him that he would be moving through the front of the stage when the performance ended. Wack would continue politicking to the person next to him and pointing around as if looking for the most effective exit route. He would scratch his chin and continue to look behind him where the issue seemed to have started. As Ye looked ready to leave the stage, Wack turned to clear his path, but in what seemed like an excruciating moment, the Game would then begin to give a heartfelt speech to Ye, stopping him in his tracks. Game would then perform his classic song Dreams that was produced by Kanye, while Wack would whisper something to Ye himself. All the while, Wack would continue to look at what was going on behind him. A drummer then seemed to give him advice on the best way to get out of there, while Wack continued to look over his shoulder. Then, Lil Wayne would take the stage as Wack remained to the side, seemingly leaning back to say something to somebody. Wack remained at the side, tucked away with Ye during Wayne's performance, looking back a lot, and eventually getting into a conversation with somebody up close. At one point, even Ye would start looking concerned, and it seemed to be at this point when they agreed to leave through the front of the stage, right through the crowd. At which point, Wack took Ye by the arm and led him behind the speaker, tucked away so nobody could see where they were going. Ready to step into the crowd, notably flanked by two members of his entourage, Wack would jump off the pretty high stage to get into the crowd floor and exit through this crowded area. Interestingly, someone wearing a blue cap would moments later step by and peer around the speaker to see if Wack was there, but they were already gone. And seemingly after Wack had cleared the stage, during Big U's Artist Corrupts performance, Tiny Draws and other Rollin 60s would get onto the stage themselves, performing a victory crip walk. It seemed that Wack wasn't able to completely shake loose, however, as he would apparently be caught up within the parking lot by a group of Rollin 60s members that included Big U himself and Tiny Draws. be caught up with in the parking lot by a group of Rollin 60s members that included Big U himself and Tiny Draws. A confrontation would ensue, which one 60s member would seemingly film as Wack stepped out of his car with his family inside. This was posted by somebody who was there online with an incredibly self-incriminating caption saying Wack 100 is a mark, begging to lift that thing up, talking about my wife and kids are here, better act like it, Buster. Someone would also post a clip showing Wack standing at the door of his car with a caption saying the 60s is outside, dead homies. The 2025 criminal complaint would reveal that a day after the incident, Big U had actually recounted the incident in a tapped conversation, claiming to have been there personally, and claiming to have cornered Wack with 15 to 20 Rollin 60 members, whilst Wack was on his own, leading to a standoff where Wack pulled a gun and pleaded with him not to attack. The Rollin 60s members would then take to social media afterwards to brag about Big U's nephew Tiny Draws running Wack off the stage at the Novo and knocking him out.
Wack 100 got ooh-wee knots put on him. And talk this about this his town?
I'm just saying, cuz you talked about every set.
Hold on. Hold on, y'all hear they verse.
Talked about every gang, every set. Got there, got shocked out, ran to the front and jumped off game stage, slid out that ball. I officially a buster.
What's your version of it?
My version is, man, Tiny Draws put them bombs on it.
Hold on, we ain't doing no names now. We ain't doing no names.
He put them bombs, he got his mother head knuckled up. Hey.
Y'all hear that?
I bet, hey, listen. He gonna remember the Novo. He don't remember nothing else in his life.
Hear that? He gonna remember what?
That's so he gonna remember the Novo. That's so
and remember who?
He gonna remember. Oh, he gonna.
What seemed like an excruciating
Ain't cool, the dub see.
You to look behind him, where the issue seemed to have frenzy when Kanye walked out onto the stage, as Wack 100 could be seen to the side, ushering him onto the floor. Moments before, it seemed like a scuffle was taking place to the side of the stage where ushering him onto the floor. Moments before, it seemed like a scuffle was taking place to the side of the stage where Wack and Kanye just emerged from, with some claiming that this was actually Wack being attacked by a group of Rollin 60s, including Big U's nephew Tiny Draws. Once Kanye took to the stage, Wack would find refuge on that
Hey. Slid out that ball. I officially a buster.
What's your version of it?
My version is, man, Tiny Draws put them bombs on it.
Hold on, we ain't doing no names now. We ain't doing no names.
He put them bombs, he got his mother head knuckled up. Hey.
Y'all hear that?
I bet, hey, listen. He gonna remember the Novo. He don't remember nothing else in his life.
Hear that? He gonna remember what?
That's so he gonna remember the Novo. That's so
and remember who?
He gonna remember. Oh, he gonna remember not to be saying names that he know he ain't supposed to.
So you don't talk about us.
A day later, Wack responded saying that he wasn't beaten up and showing his face and head had no injuries, as well as hinting that the video didn't show everything that was going on in the scene, calling the situation a swing and a square off.
Knock it off, bro. Knock it off. Knock it off. Weird, bro. I don't mind you telling the truth, but stop lying. Cut the lies out. 20 that ain't nothing. Knock it off. Stop lying.
For the record, Wack later gave his own version of the incident where he suggested that in fact he had his own people, the same ones who left the stage with him, waiting in the sidelines, and going on to say that he'd been holding a gun so powerful that it made Big U and the 6-0s stop dead in their tracks and leave.
You might not want to admit this, you had your blower.
Okay.
You're begging him not to kill him.
Now stop right there.
Right?
Like if I got my blower and you 20 deep with hoodies and I'm by myself, right? No begging to plead. Now stop right there.
Right?
Like Clubhouse.
Gun so powerful that it made Big U and the 6-0s stop dead in their tracks and leave.
You might not want to admit this, you had your blower.
Okay.
You're begging him.
Stop dead in their tracks and leave.
You might not want to admit this, you had your blower.
Okay.
You're begging him not to kill him.
Now stop right there.
Right?
Like Clubhouse.
If I got my blower and you 20 deep with hoodies and I'm by myself, right? No begging to plead, that's when you really do it, right? What do you think my mentality was? For a dude not to approach me and you come to get me, and I jump out my car talking, what kind of conversation you think I'm having to make a dude say don't nobody move?
I agree with you.
Now,
I feel like
Bricc talk.
I feel
Third
like
y'all out there?
You probably was
Call
on that
third
Soulja
now.
Boy.
Now I'm about to expose something nobody ever knew. So here it goes, right?
Ground
I'm
zero.
here. All of this is a parking lot, right? I'm here. They walk down. They walk right past my car. They didn't even see me. When I seen them get here, I jumped out. Y'all looking for me? Right? They stopped. They back was to me. Y'all, I had everything I had, I could have dealt with everything in front of me. Now, what they didn't know is I'm talking to my team. Big U-Nim is here. Now watch this. Look, watch this. Big U-Nim is here. I'm here out the car. Third, who was here, here, and here?
Taking notes?
Hold on. Third, who in that parking lot when I'm confronting these 20 Crips was 20 to 30 feet in every direction and they didn't know it? All my homies was behind them.
That's new information.
Listen.
That's new information, man.
So listen, check this out. So when I'm letting you know, there's no need to beg nothing. What did I tell that fool?
Let's do it.
My home, they still don't know to this day that all my homies was positioned 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock. They didn't even see him.
Despite Wack sharing his more explosive side of the story 3 years later, at the time, people were heavily clowning Wack as blogs would report that he was knocked down. Tiny Draws would later claim responsibility for the attack and claim that Wack was punched 3 times backstage and then ran onto the stage to avoid the 60s, as well as saying that they were aware that Wack had people with him in the parking lot and that none of them jumped out and did anything.
I'm talking about two total incidents. He ain't talking about the right Whatever happened in that garage, I don't know. Bro, that time when he went in the garage, it's like about 10 minutes prior to Cuz jumping on stage. That's the crazy part.
That guy said he was taking Kanye to the car, but ran to the car his damn self.
Man, no, that wasn't. That just walked from taking Kanye to the stage, and he was walking on stage, and he was walking up the stairs. Corrupt was going downstairs to go perform. We so happened to run across Cuz as he walking up. It's like how the stairs curve.
Yeah.
As soon as he walked up, the got dope fiend and then got hit again. And one of the little security that was with him pump fake like he had a blower and took off running. They ran all the way back to the stage, chased down the hallway. They ran through their little security. Security was trying to stop us from getting on stage. We both guarded them. Them was already hopping down off stage, going to their little exit, whatever their little plan was. Wherever they got out, from down there, we both guarded them. Them was already hopping down on stage, going to their little exit, whatever they little plan was, wherever they got out from down there on the bottom of that little stage area. Is exactly what I ran to. When it got to his car, the show wasn't even over. DJ Quick didn't even perform yet. Gang didn't even perform yet. He left like an hour or two before the show even over, and we stayed.
Yeah.
When he got to that parking garage, I can't tell you what happened. I wasn't there. But inside that, all that bullshit talking, it was 10 against 1, then 18 against 1, then 20 against 1. What incident is you talking about?
This would then lead to Tiny Draws jumping on Clubhouse with Wack to argue about the incident, with Tiny Draws arguably incriminating himself and threatening Wack and suggesting that Wack was lying since he wouldn't swear on his gang that the incident happened the way he said it did.
Put that on Pyro.
Who is you though, bro?
This is Tiny Draws, Cash.
Well, what are we talking about?
We talk about what happened when you walked up them stairs. Put that on Pyro.
What happened?
You didn't get smacked in your head and you didn't get socked in your face.
Touch me.
Bro, put that on Pyro.
Why you nigga? You want me to
put
send
that
a picture?
on Pyro?
Hey, you did you would no other
man, look, bro, put that on Pyro.
You would no touch
man,
me.
Look, I'm not, bro.
Your uncle bitch wrong got drew down on.
You put everything on Pyro. Put that on Pyro. When you came up them stairs, smacked you in your head.
You
put that on Pyro.
My head. Where you
put that on Pyro. Put that on Pyro. You didn't run on that stage.
Sent the picture with my eye circle
bro,
like it was my eye.
Bro,
so it wasn't my head or my eye. I put that on your raggedy ass mama.
Put that on Pyro, bro. That's all you gotta do.
Now, for the record, before Wack gets mad and tries to extort me, again, here's DJ Academics reacting to the whole situation at the time. Ack jokingly pointed out the seriousness of the Clubhouse conversation, adding that Wack seemed to be isolating himself similar to 6ix9ine, but isn't rolling with enough security.
Wack, the game had a concert. Do y'all believe the big Pyro Wack got hit, man? Do y'all believe it or not? I've always said this. First of all, I do look at Wack as Wack, the game.
Now, for the record, before Wack gets mad and tries to extort me, again, here's DJ Academics reacting to the whole situation at the time. Ack jokingly pointed out the seriousness of the Clubhouse conversation, adding that Wack seemed to be isolating himself similar to 6ix9ine, but isn't rolling with enough security.
Wack, the game had a concert. Do y'all believe the big Pyro Wack got hit, man? Do y'all believe it or not? I've always said this. First of all, I do look at Wack as somebody with tremendous respect. I've watched him over the last couple of months, though. It's been interesting. I believe that Wack has completely isolated himself away from a lot of people that we would also consider either powerful or have some type of presence on, whether it's the West Coast or, within the game. I ain't gonna lie to you. Some people have said that Wack is taking the 6ix9ine approach on some.
Ack would also add that Wack rarely gets confronted in person, but his comments about the Rollin' 60s Crips and Nipsey has got him into a beef with people who are really about that life.
Only thing that's on the table to protect is the artist's interest, and here's the thing. It don't seem like the game got beef with some of these people that Wack got beef with. For example, the dude who's arguing with Wack is saying, yo, after we punched on you, we partied with the game. They are involved with their own 60s. They seemingly feel away. I guess this Tiny Draws dude, because he said he put it on Neighborhood Grip. They feel a certain type of way about it.
Funnily enough, Bricc Baby would also react to this incident too, claiming to have actually personally been there as part of that group of 60s trying to rush Wack, and making fun of Wack for escaping through the crowd and getting caught in the parking lot.
And we were still with the cop. And it was that deja vu game after that. 6-0. Shout out nigga, Magic and nigga Black. What you gonna do? Weird. You on camera. Yeah, slap the out you. Yeah, the message was clear. You 6-0. You got pieced up. You jumped off the side of the stage. Everybody know the backstage of the Novo. You know how you got up off the stage without the fans seeing you. You jumped in between the speakers. 6-0. Stop playing. Came out the back door. Seen it. Thought you saw a ghost.
The beef would continue after this incident. In September, Big U would seemingly throw more shots at Wack.
We ain't cutting no grass. You ain't cutting no grass?
No, we ain't cutting no grass.
Night what?
Know about that Thunderdome?
Somebody said they pull it. Oh.
Pull up.
No, it's a female.
Well, she can pull up too. So she can come get a picture with the champ. Listen, man, I don't think y'all know this, bro. If anybody got anything to say about the big homie, cuz I'm on him. Like I told y'all before.
You better start acting like that.
Anybody got anything to say about the big homie, I'm on him.
You better start acting like that.
And then in October 2022, Wack would explain in an interview how his relationship with Big U had gone sour, saying that it had happened after Big U and Suge Knight had contacted Wack's label, suggesting that Big U should take over all of Wack's contracts, with Suge adding that Big U was the only person in LA that Wack was scared of.
Any situation that has something to do with me, whether I knew about it beforehand or not, he was also there for me. If that's what he needed to do. The fallout, once again, the two-headed snake, here comes Suge. Get a call from my label, D1. They said, man, we really want to tell you this, but Big U came down to see us. I'm not thinking nothing of it. He has already signed to him. So yeah, Suge on the phone. Oh, okay. Still not thinking nothing of it. Like, yeah, man, they were trying to convince me to, I don't know how they thought this could work, even if I wanted to do it, to give your contracts to Big U, and Suge is saying something about, this is the only guy in Los Angeles that you're scared of. Those words never came out of Big U's mouth. I'm not gonna put that. Came out of Suge's mouth. Oh yeah? Well, what you tell him? So I told him, man, we've been doing business with this man. He's like family. I gotta ask you to lead the office. Great. So I'm kinda in the pickle. I don't know how to feel about it. So I said, all right. I waited a week. I wanted to see if Big U was gonna call me and tell me this happened. Hey man, I went down there, Suge had me go down there and said he was gonna negotiate a deal. He started saying some crazy. I had no idea he was gonna say this. This is what I'm hoping, right, to hear. After we got on hear nothing, so I called him. Tell a few of my comrades around me at the time, they know who they are. Well, everybody know was real close to me at the time, what happened. I even had that call too. When we get dressed and got everybody on the phone. I'm like, yo, bro, you really went to my label? And, well, no, I didn't say it. Yeah, and about you said it, but you heard it being said in favor of you against me. Cause nobody could have sent me to the office saying, yo, give Wack Big U's contracts. I'm hold on, go. Yo, for one, I didn't tell you to do that. Two, I'm not here for that. Three, that can't happen.
Big U would once again respond to Wack's claims, saying that he was straight up lying and that he had never even been at Wack's label office.
It come down to like the Wack situation. Is everything cool with that, or that ain't nothing?
You know it ain't cool. Now I can speak on that. I mean, you would ask me that.
Okay.
I only got one thing to say.
Yeah.
This lane talks about. This is the most beautiful thing. People just lie, and it kills me is how y'all allow people, not you, the people out there allow somebody to continue to tell lies. Let me address this one. I addressed the other one about developing options. I'm gonna address this one. I'm gonna give you this one.
Okay.
One, I have never been to Alan Grunblatt's office about a deal. I just heard about this one too. For Wack 100 company, because you can't do that. If you know the music business, and I'm pretty sure you do, in the podcast business, nobody can go get nobody's contract. That's the most ridiculous I ever heard.
Wack had been active on the social media platform Clubhouse pretty much since the beginning, when it became a semi-viral hit during the early COVID pandemic, and eventually the app became Wack's favorite social media to use, and he would build a real business around the platform, arguably becoming synonymous with it and the main face of Clubhouse. But Clubhouse has always had a limited reach due to its strategy of being more exclusive than other social medias, giving it a much more underground vibe where news would be breaking for the first time, rather than a viral platform like Instagram where news reaches the masses. However, in 2023, Wack would start a weekly podcast with Adam22 on the No Jumper platform, giving him a much bigger reach and a perfect outlet to attack Big U.
Any truth to the rumor that you put an alleged leader or a higher up from the other side? Is there any truth to the idea that you might have leaked their address or doxed them in some way?
Who address?
We'll edit this out. Big U?
I don't know his address offhand.
Okay. That's not true? Because somebody said that to me and I was like, wow, that seems over the line.
Well, they holler my address.
Oh, so it is true.
No, I don't know his direct address.
Okay.
But they
just to cap this off, what would have to happen between Big U and you to make
me and
these
Big
issues
U
go
know
away?
how to deal with each other, bro.
Right.
I don't even want to mention the man's name.
Now you don't want to mention the man's name.
But his little homies keep coming on there in the name of him, dissing the set, dissing my neighborhood, mentioning my family. Who's important? Big U?
Big U's not.
Mentioning my family?
The important figure in hip hop. When? Where?
I mean, he's someone who's got
Key to Rock.
connection to like almost every rapper out of LA, right?
No, wait, let's correct that, bro. Like, y'all get that dude a little too much credit. A lot of those connections come from guys like Suge, guys like me, guys like a few of his homeboys over there, right? That put him with people. Let's be real. What has he done in hip hop?
Okay.
If my name was on paperwork with contracts with the police, with police cell phones, they would hang me out to dry. If one of my homeboys was told me that I snitched on him with an alias and went on record as saying they'd hang me out to dry. If a female said that Wack baited her down, locked the door, and beat her while she was pregnant, they would hang me out to dry. Now, does he get the popularity vote of the streets? Yes.
See, this is what I was just saying.
Yes.
And of course, Big U wasn't the only one who Wack was making some explosive claims about. He would also famously claim that there was a gay tape starring none other than Nipsey Hussle, as he would explain on a DJ Vlad interview.
But to be fair, then you started kind of going hard at Nipsey. You said that there's a gay tape and like that.
Yo, Vlad, one thing you better not never do is question what come out of my mouth. You worth a lot of money. I got $5 million. You want to bet?
I know. I'm not going to bet you. I'm not going to bet you.
Okay, let's break it down to me some plunk million. I got $1 million.
Okay.
Do you want to bet?
I'm not going to bet you.
Vlad, no. Because you said, right, and it didn't come out of my mouth. Hassan Campbell recorded the conversation and released it.
That's where it came out.
It's only because of me that the damn tape still ain't came out today.
But then, during the Adam and Wack show, he would go further and say that Big U had wanted Wack to release the tape so that he could use it in a legal battle against Nipsey's estate, daring Big U to get out of line so that Wack can release proof of that.
Right, but guess who else seen him and wanted me to release him?
Who?
Big U.
Why?
Because Lord London wasn't cooperating with him, and he felt like he had some leeway with the baby mama that's starring in the videos.
Oh,
right?
Okay, so this is before her, right?
He can manage her. No, this is with her.
During his time with Lauren.
Yeah. So he can manage her, get her out the way, release that. Then in the flip side, he wanted me to turn around and go at the Nipsey Hussle estate and sue them for 30% of his contract. And he wanted me to make it look like I brought out his contract and now I'm going after his estate. I said, bro, check this out. I'm not releasing the tapes, right? I'm not doing that. Dude got kids. Me and Nip ain't had no problems. On Paru, we ain't had no problem. We used to talk on the phone, right? And you was just with this man every day in the studios and all this. Did you have this conversation about this 30% then? Don't wait till he die and then want to do that. That I want. It's all on my phone. I dare him to get out of line.
For the record.
But now Wack, these days, Wack be defending Big U like, nah, he ain't had nothing to do with that. Man, he ain't had nothing to do with nothing, man. All these crimes they alleging, man, they trying to make him seem like the big bad wolf.
This tape has still never surfaced, and many people are still not convinced of its existence. Big U, on the other hand, was staying relatively quiet during this time, and at least on the surface, it seemed that he was doing good. And so was his family, with his son getting drafted into the NFL by the Los Angeles Chargers. But behind the scenes, things were about to go bad for Big U, because his trusted enforcer, Luce Cannon, Chargers. But
son of rap exec Big U forged his own path with NFL charges.
Behind the scenes, things were about to go bad for Big U, because his trusted enforcer, Luce Cannon, had seemingly had a falling out with him, and coming into 2024, Luce Cannon's loose lips would begin to put Big U's dirt out there for the whole world to hear, as Luce would eventually begin rolling with Wack 100 and appearing with him on the No Jumper podcast. On the 21st of January 2024, No Jumper released an Adam and Wack show episode where Luce Cannon made numerous explosive claims about Big U, while himself engaging in some grade A self-snitching. Luce would reveal that part of the reason he stopped trusting Big U was because he noticed he was doing shady things, referring to the dispensary robbery mentioned in the indictment, saying that he found it weird that he was sent to do robbery missions and then would later be forced to give part of the proceeds back, as well as finding it suspicious that Big U would hand out guns to people and take note of the serial numbers. Most notably, Luce would claim that Big U called him, saying that Nipsey got shot, but when Luce called Nipsey, he answered and was fine. But then 30 minutes later, he would get the call that Nipsey had indeed been shot and killed. Adam would then press Luce about the story, telling him to convince the audience that this call actually happened, with Luce and his girl saying that the call can be seen in their upcoming reality TV show.
Like, the Nipsey story that you just told is so explosive.
Yo.
Speak to them on why they should believe you, because I guarantee that's a huge percentage of the conversation that's happening right now. Is people saying,
you got all the,
I don't know a ton about you to like verify it, so and I don't have a dog.
Look who's here, Sharice Mills. Sharice Mills, his wife, is right here present. The shit that the feds is referencing, she's right here for. She's sitting in on.
Everybody, listen, everybody that knows me, LA and the world and stuff like that, know I'm not gonna just sit there and lie. Plus, it's on my TV show. The first episode or whatever on February 14th, I'm gonna see the FaceTime call with me and Big U, and then
wait.
The next.
I'm gonna say too much, y'all. Y'all gonna have to tune in. Y'all gonna have to tune into the show.
The following day, Bricc Baby would be part of the No Jumper News show, and as a self-admitted Rollin' 60s member who seemingly was still fairly close with Big U, he would seemingly be mad at Luce for his wild stories about Big U, deciding to attack Luce Cannon back, accusing him of being the police, as well as questioning why Luce wouldn't mention to Nipsey that someone had just said he had been killed if the story really happened.
You act like you was coming to say that story to be for Nipsey, because you sat there and lied. You was supposed to be exposing Big U or whoever you was talking about as being a rat or informant and all that, but you told every crime that you ever did alleged around this dude, nigga, on a camera. You come in here trying to expose, trying to show internal. You're not from the set. You never got put on the set, nowhere around it, because, and you talking about it gave you a drop on when Nipsey was about to get killed, and you didn't even mention it to Nipsey. What type of friend are you at this point, Sean?
But Bricc wouldn't end it there. He would also attack Luce on his own YouTube and Instagram accounts, calling him the goofy of the year who's mad and lying because he can't come back to the hood, and that he's never even met Luce before, and that he's not from Rollin' 60s.
Luce Cannon got the Goofy of the Year award this year. Like, all that lying because you can't come back to the section. Come on, man. All the homies said you was a goof troop. You can't come back around. And on 6 I just did my research. Boom. I never heard where you said when you see me, you go, man, I've never met you. On the dead homies, I ain't never met you. You the same just ran from my white boy in Vegas at the Red Rock Casino 060, trying to use names as passes and all that. Tell cuz 060, cuz no bueno, cuz get right up out of there. You've never seen me, cuz 060, you don't know nothing about me, cuz 060, you didn't grow up with us or nothing. Who is Big Luce Cannon? We gonna start there. Who is Big Luce Cannon? 060.
Let's get this clear right now, man. Luce Cannon is not from 60s. There's too many stories talk about the boy Luce Cannon from 60s. Luce Cannon is not from 60s. Never been put on. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Don't be late.
Sometime later, Luce would allegedly play the call that Big U had made to him only moments before Nipsey's death.
Of course. Listen, I'm about to play it to you right now on loudspeakers, because I had to plug in my speakers. Listen right now. What up? You heard that, right? I'm gonna play it again.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm gonna play it louder. So, like, bro, listen up right now. What up? You heard it, right?
And you know what, brother? You ain't gonna rack my brain. You ain't gonna rack my brain on that, bro. You know. But if you saying if you got belief behind that, man, that's that's your push, bro.
Now, many people have suggested that that was simply a low-quality AI, but regardless of how flimsy Luce's claims were, Adam22 and No Jumper would receive a cease and desist letter from Big U demanding they remove the video material of Luce and Wack discussing his possible involvement in Nipsey's murder. The No Jumper crew would discuss it during one of their episodes, during which Bricc Baby would make fun of Luce's supposed recording, calling it out as a fake, after which Adam would make a prophetic prediction saying that he needs to see much more proof from Luce, but if Big U would end up getting arrested in like 6 months' time, that would certainly make Luce's statement seem a lot more credible. And as we know, Big U would indeed end up getting arrested, although this would happen almost exactly 1 year after Adam's prediction.
I feel like that episode was out for like 2 months. And I've been awaiting proof of what was said about the Big U thing. And I haven't really seen any proof. Now, maybe it just hasn't been brought to my attention. And for sure, Okay, fast forward.
Did you hear the AI?
No. What was that?
Go ahead. Let you finish the fast
What
forward.
was the AI?
So he made an AI of, he was on live with Eddie Boy. And he made like an AI. He like, I'm finna play you a clip.
You think
It's
Luce
like,
Cannon made it?
Yeah, it said,
Oh,
hey,
okay.
nephew, Nipsey dead. That's all it said.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah. And he like played this on Clubhouse or something?
He played it on live. It was Instagram Live or something.
What?
Yeah.
Listen, Luce Cannon, I'm not saying you're a liar or anything. I'm just saying I need to see further proof. Now, let's say fast forward 6 months. Big U gets arrested. This is hypothetically for these acts.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, that interview becomes completely fair game, and it's an important historical record. And like we all have to look at it and say, "Oh my God, Luce Cannon, I'm so sorry. We all misjudged you. You're a genius. You were telling the truth the whole time."
However, many continue to cast doubt on Luce's claim about the phone call, as he would never end up showing video proof of it in his reality show The Baddie and the Beast as he promised. For example, Street TV would release a long video breaking down all the different reasons why he thought the calls between Big U and Luce and Nipsey never happened, with perhaps the most outlandish fact presented in the video being that Luce has also told another version of the story, where it was allegedly Nipsey who called Luce shortly before his murder, supposedly to tell him that he wanted Luce Cannon to take over and continue his musical legacy, because somehow he knew he was going to die. This story appearing so comically fake that
Yeah, you know that's so cap.
it would seemingly even leave the interviewer almost speechless.
More into producing and stuff. And then when I figured out, like right before Nip died, he was like, "You got a voice. You need to take over and finish what I'm doing." And I was like, "What the f- you talking about, cuz?"
Nip told you that?
Yeah. So it was like 30 minutes before he died.
Yeah, he says.
Well, how did he tell you? Through a text or what?
Now we know he lying.
No phone call. He called me.
Wow.
Now we know he
Why do you think Nip would have said something like that?
I don't know. I just figured that he knew he was gonna die.
Yeah, that's how you know he
So
lying.
he called you and said you need to finish off where he left off?
Yeah, he was like, "Nobody's like you, cuz."
Yeah.
These.
Yeah, he just trying to cloud up. He's like, yeah, if people think Nipsey wanted me to grind, they'll support me. No.
Jealous.
We never even seen this video till now.
They envious of you. I love what you're doing. I love you, little bro. And then 30 minutes later, he died.
There would also be a very aggressive but hilarious phone call between Luce and Bricc Baby, where Bricc Baby would pressure Luce to tell when he had had his put on to the Rollin' 60s gang, clearly claiming that Luce was not a real member and once again lying about his credentials, before yelling that he has more bodies than Luce has squabbles or fights, cementing Brick's image as the proud founder of the Kill Squad, the menacing name for Brick's fanbase.
Adam, what's up?
Hey, Luce Cannon, I'm here live on the No Drama Show with Bricc Baby and Lush. Bricc Baby is requesting some information regarding your put on.
Hey, can you give us like at least 2 names from your put on and what block?
What block?
I ain't never seen you at no meeting at Hyde Park, Horseman, or at 54th. When did you get put on?
When did
you get put on? I got put on in 2002. I got put out in 2002 on Eileen Street at June House. You know what's up. Yeah, dead homie. So when you get put on?
No, you haven't, bro. You been in
Man, cuz Hillbilly was a part of my put on. Killer Dave was a part of my put on. Oh, the dead homies. My first name was Baby Wild Bill. On the dead homies at Izzy turned East Coast. That was the third I squabbled. Who did you squabble, gang? Come on, bro. I got more murders than you got squabbles in the hood. Dead homies.
Interestingly, in the lead up to the Rico arrest, a bizarre incident would take place where Bricc and Luce allegedly ran into each other at a Las Vegas Airbnb, but to everyone's surprise, despite them both claiming to be looking to catch each other slipping, there was no violence between them. Looking back, this is bizarre considering how much they publicly hated each other. This chance encounter in Las Vegas, where they did nothing but talk, didn't really make any sense. Yet. But soon, things would get even more strange, as Wack seemingly got word of the investigation into the 2021 Las Vegas murder of Rayshawn Williams, passing the information to people in his clubhouse circle to investigate for a murder mystery show on his 100 Side show.
This murder mystery was on Rayshawn Williams, a young artist with life, ambition, everything to that nature. He was found dead in the Apex Desert, which is a little northeast of Las Vegas. His body had a lot of gunshot wounds, one being in the head, and it was described as execution style. We know that he was last seen alive communicating with key figures such as Big U, and somewhere between these final texts and everything like that. This is where weird. We went over the physical evidence, such as the DNA under his nails, possible GSR, but it never got tested. A missing phone. I mean, all of this raises so many questions. We even had suspects who emerged from this case, whether they were friends, mentors, and even those within his own circle. But the real question still remains: who had the real motive? Or even, to be honest with you, there's a lot of people in this case and a lot of key factors. The motive was there, but who was ballsy enough to do it? Who had the opportunity and who had the power to cover all of that up? Theories and our final suspect breakdowns look as, did Big U play a role with this? And if he did, what happened in those final moments?
Been in and out, but I don't know what the you been doing in here. But my goddamn phone going crazy.
Really, by who?
Hit me. They didn't found all kind of race shop. So what is this? Mother and the sister. They on my line right now.
Oh no.
The mother and the sister.
They on my line heavy.
Meanwhile, Wack is the one that told this girl to investigate this and make it a murder mystery the whole time. He was behind this. This is a fake. This is fake. Wack set this up. Do this murder mystery shit.
That is so crazy. Shout out to the media too. I wasn't even expecting a.
Yeah, right. When Wack is the one that told you to do this murder mystery.
The mother told me, you ready for this?
What's T?
She used to be the team mom for the Crenshaw Colts.
This would set the wheels in motion for the information to spread further. One key person in this saga would be 600, aka Christopher Lovejoy. 600 grew up in the Crenshaw district with the rolling 60s.
I'm from South Central Los Angeles, the West Side, Crenshaw district, High Park, California, rolling 60s. I'm from where they made most of the movies is at. My neighborhood and my life story is kind of like Ricky and Boys in the Hood. I'm not the one who got shot. You know what I'm saying?
Later on, he would become a heavyweight boxer with an impressive looking but much criticized record that he made by mostly fighting in Mexico. And more recently, he's become known as the manager of none other than 55th Street legend Crip Mac, before also going viral in his own right as a social media content creator who some have accused of working for the police due to his controversial takes, particularly in the lead up to Big U's arrest. Because while 600 is from the same hood as Big U, he also had a falling out with him, much like Luce Cannon. So when he would become privy to the information regarding Rayshawn Williams' murder investigation, 600 would speak out, posting clips of a phone conversation between Wack and Rayshawn's family, where the family would give inside info about the case, like telling how Big U's DNA had allegedly been found under Rayshawn's fingernails. And 600 wasn't seemingly deterred even by the fact that Rayshawn's mother would call him during his YouTube live on the 11th of March, pleading with him to stop talking about her son.
You're on the hotline with Papa.
Yeah, this is, you know exactly who this is.
You telling me I know who this is? You said what?
This is Rayshawn Williams' mother.
Okay, what's going on? How would I know who you were?
Can y'all please stop talking about my son?
What do you mean? Well, this is what you gotta understand. Whenever something is online,
It's Rayshawn Williams' mother.
okay, listen what I'm saying. When everything is online, things get spread around online. So that's just whoever put things online first, that's who needs to get it. Now I haven't spoke to you in years. Am I wrong?
Anybody that's calling you, asking you the information, don't get him, bro. Dead. And I'm serious.
Okay.
Don't piss me the off. So anybody that's hitting you up, asking you any information about my boy, and they don't
He's sitting here
No,
recording it.
Nobody.
How conniving, bro. He's sitting here recording her conversation. Ain't this shit illegal in the state of California?
Nobody never asked me about him though.
they don't know nothing. It's none of their business.
No, nobody never asked me nothing about him.
However, the mother would also say F Big U multiple times, making it clear how she felt about him.
And I'm serious because this starting to piss me off with everybody. And yeah, I said it, Big U.
Okay.
And this is Rayshawn Williams' mama, Big U. Yeah, I said it. And I want everybody to know how the I feel. Him, his kids, and his wife. Yeah,
Maybe she do know she recorded.
I said it. Dead. And stop speaking up on my boy. Period.
Wack would also continue to discuss this case on his Clubhouse show, and in mid-March, they would drop a bombshell by letting everyone know that the feds were coming for Big U at the end of the month. This information coming also directly off the call between Wack and Rayshawn's family, with Wack and 600 saying that they went against the investigation and apparently also Rayshawn's family by putting the call out in order to give Big U a warning to get running.
Understand, when the family is telling us this, that means their investigation is already done. Like, whatever they doing, they already doing. Done, so. Now the family they told the street. Unfortunately, I felt withholding this is cooperating with the police. I'd have played this. He was arrested. They like, oh, what? You knew they was coming. You didn't say nothing, and would have been right, all the way right. The family still cussing me out. Why did you play that? Why did you tell me?
This phone call between Wack and Rayshawn's family, specifically his sister and mother, would turn out to be a treasure trove of information, revealing that not only the cops were coming for Big U, but also that the DA was allegedly planning on putting both the murder of Rayshawn and the murder of Nipsey into the same case.
What year did your brother killed?
My brother was killed in 22.
So it took them 3 years to do DNA?
They said that Big U was running for a long time, like he didn't want to take the DNA test. So yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, Wack 100. If I'm surprised he didn't come pick this nigga up for tampering with evidence or goddamn impeding on the investigation. He said he was warning Big U so he could run.
They found his DNA test in my brother's nails.
Okay, so that's bad work.
So that means my brother's fault. When I told you that Big U had popped up at my brother's Airbnb.
In Vegas?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And the best friend was there, whatever, but the best friend said that he didn't want to talk to my brother in front of him, so he pulled my brother upstairs to the side. He said that he knew something was going on because when Big U left and my brother came, when Big U left the Airbnb and my brother came back downstairs, he said his whole energy was off.
Dad, they find your brother.
He knew something was gonna happen. He probably didn't know he was gonna die though.
Next day or next couple
days?
The
next day.
When did the test come back? When did the DNA come back?
It came back 2 months ago.
And they still ain't arrested me?
Well, they told me between me and you, please, between me and you, don't tell nobody because they don't want nobody to know. They're going to be making an arrest the ending of March, the beginning of April.
They basically going to put his case and Nipsey Hussle case together.
Interesting.
Whoa. I never heard that before.
Wack was playing both sides in a way that would keep his hands clean. On the one hand, strategically exposing this information that would lead to the takedown of his enemy Big U, but also suggesting that by airing this private information out publicly, he was actually keeping it street and giving a public warning to Big U so that he had time to potentially escape. But in the midst of Wack exposing all these details, he would suddenly fall out with Luce Cannon. Interestingly, this led to a podcast that shocked everyone, where former enemies Luce Cannon and Bricc Baby would suddenly appear together on No Jumper, this time apparently uniting against Wack. However, Luce would have a hard time explaining why exactly he was mad at Wack, with his initial explanation being that it was all to do with Wack commenting on an apparent arrest in Luce's neighborhood that was falsely attributed to be targeting Luce, with Luce seemingly rambling around in circles and not really being able to say exactly why he was mad at Wack specifically.
My brother, Wack, right, run content on me on Clubhouse, and then you got everybody on YouTube spin a narrative and say that, oh, you lying. You get what I'm saying? Because of Wack insecurities with himself. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it was like, nah, because we can't do that.
So you felt like Wack was putting fake narratives on you because he almost instantly after this clip came out of your wife saying that your house was surrounded by cops or whatever, he almost instantly starts spreading the narrative that it's not true.
Yeah.
And he's really stuck to that, which is interesting because that means that you and him are not seeing eye to eye, that you couldn't convince him one way or the other, or have you not really talked since then?
No, I talked to Wack, and then I told him, he was like, I didn't say that. I said, listen, bro, you read the wrong thing because there was 3 SWAT teams available. One at 3.
Oh, when you called them?
Yeah. So, no, shut the. So one at 3 a.m., one at 5 a.m., and then one at 10 a.m. Where they call swatting. So we had like the Las Vegas News Bulletin, pull it. They did the research and they came to
Sweetie!
it. So when Wack say it, this. Okay, listen. So when Wack say it or whatever, he spread the narrative that I was lying because of we had a business dealing that day. So he thought.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. I never knew what he was talking about here.
That I was just trying to
get out of it.
Get out of it. So when he did that, it was like, okay, yeah.
That'd be a pretty drastic way to get out of a business meeting.
A business meeting. It was goofy. So when that happened, it's like, no, you ran content on me. So when you ran content on me, you actually ran content because my wife posted it. Do you get what I'm saying? So you don't have no respect for me or her. So at the end of the day, it's like I took it personal.
I want to know what narrative. I'm gonna say it again, right? I repeated what your wife said. If I would have known for real, if I would have watched you go to jail, I still would have told the world you ain't in jail. Only thing I did was I repeated what your wife said. I said, listen. She never said it was her house. She said the streets blocked off. She never said he's in jail. She said, I hope he's at a...
But Wack, you said R.P. Luce Cannon when they was reading the articles. So when you say that...
No, I said there's no way that could be him because the article they read, they said is dead, shot themselves, and I said it would be R.I.P. Luce Cannon, and he not dead because Luce... Remember, I'm going to remind you of something. I ducked everybody all day. I didn't go to Clubhouse till 6 p.m. That's a 6 o'clock room. You had already texted me. Remember? I know you all right. You text me.
Okay, so
Wack, like, nigga, what you mad at me for? We talk.
So basically you said it, and then what about when the 600 running content?
You could show me what I ran content on you, bro. Why you keep saying that?
Okay, so listen.
Show me.
Listen, we're gonna take care of those deals, right? But let's do it on the Adam and Wack show, and we play the content, and let people judge. And wait, we let the people judge because if you right, no, Wack, if you right. On Dead Homies, I get it on here and I apologize. But if the comments say that I'm right.
So Luce was really mad at Wack for enabling 600 to expose the Big U murder case because Luce was going to be implicated in the whole gang conspiracy. But Luce didn't want to admit it at this point. So he chose a convoluted excuse saying that he was mad at Wack for commenting on the arrest that took place in Luce's neighborhood. But Luce would eventually let loose that it was 600's commentary on the Big U murder case that had really pissed him off. And Luce would even threaten to kill 600 in the interview, with Wack saying that he's not responsible for what 600 puts out there.
That's what I can't do. You running content on him. He run. I've been on him the last couple days. You notice he ain't really did. I've been telling him don't feed into it. But you running it on.
Cuz would die around with me.
Okay, but what
60 crib. Like we can't even go there. Why? Because this is not the same type of I am. I would get cuz out of here before summertime.
He on his Bricc baby shit.
Neighborhood crib.
But here go the question: how often do all be in front of 600?
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not negating this situation. That we around 600 maybe once every 6 months, right? But
Adam, can you stop Bricc baby from doing what he gonna do on his phone?
No,
Okay.
He's his own man.
I can't stop the from responding or doing what you know.
But you should tell 600 if he play with Luce Cannon, cuz gonna die.
And it would later emerge that even Wack was confused as to why Luce was panicking so much about Wack exposing Big U's murder case. Perhaps at that time, unaware of Luce's proximity to Big U's past crimes, but the panic had been spreading for quite some time. In an earlier podcast when Bricc was asked about Big U,
Wack was aware of Luce's close proximity to Big U crimes because Luce told him.
his murder investigation after
And
Wack...
he talked about it on the podcast. He was robbing niggas for Big U, giving them money. He was doing finessing shit.
texted in and claimed that Bricc had told him about Big U's case first, he would also panic, walking off the podcast and refusing to talk about open murder cases.
Emergency bulletin. Whack 100 text me. Be fake as Bricc the one who told 600 first.
Who? About what?
About Big U's alleged body, maybe?
Huh?
I don't know.
Call Whack.
Man, that say whatever. I told 600 about an alleged body.
You got a pie?
Y'all be up there on some fake.
Wait, what did Bricc tell?
The first
crazy.
Could have warned it.
Wait, what did Bricc tell 600?
June 2020. June 20.
What did Luce just throw up? What did Luce just throw up, bro? Look at Lush.
Wait, what did Bricc tell?
The first could have warned it.
5, 6.
Wait, what did Bricc tell?
I don't know.
Tell
What the
600.
June 2020, June 23rd, 2023, when the police hit Bricc Baby's house and you bailed him out. That nigga called 600 and told 600 they on Cuz bumper. Big U got some problems coming. Now I don't think Bricc Baby knew what the they was talking about, but he mentioned talking about some in Las Vegas. Nobody knew.
Man, he's a fool, cuz on the dead homies. I ain't called no. Hey, man, you said that I called him about somebody. Man, you's a fool, boy. On the dead homies. You sound crazy to the.
Months later in August, bro, we've been told this story years ago.
Why are you even talking? Why are you talking about something about a murder? How do a gangbanger get to talk about a murder on the big screen? This is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what part of that's cool to y'all?
Let me answer the question.
What? No, it ain't no. It's no. It's go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
If that's the case,
I
all
don't
you
even want to
motherfuckers
talk
up
about
there,
that.
what's on the internet?
What's on the internet? None of that's on the internet. What are you talking about? Don't nobody even want to talk about that type of shit. Because this is an argument that I'm willing to turn down right now and walk off screen. Like, what are you even talking about? Don't try to tie me into no police that you doing. You are doing police. You're talking about something. I ain't never said nothing about no DNA and oh man, what the are you talking about? You see that this posted? The only way y'all know that is because you is the police, gang. That man, hell no. What are you even? How?
Yeah, Whack 100 was trying to line Bricc Baby up with Big U. Whack 100 wanted Big U to get this nigga Bricc Baby killed. Talking like that.
I'm gonna tell him. I told him about the that he talking about right now.
Hold on.
Man, you done lost your mind, boy.
Okay, watch this.
So I don't even know who the person is. So how the I'm gonna tell you who it is. I've never met the person, didn't know the name, don't know nothing about Ned around this. This talk about the family. You
600. Everybody be quiet. 600.
Bro, I'm not finna talk about, listen, I'm not talking about big, listen, Adam. I'm finna walk up, I'm not talking about no murder.
Wait, I just want to hear, let's hear what 600 says.
Y'all on that, cuz y'all doing some get politics about a murder in Vegas. That murder on no camera.
All right, Brick's walking away.
There you go.
Yeah, bro, I never did that. I never knew nothing about that. Like, I knew that kid. I never even knew he died till Bricc Baby told me that.
The Bricc and Luce podcast was a legendary moment for the fans that had been following this beef closely for the past couple of years. People couldn't believe that these long-running enemies were united and willing to sit down after all of this tension. The podcast did phenomenal numbers, but nobody could have prepared for what was about to come the next day, because something wasn't adding up. The beef between Whack and Luce Cannon didn't quite make sense, until the very next day when the feds would close in, delivering a sweeping series of arrests that targeted over a dozen Rollin 60s members and affiliates, including Luce Cannon and Bricc Baby. But for the time being, Big U would remain on the run after being tipped off by Whack in clubhouse and podcast debates. And so as the days went by, handcuffs went on suspects and the criminal complaint emerged publicly, and soon the whole world would know the shocking details about the years-long conspiracy that took down one of LA's most infamous gangs. Ultimately, the feds were on Big U for several years before they finally closed in, and he no doubt knew something bad was coming. On the 2-year anniversary of Rayshawn Williams' murder, North Las Vegas Police Department agents visited Big U's home, but he wasn't there. His wife then called him on his father's phone to warn him, with Big U sounding notably shaken, and then opting to stay away from home for a couple of weeks, something apparently out of the ordinary for his usual routine. Apparently the cops and the FBI tried to contact a number of people involved in the case, and every time Big U was one step ahead, even tampering with witnesses and attempting to make sure their statements were not incriminating. Big U was being surveilled heavily in the lead up to the arrests. The criminal complaint would break down details of all the times that Big U was recorded, bragging about using violence and fear to control his communities. And he would seemingly be pulled over and served a warrant for his DNA sample in the summer of 2023. In the lead up to the arrest, as 600 and whack begun circulating the rumors of this case getting serious, Big U took to social media to say that the allegations were untrue and that people blame Big U for everything, alluding to new rumors that he was involved in the murder of Fats, Nipsey's best friend.
Don't worry about this, man. Y'all gotta understand, man. People gonna talk. These lanes make money off of using Big U name. One thing is for certain, right? Everything they say Big U did it, man. They got me doing so much. I don't even know what. I don't even know what I'm talking. Then I didn't do it.
Got you a whole bunch of different places at one time.
At one time. They say, y'all, you know, it's another new one too. I got into it with Fats. Let me give y'all the information on it. I ain't never got into it with Fats. Fats is my little homeboy. Ever in my life, me and Fats ever got into it with nobody. Never, ever. You really stupid. You really. The biggest selling name on the West Coast, you gotta say Big U name. You want to sell something, Big U. They want to do something, Big U.
No.
They want to do Big U.
Nipsey.
Big U. Y'all don't get that yet?
But it was on the 17th of March 2025 when the music would finally stop and the feds would close in on Big U and the Rollin' 60s. A huge 107-page criminal complaint would be filed outlining the sordid details of Big U's alleged criminal empire that had terrorized LA for years. And 2 days later, arrests would be taking place. The operation, called Operation Drawdown, no doubt titled to make a tongue-in-cheek reference to the downfall of Draws, aka Big U, was announced by the LA District Attorney and the FBI in a press conference that described Big U as a career criminal.
Today, we're here to announce federal criminal charges against Eugene Henley Jr., a career criminal known as Big U, who used his contacts and leadership role in the Crips criminal street gang, the entertainment industry, and a youth charity to further his own criminal enterprise. An enterprise that engaged in murder, extortion, robbery, COVID fraud. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway. He then attempted to evade and obstruct the investigation into the murder, including ordering witnesses not to speak with law enforcement.
The DA would even reveal that they had been following Big U's podcast activities as part of the investigation.
Here, as I said, Mr. Henley is a widely known leader within the Rollin' 60s. He rose to prominence in that gang decades ago, and he has since been a fixture on the internet, talk shows, and podcasts. All things that law enforcement have looked at closely as part of this investigation.
The criminal complaint was surprisingly comprehensive and revealed that the feds had been looking into the case since February 2021, just a week after the murder of Rayshawn Williams, describing Big U as the leader of the Rollin' 60s Crips, running it as a mafia-like organization. It used wiretaps, planted cameras, cell site information, as well as search warrants of social media, iCloud and Google accounts, and financial records belonging to those involved in the alleged conspiracy, even using undercover agents to buy guns and drugs from people involved in the conspiracy. Big U, Luce Cannon, and even Bricc Baby, who wasn't even named as a defendant in the complaint, had their phones tapped by the feds, and hidden cameras and bugged microphones were even planted at locations that they were known to visit. The criminal complaint even claimed that Big U and the gang were using podcasts and online documentaries, as well as interviews to make the public fear the Big U enterprise. Shout out to the FBI agent that's getting paid to watch this one. Thank you for your service. And the feds would even directly cite
Right, because you know they're watching.
Comments made on the No Jumper podcast as evidence. It was also stated that while Bricc Baby wasn't a main defendant in the Operation Drawdown, he had a separate sealed indictment pending for a different case. Bricc Baby's indictment revealed 2 counts for illegally having guns and bullets, one of these incidents allegedly taking place on the 12th of June 2022, when Bricc would reportedly shoot a 9mm handgun in the parking lot of a business, with a second incident taking place on the 23rd of June 2023, when Bricc would be arrested by the LAPD, who allegedly found him with 3 guns and more than 130 bullets, and since some weapons and ammunition may have come out of state, this immediately triggered federal charges. The paperwork would also show Brick's earlier criminal history at the time of this arrest, ranging from 2010 to 2020, including reckless evading, 2 counts of possession of controlled substances, criminal threats, and robbery. Hey, who said Bricc ain't got a rap sheet, huh? And while Bricc would not be charged on the Big U RICO case, the feds would note that Brick's case may be related, as it arises out of the same conspiracy. It would be revealed in news reports that hundreds of agents had executed simultaneous arrests targeting 19 defendants identified in the case.
Now, this morning, hundreds of agents and officers, including multiple SWAT teams, executed multiple arrest warrants for many of the 19 defendants charged in this case. Search warrants were executed at 6 locations. Those searches continue to be underway. 4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody, and 10 defendants were taken into custody in the last 24 hours. And while we're still seeking the whereabouts of 5 individuals, 3 of whom we believe we will have in custody shortly, 2 defendants are considered fugitives.
Approximately 10
Big U, one of them.
Defendants were arrested, including Luce Cannon and Bricc Baby, with footage of Luce's arrest being filmed by his wife circulating online. But interestingly, at the press conference, it was announced that Big U was a fugitive and was still at large, despite the criminal complaint and pending charges.
Damn, his wife been documenting everything all the way since the day he got picked up. Look.
With footage of Luce's arrest being filmed by his wife circulating online. But interestingly, at the press conference, it was announced that Big U was a fugitive and was still at large, despite the criminal complaint and pending charges.
Mr. Henley is a fugitive, and he is currently wanted by federal law enforcement.
The news would continue to report on the arrest, proudly showing collages of those targeted. Big U had been on the run and released a statement saying that he was with his family and planning to turn himself in, as well as suggesting that the case against him wasn't true and that he was just being hunted for helping black people.
This is my last video before I turn myself in. I'm with my family. Talk to my sons, I talk to everybody, man. I'm just saying, going to deal with this fight, see what it is. I just want y'all to know, all this stuff is quagmire. So, I just need y'all prayers. I need y'all to, I don't even know what to say. That's 21 years, hell of my family, come back, and right and do what I need to do until I can come back home. People are supposed to help me, I hope you help me. If you can't, you don't worry about it. A lot of stuff y'all hearing is straight trash. I appreciate the love and I appreciate the people who've been helping me. I don't know. It's hard helping black people.
It's hard
not being hunted.
That's crazy.
For doing it.
First Street, it might be to, I don't know if it's to the right or the left.
Reach out to anybody who can help me, y'all.
You hear me?
Help my own family. Appreciate y'all.
Big U would then take to social media once again to elaborate further on his feelings, firstly denying stealing money from developing options and claiming that the money he took was simply a salary that he used to pay his bills and feed his family.
I'm looking at this video as I come in to turn myself in, and I'm disheartened by the fact that they trying to say that I stole something from developing option, or I used developing option for the front. Developing option paid my bills. They paid my house note. They paid the bills for my family, the money I made from as an employee for developing option. I never mixed that with nothing.
Cap, they got proof.
Manipulate nobody.
Cap, they got proof you was scamming.
I steal nothing. We did PPP loans. We did 2 loans. And that's it, just like everybody else did. I didn't use no fraud. I didn't give none of fake names. And one of them we was paying back and one they forgave. You know what I mean? And the other one we attempted for and they didn't give us nothing for it. I filed my taxes. And them coming around telling me I was using developing option as a cover for what? None of that's going to be true.
He would go on to claim that of the over dozen co-defendants in the case, many he doesn't even talk to.
The government putting this big picture, they going to arrest 21 dudes. Some dudes I don't even talk to. I don't even know nothing about.
Big U sounded defeated in these clips and told followers to pray for him, reflecting on all his achievements that he had made over his last 21 years of freedom.
It is what it is. Church, just pray for me. Pray for me, pray for my family. You look at what we did. You look at what I did. I've been home 21 years. It ain't over though.
Big U would go on to say that he doesn't talk to any of the other people arrested, and that the cops might as well arrest 600 and Wack since they're including his so-called enemies.
And then I'm looking at the people they arrested. How you gonna go arrest people that I don't even talk to? Everybody know I don't with Cannon. Everybody know I don't with Bricc Baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes,
you don't fuck with Bricc Baby now?
And put them next to me, them is the dudes you gonna have to call themselves turning against me. Well, ain't no turning against me. You might as well go get 600 and Wack.
Big U even accused 600 of waiting outside of his house with the police to watch the raid, a response to the fact that he'd reposted footage from the raid on his socials.
One of us, it ain't nobody safe.
He dead ass said you might as well go get 600 and Wack.
With these dudes, if these dudes feel they want you, how they going around talking about somebody's gonna raid my house before my house get raided? How they there with the police? 600 was actually with the police when they raided my house. He's actually got video and footage of it, so y'all know what y'all dealing with. And I just want to say this to y'all. When they raided my houses and my property, they was asking about Wack, Luce Cannon, 600, and this internet stuff.
Elsewhere, Big U would also suggest that whoever takes his spot as the leader of the 60s community movement must be working with Wack 100 to take that spot.
But y'all gonna be rolling with these dudes. And I got this last thing to say. Wack said he was gonna destroy developing option, right? So who gonna replace developing option? Which one of you in the 60s gonna call yourself coming in? Because whoever try to come in, y'all the ones that's working with Wack. Believe that. So remove me to get me out the way for somebody else to come in who gonna cooperate. That's what the play is.
Big U went on to blame Wack for working with the FBI to try and take away his government funding.
100 times he was gonna take my contracts. He working with the FBI. The FBI went to the city 3 days in a row and told the city they didn't want nobody to give me no more money. They went to all the different celebrities and told all the different celebrities, don't give me no money, don't help me, don't do nothing for me. They going around scaring and intimidating everybody.
Now, Big U calling out people shutting him down and saying they were scaring and intimidating people was pretty hypocritical. But from here, he would continue to pull the race card and claim that the FBI are trying to shut down black men doing right by their communities.
Trouble. Like y'all don't understand what the FBI do to black men who try to help their community. I ain't been nothing but a help to our community.
Why
but
they got proof?
I guess it is what it is. This the price of being black and trying to help somebody, trying to help your community and do.
Being 68, what is he, 68? 58 or something? Dude is like 58 and still can't take accountability.
What you can. You're just guilty because somebody else don't like you and then go on the internet and do what they want to and y'all gonna promote it. It's crazy.
Now, it's this sort of thing that made Big U so dangerous, allegedly harming his own community under the guise of helping it and then hiding behind the race card when accountability came knocking. But ultimately, the facade had now been destroyed. The news would report on Big U going into FBI custody, describing him like a mob boss.
With breaking news, this just in, the FBI says that South LA crime boss Eugene Big U Henley is now in custody. Authorities say he ran a mafia-like organization while masquerading as a music mogul and gang peacemaker.
Some would report that the DA handling the case was looking at connections between Big U and Nipsey's murder as well. All this crazy news sent the podcast media space into a frenzy. A No Jumper News episode discussing the latest news went mega viral, reaching over 15,000 live viewers and racking up hundreds of thousands of views. Funnily enough, during a segment on the show while Wack 100 was calling in, the full criminal complaint dropped online. I actually read this immediately and even sent Adam22 a number of screenshots of details that related to No Jumper and his podcast shows, including the show with Wack, as well as the section about Wack being confronted by the Rolling 60s at the show at the Novo. In response to this, Big U's nephew, Tiny Draws, would post about the podcast saying that those people don't do anything for their communities and are snitches. The news sparked a raucous debate which went far beyond the walls of No Jumper. On social media, an apparent public hit was put on Christopher Lovejoy and Luce Cannon, and Wack 100 would claim that Bricc and Big U were named in a sealed court file tied to a case against the New Jersey Rolling 60s, a case that led to the battle rapper Sue Surf being sentenced to 5 years in prison.
In Jersey.
What did Bricc ever have to do with them? You think Bricc is in some way complicit
Big U
with that?
too. He had a
Big
seal
U
file,
too.
the exposures, Prince, Lavish, pulled it up. We tracked the case number back to Sue Surf now. First we thought it was some dirt. It's not dirt. He got a seal file, dope case, New Jersey. It's the same indictment. Sue surfing him. I know it is.
On the 26th of March 2025, a full indictment would be returned from a California grand jury, which formally charged Big U, Vay, Bearclaw, Luce Cannon, and 2 others with a litany of crimes. This reiterated the claims made in the prior criminal complaint, as well as provided several new key details and pieces of evidence that gave more insights into the alleged crimes committed, like pictures of the scene where Rayshawn Williams' body was found, or interesting details like the fact that Big U left the subpoena and a baseball hat associated with the Rolling 60s behind for the feds to find after they raided his home, and that Big U's social media messages while on the run were now being included as overt acts as part of the racketeering conspiracy. Sadly, it's not looking good for the Rolling 60 neighborhood Crips, especially Big U. In conclusion, it seems that Big U was perhaps one of the most infamous and feared Crips in LA history. No doubt he truly did run Los Angeles in a sense. Nothing could happen in the streets without him having a say, and if the indictment is to be believed, this was truly a dangerous man, willing and ready to kill at the slightest violation, a predator, preying on the weak and extorting those who were scared of his reputation with threats of violence that the whole city knew he was willing to follow through on. But really, this is also the story of a sick individual. I can't imagine how twisted someone would have to be to murder one of their son's childhood friends, one that they had personally coached in football as a child no less. If these allegations are true, then we're dealing with a very dangerous person who put zero value on human life and was willing to kill a child they had seen grow up over something as trivial as a diss song or wasted studio time. That's one of the most dark and twisted things I have ever heard in a gang case, and if it's proven in court, then there's no doubt that Big U won't be seeing the streets again. But in Big U's defense, even though the criminal complaint paints a damning picture of the double life he was living, we can't necessarily overlook the actual good that he did do for his community. Although there's accusations that Big U scams may have reached all the way to the kids' toy drives, you can't remove all the toys, gym equipment, and other stuff that his organization did manage to donate to kids in need, or the countless hours that he personally dedicated to do something positive for the youth in his community. But then again, does that make it worse? Were the positive things Big U did in fact do for his community genuine efforts by a flawed gangster to take the right path, or are these also just calculated moves of a manipulative mastermind who masterfully used positive acts as a method to mystify and cloak a dark empire of murder and extortion? We'll have to see how this case plays out in court.
Facts, we will. Damn, bro, dope video from my dog Trap, man. Trap, that's fire, bro. That video was dope, man. That video was for sure dope. Young Thug Rico trial, Yak Gotti finally free. That's what's up, free Yak Gotti. Glad he free. What do you got going on the net? Alright, man. I think I'm going to get up off this nasty. It is about 3 a.m. I'm off this nasty, man. Appreciate everybody for tapping in. Make sure you like the video for your guy, man. It's free. Like the video for me. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all on the next one. I'm about to get up off this nasty. It's about 6 hours in. It's time to go.